At this moment, a fiery red sun hangs upon the distant cliffs, gradually descending towards the horizon. The crimson twilight spreads across the sky, casting the earth in a delightful shade of red. The mountains, the waters, and the humble dwelling are frozen in time amidst the sunset's glow, creating the most exquisite tapestry of beauty in the world. This serene haven is none other than the secluded paradise where Long Haochen and Heir reside. Heir's long-held dream of living a blissful and tranquil life with Long Haochen as a devoted wife and mother beneath their thatched roof has finally come to fruition. A century has passed since the earth-shattering Battle of Yulong Pass, which has since become a glorious chapter in the annals of human history. With the destruction of the 72 demon god pillars, humanity has emerged from a dark age that lasted over 6 millennia. As the harbinger of this new era, Long Haochen has ascended to the status of humanity's greatest hero. In tribute to the monumental contributions made by Chairman Long Haochen for the human race, the elders of the Holy Temple Alliance collectively agreed to erect a towering statue of him in the central square of the Alliance's headquarters, bestowing upon him the title of Lifetime Honorary Chairman. Upon Long Haochen's proposal, the elders also sanctioned the installation of an eternal monument beside his statue, dedicated to commemorating the ancestors who sacrificed their lives and blood for humanity over those 6 millennia. Throughout this century, humanity has fully reclaimed the lands once occupied by the demon race. Cities have risen from the ashes of blackened ruins, and fertile fields now adorn the sacred demon continent, as humanity diligently rebuilds the splendor that once belonged to them. With the demise of the head of destruction, the moon of radiance has ultimately transformed into an 8-headed chimera. Although this falls short of the legendary invincibility associated with the 9-headed chimera, both Hao Yu and Hao Chen feel an overwhelming sense of contentment, for in their hearts, being together holds more significance than any enhancement in power. Over this century, Long Haochen and Heir have welcomed their own child, a boy named Xingyu, embodying the hope that heaven grants blessings upon humanity, wishing for the people to live in perpetual happiness. During this century, Long Haochen, Heir, and Hao Yu have traversed countless realms, ultimately choosing to seclude themselves in this small valley near Odin Town. Their son, Long Xingyu, has rapidly grown during this time, and he now stands as the 20th chairman of the Holy Temple Alliance. The human realm has become a bastion of stability and prosperity. The greatest happiness in the world lies in witnessing the cherished and safeguarded world becoming ever more beautiful, and this fills both Long Haochen and Heir with immense satisfaction. As the sun nears its descent, 2 figures, hand in hand, suddenly appear upon the rocky cliffs nearby. The young man on the left, clad in white garments and possessing a tall stature, boasts a visage so handsome it resembles that of a celestial being, unmarred by any flaw. To his right stands a maiden in flowing green, her long hair cascading elegantly. Her breathtaking beauty, illuminated by the sunset, resembles a painting. They are none other than Long Haochen and Heir, who have made this tranquil place their home. Nestled in Long Haochen's embrace, Heir gazes at the distant sun and gently speaks. "Haochen, I can scarcely contain the spiritual energy within me any longer. It seems that before long, I shall surpass 1 million units of spiritual energy, and then we shall truly have to part ways." 70 years ago, Heir had already reached the pinnacle of 999,999 units of spiritual energy. Throughout these 7 decades, Haochen has endeavored to seal her power and prevent her from reaching the million mark. Yet, once her cultivation surpassed 900,000 units, the growth of her spiritual energy became an inevitable process, even without conscious effort. This progression is nearly irreversible. In this century, figures such as Sima Xian, Han Yu, Lin Xian, Wang Yuanyuan, and Shun Yinger have all reached the peak of 999,000 units of spiritual energy. Yang Wenjiao and Zhang Fangfang have also attained between 700,000 and 800,000 units. Once spiritual energy surpasses 900,000, reaching the peak of 999,000 is merely a matter of time. Although Sima Xian and the others have managed to seal their powers following Long Haochen's teachings, such seals will inevitably weaken with time, and ultimately, they must all take the step toward divinity. What occurs upon achieving divinity remains a mystery aside from the demon god king. All others who have ascended to divinity have vanished, leaving behind only enchanting legends. Despite their reluctance and sorrow, Long Haochen and Heir must confront the reality of ascension. Though Long Haochen possesses the solidified seal of Hao Yu, he cannot abandon Heir to ascend alone. From the moment they met, they were destined to remain inseparable, bound by life and death. Since Heir's ascension is unavoidable, he shall accompany her on this journey, even if it leads through the infernal realms of hell or the dark depths of the underworld. He will stand by her side. If we can no longer suppress it, then let us ascend together. I will not part from you. Long Haochen declares resolutely, his gaze fixed upon the distant sun. Fool! Heir replies, her eyes brimming with affection as she nestles deeply into Long Haochen's embrace, wishing that time could stand still in this moment. Chapter 441:15. However, upon arriving at the location of their previous encounter, he found a small patch of vacant land, devoid of any vendor stalls or the presence of others occupying the space. Long Haochen inquired among a few nearby merchants, who, it was evident, were privy to some information, yet refused to elaborate, merely stating that Rainer was usually present almost every day, but his whereabouts were unknown for the past few days. What could that fellow be up to? Long Haochen mused silently, surveying the bustling and harmonious scene around him. Struggling to conjure any negative associations, he selected some medicinal herbs from a roadside stall. Though he did not procure any rare varieties, the expenditure was merely a trifle compared to his current wealth. After making his purchases, he casually settled down at a nearby tea stall for a respite. Ascended beings generally require little sustenance, yet the allure of exquisite cuisine is a temptation difficult for mortals to resist. The delicacies of the starry sky, divine domain, are infinitely more refined than those of the mortal realm. Juyun City is renowned for its medicinal herbs, and its specialty herbal pastries are famed for their calming and centering properties, attracting many visitors from afar. The modest tea stall drew a considerable crowd, with patrons hailing from all corners, engaging in a myriad of conversations. A.S. Long Haochen savored his pastries. He listened quietly until a particular topic captured his attention, along with that of the majority. Have you heard? Things have been rather tumultuous around Juyun City these days, remarked a middle-aged man in a teal robe. Tumultuous? How can that be? Scoffed another individual nearby, holding a teacup dismissively, with Master Zhang presiding over Juyun City and countless city guards present, not to mention numerous experts at the Divine Emperor level. How could there possibly be unrest? Perhaps it is merely a matter of cultivation gone awry. The young master of the city lord's mansion, Zhang Xiaoqian, has recently fallen gravely ill, and the mansion has been offering substantial rewards for rare miraculous herbs. This matter has long since circulated within Juyun City and is hardly a secret. Yet, the specifics of Zhang Xiaoqian's injuries and the reasons behind them remain shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, a local resident of Juyun City stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at the teal-robed man, scolding, "You, sir, should refrain from stirring up trouble over matters you know nothing about. Injuries during cultivation are a common occurrence. What nonsense are you spouting?" The teal-robed man, despite being berated, remained unflustered and chuckled lightly, saying, "Am I to speak recklessly about things I do not know? Then please enlighten me on what has happened to Zhang Xiaoqian." The man was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering and unsure of how to respond, while others, unable to contain their curiosity, pressed forward with inquiries. "So, what exactly has transpired?" Another individual suddenly interjected. "You've indeed struck a chord." The teal-robed man's expression turned serious as he stated, "Recently, that group has been active around Juyun City. It was just a few days ago when young Master Zhang Xiaoqian was attacked. And in the days that followed, 2 other talented disciples from the younger generation encountered assaults while out and were killed. the last of whom fell just last night. Upon hearing this, the crowd found it hard to believe. How could this be? Such significant events, even if kept under wraps, would not go unnoticed outside. Do you possess any evidence? This group of idle individuals who spend their days sipping tea and engaging in idle chatter consider themselves the most well-informed people in the entire Jian city. While it may be acceptable for them to be unaware of external matters, the fact that they have not caught wind of such significant events occurring within Jian city is somewhat difficult for them to accept. Evidence. Do you think I am the sort to make baseless claims without proof? The man in the green robe spoke with utmost confidence, surveying the crowd and adding, "However, I have finished my tea, and the pastries are all gone. What is this all about? It turns out they are here to swindle food and drink. Indeed, if their information is so astute, how could they lack the funds to indulge in food and tea? They should go swindle elsewhere." Unabashedly eating as though the food were his own, he displayed a gluttonous appetite that was rather unbecoming. Observing this, Long Haochen thought to himself, "Your acting is so convincing that if I did not know you, I would surely believe you were just here to take advantage of free food." This man was none other than the powerful doppelganger who previously set up a stall selling medicine. Lena, one moment a vendor, the next a well-informed layman. Was he playing games with the world? Long Haochen pondered, seeing that Lena was enjoying himself and chose not to expose him, instead smiling as he said, "I just went to your medicine stall looking for you, hoping to buy some medicine. But here you are." Lena chuckled and replied, my apologies. I have been busy with some matters these past few days and haven't had time to set up my stall. Do come back in a few days." Long Haochen understood well that such a remarkable powerhouse would hardly care about the meager profits from selling medicine. Setting up a stall was merely a matter of mood. Yet he still smiled and said, "These days are quite profitable. What exactly are you busy with that you aren't even doing business?" Lena responded, "Isn't it what we were just discussing? The world has been rather tumultuous lately, especially Jian City, that I need to keep an eye on things. You must be aware of it, right?" The Dark Court. Long Haochen's brow furrowed sharply, his fists clenching. How could he not be familiar with that name? The Dark Court is behind this, Long Haochen conveyed telepathically. Lena nodded, refraining from further telepathy, and remarked, "There are matters you cannot grasp at this moment, and I shall not elaborate. However, I advise you to refrain from leaving Jian City these days. And even while within the city, exercise some caution." This statement carried a weighty implication. Before Long Haochen could react, Lena stood up and said with a smile, "Of course, you need not worry excessively, as you possess formidable strength, and the adversaries are unlikely to act too brazenly. Just be cautious." With that, Lena departed without hesitation, leaving Long Haochen with a multitude of unanswered questions, unable to voice his desire to retain him before he vanished from sight. What does it mean not to worry too much, considering I possess great strength? Do they hold me in such high regard? Long Haochen chuckled bitterly, lost in thought. The voice of Yuzhu Wuqian echoed in his mind. "This much is true. Your strength is indeed formidable, nearly invincible among peers. The Dark Court would not dispatch overly powerful assassins against you, and escaping or even counterattacking is not out of the question." Long Haochen shook his head. "But what happens after escaping the first time? The second, the third, each opponent grows stronger than the last. How long can I endure? Am I to hide for a lifetime?" The heavens suddenly fell into a profound silence, and Long Haochen continued, "Though Reina's words may seem tangential, they are certainly not without purpose. His warnings indicate that I am likely to become the next target of the Dark Court's machinations. The only path forward is through relentless cultivation, striving to elevate my powers with utmost urgency." Departing from the tea stall, Long Haochen sought refuge in an innate affiliated with the Qian family, and for the next half-month, he immersed himself in seclusion, diligently honing his skills. Under the weight of pressure, his efficiency in cultivation soared, further augmented by the countless rare treasures aiding his practice. In just a fortnight, Long Haochen made significant strides. However, the prospect of advancement still seemed distant. Recently, Qianlu and Ming Yi had been notably subdued. Refraining from appearing before Long Haochen following their warning from the Blade Sovereign, T remained uncertain whether they were concocting further schemes. Yet, Long Haochen chose to disregard these matters as time flew by. And soon the final day of the auction arrived. After concluding the auction, he intended to depart. Jiyun City boasted several auction houses, and on the last day of a grand auction, an array of rare treasures was brought forth for bidding. Stepping out of his seclusion, Long Haochen made his way to the auction venue. However, the atmosphere today felt distinctly amiss. As soon as he entered, he overheard someone whisper, "Long Haochen has arrived." Instantly, he felt the collective gaze of numerous onlookers fixated upon him. Their hushed conversations rife with suspicion and avarice. Long Haochen's expression grew increasingly frigid as he swept his gaze over the crowd, swiftly locating Ming Yi and Qianlu, where he discerned a glimmer of cold amusement on their faces. Ignoring the peculiar stares, Long Haochen ascended the stairs to his private box, and the auction commenced on this final day. The items auctioned were primarily rare treasures, markedly superior to those presented earlier. Several medicinal herbs he had long sought were finally available. Stirring a surge of excitement within him, he was determined not to let them slip away. Naturally, he was not the only one in pursuit of these herbs, and amidst the competition, the prices soared. Fortunately, Long Haochen's wealth allowed him to indulge in the acquisition of several herbs without distress, and as he continued to bid, he couldn't help but reflect on the joys of affluence. However, peering through the luminous barrier of his box, he noticed that many eyes in the ordinary seating below were fixed upon him, filled with greed and desire. When the Blade Sovereign took the stage, the podium before him was utterly bare. Scanning the crowd, the Blade Sovereign remained silent, yet the audience could hardly contain themselves, clamoring, "Blade Sovereign, why has the final auction item not yet been presented? Is it not ready?" "Nonsense, surely. The Cloud Auction House has treasures. Just one from their inventory could astonish us all. Lord Blade Sovereign, spare us the suspense and unveil the treasure. We can hardly wait. A singular treasure possesses but one rightful owner, and only a select few are deemed worthy of contending for the final prize. The majority are merely filled with curiosity, eager to discern the nature of this climactic treasure." The enigmatic Dao Ju Shun Di remained silent, tantalizing the crowd until a multitude of expectant gazes converged upon him. The audience, increasingly restless, awaited his words, and at last he spoke. "The final auction item will not be sold today. The auction has been postponed for 1 month. Not for sale? Postponed for a month? What could this possibly mean?" The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Even Long Haochen in the private box wore a perplexed expression, unable to fathom the intentions behind Dao Ju Shundi's cryptic words. Those familiar with Jiyun City and the Yunzhong auction house understood that countless auctions had transpired without the postponement of any item. This unprecedented move suggested that the item in question was extraordinary. Why not simply announce it? Why the necessity for a month-long delay? What could be the reason? Yet, some individuals, possessing a calm demeanor, comprehended that the Yunzhong auction house would never act without purpose, and that such unusual actions hinted at the extraordinary nature of the news. In response to their inquiries, Dao Ju Shundi elucidated. The reason for this 1-month wait is to allow the news to circulate. And we have also notified the high-ranking officials of various clans. After 1 month, leaders from 100 clans will come to bid. Additionally, this announcement is valuable, allowing you all to prepare your finances. High-ranking officials from 100 clans? What kind of news could warrant such an invitation to numerous influential figures? The auction hall fell silent once more, the atmosphere thick with anticipation and gravity. After a prolonged silence, a voice emerged from an obscure corner, murmuring, "What could this significant news be that necessitates such grandeur, prompting a month's delay and notification to the clan leaders? Have they perhaps discovered the legendary inheritance of that formidable divine sovereign?" Dao Ju Shundi replied, "Such news would not merit a month's delay, nor would it warrant informing the 100 clans." His implication was unmistakable. Even the legacy of a divine sovereign could not eclipse the importance of this mysterious revelation. While the crowd was awash with shock, speculation ran rampant, though none could conceive the true nature of the news. "Dao Ju Shundi, could you at least provide us with a hint regarding the nature of this news?" As they departed, the auction concluded rather abruptly, leaving them to ponder the postponement of the highly anticipated final item for an entire month. It was akin to being engrossed in a captivating tale, held captive by its suspenseful points, only to be presented with an even greater enigma at the climax, leaving their minds restless with curiosity. Yet, there was nothing they could do. Dao Zhu Shindi was not inclined to divulge further, and they lacked the audacity to coerce him into revealing anything, even if granted 100 chances. None would dare to challenge Dao Zhu Shindi, nor would anyone contemplate defying the Yunzhong auction house. As the crowd engaged in discussions about the final auction item, they gradually exited the venue. Long Haochen, however, remained seated in the private box, delaying his departure. His hand rested upon his chin, deep in thought, yet he could only muster a frown of confusion, utterly unable to deduce anything conclusive. Knock, 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 that a sudden knock resounded at the door, prompting Long Haochen to open it. Standing outside was the respectful Xiao Liuzi, who flashed a smile at Long Haochen and said, "Mr. Long Haochen, my master requests your presence." Dao Zhu Shindi. What could he possibly want at this juncture? After a brief moment of contemplation, Long Haochen nodded in agreement and followed behind Xiao Liuzi. They entered the same room where he had first met Dao Zhu Shindi, closing the door behind them. The two sat across from each other at the writing desk. Long Haochen began, "I'm uncertain why my esteemed elder has summoned me. Is there a matter of importance?" Dao Zhu Shindi regarded Long Haochen and remarked, "Today, your actions have been quite unwise. It seems you may encounter some troubles in the coming days." Observing Long Haochen's demeanor, Dao Zhu Shindi silently acknowledged that, as anticipated, Long Haochen's relationship with the Yunzhong auction house and himself had deepened. Rest assured, regardless of how Qian Lu may incite discord, few possess the audacity to act against you within the confines of Jian City, so you may remain here without concern. Long Haochen nodded, neither affirming nor denying, though his thoughts lingered on Qian Lu and Ming Yi. Those two consistently opposed Long Haochen, seeking to bring him to ruin at every turn. Alone in the world, Long Haochen had initially intended to endure and seek peace. Yet the repeated challenges to his limits had extinguished his willingness to tolerate further. As he pondered this matter, Dao Zhu Shindi spoke again, his tone considerably graver. "Are you acquainted with Lord Lena?" Long Haochen replied, "I have met him on 2 occasions. One could say we are barely acquainted." With no substantial rapport, the hint of skepticism crossed Long Haochen's face. Puzzled by the inquiry, Dao Zhu Shindi fell silent for a moment, a rare faint smile gracing his features as he said, "It is nothing of consequence. I merely asked out of curiosity. Do not dwell upon it. By the way, as a diamond member, I shall reserve a seat for you at the auction a month hence." Xiao Liuzi promptly entered the room, standing attentively before him. "Master, you have commanded. I shall accompany Long Haochen and assist him as necessary." With a nod, Xiao Liuzi turned and departed. The room was soon left with only Dao Zhu Shindi, who murmured to himself, "It appears my judgment has not faltered. Long Haochen is indeed remarkable, having established a connection with Lord Lena. I wonder which sect has nurtured such a disciple." However, Long Haochen's nature is overly cautious. He still refrains from revealing the truth to me. Claim mere acquaintance with Lena. If that were the case, why would the esteemed lord specifically instruct me to keep an eye on him? Dao Zhu Shindi shook his head slightly, his resolve growing firmer. Ultimately, given Lord Lena's regard for him, this young man is destined for greater cultivation and achievements than I. Cultivating a favorable relationship with him can only prove beneficial. Meanwhile, Long Haochen bid farewell to Dao Zhu Shindi and exited the auction house through the front entrance with utmost decorum. As anticipated, the moment he reached the threshold, countless gazes locked onto him. A throng of people congregated at the entrance, showing no signs of dispersing. Long Haochen remained unflustered, his expression calm as he surveyed the crowd before quickly spotting Ming Yi and Qian Lu. The two were engaged in conversation with a few others nearby, and with a moment's reflection, Long Haochen could easily surmise the nature of their discussion. Upon noticing him, the duo turned, regarding Long Haochen with mocking glances. "It is indeed you 2 rascals who are up to no good. Are you merely waiting to witness the spectacle? Well, then, prepare to be entertained." Such were the thoughts of Long Haochen, whose face revealed not a trace of anger. Instead, he smiled as he approached the direction of Ming Yi, raising a hand in greeting. "Ming Yi, Qian Lu, it has been a while." Ming Yi and Qian Lu, who were anticipating the unfolding drama, were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Long Haochen approaching them with a smile and greeting them. What could this mean? They were enemies. Both Ming Yi and Qian Lu harbor intentions to eliminate Long Haochen, and he, too, wished nothing more than to rid himself of them. Moreover, the two were currently scheming against him. Why would Long Haochen come over to greet them with such amiability? They exchanged glances, each perceiving profound confusion and a hint of unease in the other's eyes. A subtle premonition of something amiss. Could it be that Long Haochen was humbling himself? No, that did not seem right. Long Haochen was not the type to yield so easily. Ming Ye's heart wavered. His limited interactions with Long Haochen led him to believe that the latter was certainly not one to capitulate without a fight. Regardless of Long Haochen's intentions, since he had approached with a smile, Ming Ye chose to remain silent. His eyes filled with suspicion, he coldly remarked, "Indeed, it has been a while, Long Haochen. How have you been lately?" The onlookers shared in the confusion, although they were unaware of the enmity between Long Haochen and the two. News of the previous month's siege against Long Haochen by countless soldiers, followed by the intervention of the Sword Emperor to rescue him, had spread widely. The altercation involving Qianlu, Qianjiang, and Ming Yi was already known. Amidst the audience's bewilderment, Long Haochen had reached the two, his smile unwavering. As he spoke, "I have been diligently training, and thus my days have been quite fulfilling. How about you two? What treasures have you procured in the Forbidden Grounds?" Long Haochen's casual inquiry instantly shifted the attention of all to Qianlu and Ming Yi, whispers rising among the crowd. "Did you hear? Long Haochen is asking about their haul from the Forbidden Grounds." Of course, they heard. But what did that mean? Wasn't Long Haochen the one who had entered the Forbidden Grounds? Hold on. Let's hear more. At that moment, Qianlu and Ming Ye's expressions darkened, though a slight panic stirred within them. They maintained their composure. Ming Yi pointed an accusatory finger at Long Haochen and exclaimed, "Long Haochen, do not speak falsely. You were the one who entered the Forbidden Grounds." The estate's steward, Wang, chose not to pursue the matter simply because he could not be bothered to argue with you. "Do not twist the facts." "Twist the facts? When have I ever done so?" Long Haochen replied nonchalantly, "I have never denied entering the Forbidden Grounds. However, I was not alone. You, Ming Yi, and Qianlu, along with one of Qian Li's henchmen, were also there, who nearly succeeded in killing me. Truly formidable." It was only then that they realized Long Haochen intended to drag them down with him, their faces paling slightly as their eyes finally reflected genuine panic. Observing this, Long Haochen secretly smirked. Those who engage in unjust actions will inevitably meet their demise. His counterattack had merely just begun. He continued, "In recent days, I have heard many people discussing the countless treasures that lie within the Forbidden Grounds. I have spent several days inside, without witnessing anything of note, while you all seem to have discovered an abundance of riches." Observing the increasingly uneasy expressions on the faces of those around, and noticing Long Haochen's calm demeanor, Qianlu felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Unable to contain himself, he stepped forward and exclaimed, "How could we possibly acquire any treasures? Long Haochen, do not slander us." "Huh? Obtaining treasures is indeed a fortunate occurrence. How has it become an accusation of deceit?" Long Haochen's face bore a hint of confusion, which quickly morphed into a mocking smile. "I certainly did not witness you acquiring any treasures. Did you see me acquire any? Moreover, the patrolling city guards that night can attest to the fact that I entered the Forbidden Grounds in a state of severe injury, fleeing in panic. Upon entering, I merely sought a corner to recuperate, and once healed, I made my escape. That on the contrary, you all have been wandering around, searching for me within the Forbidden Grounds, traversing its expanse, accompanied by a rather formidable expert. Ah, well, if you claim to have acquired nothing, so be it. Who am I to argue, having seen nothing myself?" Long Haochen had hidden away in a corner to recover, while they had been scurrying about within the Forbidden Grounds. Even if luck was against them, their haul could not have been insignificant. Qianlu, being the young master of the Wantong Trading Company, truly played his cards well. It was evident without guesswork that he had been the one to leak the news of Long Haochen's entrance into the Forbidden Grounds. Diverting everyone's attention towards others allowed him to remain unscathed. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd and feeling their gazes shift away from him, Long Haochen's lips curled into a faint smile. From start to finish, he had uttered not a single falsehood. Everything he said was the truth, leaving Qianlu with no grounds for rebuttal. Moreover, the city guard had just been warned by Steward Wang and would undoubtedly refrain from aiding Qianlu in fabricating evidence at this juncture. Qianlu and Ming Yi found themselves encircled by the crowd, bearing the weight of countless scrutinizing eyes, and it would be disingenuous to claim they were not flustered. As for Qianlu, being the young master of the Wantong Trading Company, the onlookers likely dared not act against him openly. However, he would have to exercise great caution in his future outings. A moment's carelessness could lead to becoming a target. Inwardly, Qianlu roared in frustration, raising his voice in a desperate plea. "Everyone, allow me to explain. It is truly not as you think. Although we entered the forbidden grounds, we did not acquire any treasures. I assure you, there was nothing at all. The forbidden grounds were utterly barren, devoid of even a single insect. There truly are no treasures." Yet at this moment, who would still believe his words? Just moments ago, he had been proclaiming that the forbidden grounds were teeming with treasures, and that Long Haochen had emerged with countless items. How could it now be barren when it came to him? If the forbidden grounds were indeed so desolate, why was Qianlu in such a state of panic? The crowd continued to murmur, steadfast in their disbelief. Particularly, the final remark that clearly highlighted the personal enmity between him and Long Haochen was an unmistakable insinuation that Qianlu was the one spreading rumors and inciting the crowd to attack Long Haochen. Wielding others as instruments of his vendetta, Xiao Yozi's few seemingly mundane words concealed countless lethal intentions, leaving Qianlu utterly defeated before them, devoid of any strength to argue further at that moment. No matter what he said, it was likely that others would no longer believe him. Although the Wantong Trading Company barely ranked among the top 10 in the human realm, it was ultimately just a trading firm, and its foundation was insufficient due to its short existence. That IT had rapidly expanded solely by relying on the backing of Ming Yi, yet it lacked loyal subordinates and formidable experts. Qianli's own strength was rather feeble. If he were truly targeted, his predicament would undoubtedly be 100 times worse than Long Haochen's. Moreover, Qianli's identity as the young master of the Wantong Trading Company, if this matter were to spread and be believed by the people of Jin City, would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the company's reputation. Overwhelmed by weakness and a sense of helplessness, Qianlu once again thought of Long Haochen, realizing that the ascendant god was indeed the most untouchable existence in the world, leaving no room in his heart for thoughts of resistance. However, Ming Yi beside him furrowed his brows, his eyes narrowed to slits, his expression as dark as a deep, cold pool. "Long Haochen, I truly underestimated you. If this is the case, it seems I cannot eliminate you. Nevertheless, your good days are not destined to last long." Yet at this moment, Ming Yi had to first consider his own predicament. Glancing around, he found countless greedy gazes already fixated upon him. Ming Yi clenched his jaw, his expression shifting ominously. He was the fourth prince of the Ming clan, yet their power was not comparable to that of the human race. His status was insufficient to intimidate the petty villains of Jin City and could potentially become a death warrant for him. His situation was even more perilous than Qianli's that on the other side. Long Haochen took advantage of the crowd's attention being drawn completely towards Qianlu and Ming Yi, swiftly leaving that street without delay. Simultaneously, he found himself intrigued by the upcoming auction held by the Yunzong auction house a month later. Inviting high-ranking officials from the myriad clans to participate in an auction was no trivial matter, and it was not something everyone could accomplish since the knife Absolute God Emperor had reserved a spot for him. Long Haochen was inclined to attend. Time passes unnoticed during cultivation, in the blink of an eye. A month had flown by. Long Haochen remained absorbed in his practice, when suddenly awakened by the fluctuations of a restriction. His brows furrowed slightly. He distinctly remembered instructing the shopkeeper not to disturb his cultivation before entering seclusion. What could have happened? Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Xiao Yozi, the disciple of the knife Absolute God Emperor. Upon seeing Long Haochen, Xiao Yozi smiled and said, "Mr. Long Haochen, it has been a month since our last meeting. I hope you've been well." Long Haochen replied, "Ah, it is you, Brother Lute. I've been well. May I inquire if there is something you need?" Xiao Yozi chuckled. "Ha, Brother Long, it seems you have forgotten the passage of time. A month has already gone by, and today is the day of the auction. Not seeing you, I surmised you were engrossed in your cultivation, so I came to personally remind you." Long Haochen suddenly realized. Reflecting, time has indeed flown by. I became so immersed in my training that I completely lost track of it. He expressed his apologies, saying, I lost myself in cultivation and momentarily forgot. I truly appreciate your effort in coming to fetch me. My sincerest apologies." Upon witnessing Long Haochen's heartfelt apology, Xiao Liuzi found himself harboring an even greater fondness for him. With a smile, he replied, "No need for concern. Brother Long, your diligent cultivation is precisely what Master encouraged me to learn from. So let's dispense with the formalities. Come, let us proceed. We can converse as we walk." The two departed from the inn, making their way towards the heart of the city, the Jiyun Square. The Jiyun Square is also known as the Yuncheng Square, for it exists as a miniature world suspended high in the sky, floating amidst the clouds. Interestingly, it shares its name with the Cloud Auction House, adding a touch of whimsy to the tale. Naturally, one must ascend to reach this aerial square, and the vicinity of Jiyun Square is the only area in the entirety of Jiyun City that does not impose restrictions on flight. At this moment, the sky was already brimming with throngs of people, appearing from a distance like a vast cluster of ants huddled together, numbering well into the hundreds of thousands. Indeed, there are quite a few people. Long Haochen remarked softly in admiration. Xiao Liuzi explained, "The true Jiyun Square is an extraordinary space where the inside and outside are mutually visible. Despite the multitude, only a mere few thousand are truly qualified to enter. Among those, only 2,000 may sit, while the remaining 8,000 can only stand. After all, space is limited. With the attendance of thousands for the auction, any venue would seem crowded, and being outdoors lacks formality. Thus, the Jiyun Square, with slight modifications, has become the optimal choice for the cloud auction. As the auction was poised to commence, many more individuals were hastening towards the venue. Most would only be able to congregate at the periphery, while only a select few would be allowed to gracefully glide into the reserved passageway, entering the intimate space. Long Haochen scrutinized the crowd from a distance, observing that though they appeared youthful and possessed a certain grace and demeanor, they did not seem particularly powerful. He couldn't help but furrow his brow and inquire, "Are these individuals the upper echelons of the various clans?" Xiao Liuzi gently shook his head, responding, "These individuals are not the higher-ups themselves, but rather their appointed delegates. The upper echelons of the clans are invariably occupied with myriad affairs. Only a scant few fortunate ones can afford the time to attend personally. Those unable to come have sent their younger disciples or subordinates in their stead." Long Haochen nodded, realizing that the busy lives of the clan leaders were beyond his comprehension. Yet, despite their hectic schedules, they still deemed it necessary to send representatives, indicating that the news of the cloud auction was indeed extraordinary. As Long Haochen pondered this, a faint, yet profoundly heavy aura materialized from nowhere, gradually descending upon them. He suddenly turned his head toward a specific direction, but found it empty, devoid of anything visible, straining his gaze into the distance. He instinctively activated the techniques of the breaking law true purpose, barely managing to discern a small black, rapidly approaching from afar. The crowd, too, sensed this imposing presence and turned their gazes in that direction. However, aside from Long Haochen and a few exceptionally gifted individuals, no one else could perceive anything. The distance was so vast that it exceeded the visual range of even the average God King level expert. Yet the overwhelming force could still be felt. What level of cultivation could this individual possibly possess? The dark figure rapidly magnified within Long Haochen's line of sight, swiftly approaching with an astonishing speed. From a distance that spanned dozens, if not hundreds of miles, this proximity seemed distant to an ordinary person. Yet within mere breaths, the figure had arrived at the central square of Jiyun City, appearing before the crowd as if it had torn through the fabric of space itself. Even from 100 miles away, this individual had exuded an oppressive presence akin to a mountain. Now, standing before the crowd, the weight of this presence was akin to Mount Tai pressing down upon them. An overwhelming force that bore down not on their bodies, but upon their very hearts. The figure paused mid-air, standing in serene silence, adorned in a golden robe woven with intricate patterns. His expression revealed no trace of joy or sorrow. Yet he radiated an unyielding authority, his eyes cast downward, embodying an air of invincibility, as if he regarded the heavens and the earth with disdain. Every subtle movement of his seemed to resonate with the profound truths of the universe, as if he had merged with the cosmos itself. While deities of his caliber are undeniably powerful, Long Haochen had encountered several such beings before, and the pressure he felt from them was entirely different from that exerted by this individual. The man before him did not consciously project his power. Rather, it emanated effortlessly from his being that if Long Haochen likened his experience with deity-level beings to that of an ant facing a towering mountain, then standing before this figure felt akin to an ant confronting the vast heavens. What level of mastery did this individual possess? Was he a Tao ancestor? Domain ancestor? Long Haochen was utterly clueless. Though this extraordinary being did not actively exert pressure, countless individuals found themselves unable to resist the urge to kneel, for encountering such a master, even once in a lifetime, would be a fulfillment of destiny. In an instant, a significant portion of the crowd collapsed to their knees, trembling in reverence, not daring to utter a sound. Only Long Haochen and a few others maintained solemn expressions, gritting their teeth and clenching their fists, suppressing their inner trepidation to refrain from bowing. Yet the unparalleled master paid no heed to the multitude kneeling before him, nor did he concern himself with those who stood defiant. Suddenly, he vanished from the sky once more. Long Haochen's vision could not keep pace with his movements, but he surmised that the man had entered the square. That it was then that Long Haochen realized he was drenched in cold sweat. Beside him, Xiao Yozi wiped the perspiration from his brow and murmured, "Fortunately, I held myself together this time and did not kneel, though it was a close call." Long Haochen glanced at Xiao Yozi. The latter had also resisted the oppressive aura of the extraordinary master, earning Long Haochen's newfound respect. From Xiao Yozi's remark, Long Haochen discerned that this was not the first time he had encountered such a powerful figure, suggesting he possessed greater experience. Curiosity compelled him to ask softly, what level of mastery did that person possess? "I couldn't possibly know," Xiao Yozi replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. "Tiomi, all beings more powerful than my master seem indistinguishable. There truly is little difference. Yet, I have always followed my master, and I have encountered formidable experts from afar on several occasions, experiencing their overwhelming aura multiple times, which has fortified my resilience." Long Haochen nodded with a hint of helplessness, for he felt similarly. However, from Xiao Yozi's words, it was evident that the Blade Supreme Emperor, in his divine status, had the extraordinary privilege of engaging with such high-caliber experts repeatedly. Indeed, this was no ordinary feat. Xiao Yozi urged, "It is time for us to enter." Long Haochen nodded, turning to soar towards the small space of the cloud square. When his gaze inadvertently swept across a certain area, the white silhouette flashed before his eyes, and he found himself stunned, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Who could evoke such a familiar sensation? From whom stemmed this heart-pounding tremor? Could there truly be another soul in this world capable of stirring such profound familiarity within Long Haochen, leading his heart to race with trepidation? Long Haochen gazed quietly at the figure's back, comparing the memory of Kai with the silhouette before him. Tears suddenly welled up in his eyes, and he murmured, Kai, is that truly you? Kai, Xiao Yozi, noticing Long Haochen's unusual demeanor and the unmistakable intensity of his expression, furrowed his brow in concern and inquired, "Long Haochen, what is the matter?" At that moment, Long Haochen's mind was consumed by nothing else, rendering him oblivious to Xiao Yozi's question as he slowly advanced towards the woman. Xiao Yozi's frown deepened as he muttered to himself, "What has happened to Long Haochen? He appears utterly lost. I must keep a vigilant watch to ensure he does not falter." With this thought, Xiao Yozi refrained from disturbing Long Haochen's tumultuous emotions and quietly followed him towards the figure clad in white. The woman in white stood there, her back turned to Long Haochen, clad in a robe of pristine white. Beyond her silhouette, he could discern nothing more. Yet, the closer he approached, the more familiar the sensation became, reinforcing his belief that this woman was indeed Kai. A Long Haochen whispered as he inched closer, slowly raising his arm. Suddenly, a long sword was thrust before him, accompanied by a feminine voice exclaiming, "Who dares approach? Withdraw at once." Another woman in white, having appeared before Long Haochen unbeknownst to him, bore the embroidered characters of Wuyo Palace on her attire, her snow-white sword pointed directly at his chest. Long Haochen observed this girl, who appeared no older than 17 or 18, her hair elegantly pinned and cascading at her sides, her complexion fair and delicate, embodying a striking beauty. However, her eyes, filled with fury, bore into Long Haochen, leaving no doubt that her sword would pierce his heart in the next moment, as she presumed him to be a lecherous scoundrel. Yet, Long Haochen paid little heed to this. The woman he believed to be Heir stood so near, and his gaze transcended the beautiful girl to fixate on the white-clad figure, who remained still, poised like an ethereal fairy untouched by the mortal realm. Long Haochen disregarded the lovely girl before him and instead addressed the figure, softly asking, "Heir, is it truly you?" "I am Long Haochen." The figure remained unresponsive, yet the enchanting woman blocking Long Haochen's path displayed a hint of irritation. Exclaiming with fervor, "You shameless scoundrel, still unrepentant, prepare to face my wrath." With that, she exerted force upon her longsword, thrusting it fiercely toward Long Haochen. Just as the blade was about to strike, a hand swiftly grasped Long Haochen, pulling him away and narrowly evading the deadly blow. This savior was none other than Xiao Liuji. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Liuji hastily interjected, "Sister from Wuyo Palace, please do not misunderstand. My friend merely mistook you for someone else. He is certainly not the scoundrel you think." Long Haochen vehemently shook his head, declaring, "No, I could never be mistaken. She is undoubtedly Heir, I am absolutely certain." His gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the silhouette of the woman in white, his eyes blazing with unwavering conviction. The beautiful woman, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of confusion, casting a wary glance at Long Haochen before refraining from immediate action. She addressed her superior, "Palace Master, this man knows your name. Could it be that he truly recognizes you? Did she truly go by the name Heir?" Long Haochen's heart surged with excitement, his anticipation reaching an exhilarating peak. Gradually, the woman in white turned to face him. The motion was slow and delicate, yet Long Haochen's heart raced with each passing moment, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes refusing to blink until they locked onto hers. In an instant, the exhilaration on Long Haochen's face vanished. The woman in white wore a veil, a gossamer barrier that obscured her features and shielded her thoughts, revealing only her eyes. Yet, what eyes they were! Cold as ice, tranquil as still water, they scrutinized Long Haochen intently, emanating a subtle air of doubt. This could not possibly be his gaze, a notion that took root in Long Haochen's mind. For Heir would never regard him with such detachment. A fierce sense of discontent swelled within him. The earlier conviction could not have misled him. Long Haochen implored, "Heir, please remove your veil." "How dare you? Our palace master's veil is not something you can simply demand to be removed." The beautiful woman rebuked, her longsword once again poised threateningly against Long Haochen's chest. "Palace master? The master of Wuyo Palace?" Long Haochen paid no heed to these titles. His brothers and friends had ascended to various new identities, some as the new hope of the Beast Clan, others as the holy sons of the Radiant Church, and still others as heirs to the bloodline of the colossal spirit. Ignoring the threat of the sword pressed against him, he steadfastly gazed at Heir, asserting, "I do not care whether you are the master of Wuyo Palace. I only wish to know if you are indeed my Heir." His words were resolute, his gaze unwavering, akin to a valiant beast in pursuit of its goal. The beautiful woman beheld Long Haochen, and for reasons unknown, her heart fluttered unexpectedly. As a disciple of Wuyo Palace, she harbored little affection for men, often believing them to be uniformly wicked. Yet, upon encountering Long Haochen, she felt a stirring of something different. The sword in her hand unconsciously lowered as she turned to look at Heir, Palace Master. This Heir met Long Haochen's gaze once more, their eyes locking in a moment of uncertainty that gradually faded into indifference. "You have mistaken the person," she replied, her voice as frigid as ever, devoid of emotion, casting him into an abyss of distance. The Heir would never speak to Long Haochen in such a tone, yet upon hearing that voice, Long Haochen bitterly shook his head, uncertain whether he was speaking to himself or addressing a few others. Impossible, impossible! The same name, the same silhouette, the same feeling, and the same eyes and voice. How could it not be you? Heir! Although the gaze was not quite right, those eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to Heir's. The tone of voice was indeed different, yet it was undoubtedly Heir's voice. Long Haochen stared intently at Heir, his eyes brimming with anticipation, almost roaring, Everything is the same. So if you don't remove the veil, how can I believe you when you say you are not Heir? Heir turned her head aside. However, at that moment, she felt an inexplicable emptiness within her heart, accompanied by a tinge of heartache. Tears, for reasons unknown, began to gather in her eyes, barely suppressed by her efforts. Although the memories of Long Haochen had been completely erased, her body still recognized him, and upon witnessing his sorrowful expression, tears flowed uncontrollably. Beside her stood a beautiful woman, who was deeply captivated by Long Haochen's gaze. She watched him and pondered. Long Haochen? What is his relationship with the palace master? Or has he mistaken her for someone else? Searching for his beloved, she had previously been Heir's junior sister and maintained a good relationship with her. After Heir became the palace master, she became Heir's personal maid. At this moment, she couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Long Haochen that he was tall and handsome, with an attractive air of determination about him, making him a striking and enduring figure. His cultivation reached the level of a divine king, not the pinnacle of genius, but certainly commendable. What captivated Shaoqing the most was his unwavering devotion. Those who ascended to divinity often became engrossed in their cultivation, increasingly indifferent to worldly matters and emotions. Such passionate individuals were becoming increasingly rare, akin to phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. This quality deeply attracted Shaoqing, prompting her to compare him with another person. Long Haochen stood taller than that individual, was more handsome, and though slightly inferior in cultivation, the difference was negligible. Yet, Long Haochen's fervent devotion made him appear far superior. After this comparison, Shaoqing's mood suddenly soured. Such a perfect woman as the palace master should at least find someone better than Long Haochen. She absolutely cannot marry that scoundrel. Just as Shaoqing thought this, she heard a voice she despised the most. Heir, Shaoqing, I've been looking for you both for ages. How could you be here? The mere sound of that voice caused Shaoqing to scoff lightly, her face contorted with disdain. Even Heir, who had previously shown only slight confusion, furrowed her beautiful brows, a hint of aversion flickering in her eyes, though it was difficult for others to notice. What manner of detestable person could provoke such a reaction from both Heir and Shaoqing? Long Haochen, filled with curiosity, turned to the source of the voice and beheld three individuals approaching. At the forefront was a youth with a delicate appearance, dressed in an ostentatiously extravagant manner, dressed in garments of vibrant hues, resplendent to the utmost degree, adorned with an array of countless jewels and treasures. One might liken him to a detestable nouveau riche. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discern the extraordinary nature of his embellishments. Long Haochen narrowed his eyes, a flicker of purple light shimmering within them, as he employed his discerning gaze to uncover that the attire, trousers, shoes, and various ornaments adorning the individual were all treasures of exceptional quality, evoking waves of astonishment within him. Long Haochen was already well acquainted with the name of the Bai Yue sect. Though it could not be regarded as a top-tier force among humanity, it was nonetheless one of the few esteemed sects, boasting a rich history and widespread recognition that, as the name suggests, the Bai Yue sect is characterized by its abundance of treasures. These treasures, typically employed as formidable aids in battle and cultivation, have become the primary focus of the sect's members, who wield an ever-increasing array of artifacts in combat, their power resounding like thunder. What? Even Long Haochen, with his calm disposition, could not suppress an exclamation at this revelation. He cast a glance at the effeminate young man, then stared blankly at Heir. Although he had not entirely confirmed her identity, such news rendered him incapable of remaining composed. The effeminate youth turned his gaze towards Long Haochen, observing his demeanor and expression with keen interest. His eyes gradually narrowed, revealing a hint of danger, as he inquired, "And who might this friend be?" Realizing his lapse in decorum, Long Haochen quickly reined in his emotions, his countenance slowly regaining its composure as he introduced himself. "I am Long Haochen." "Long Haochen?" The youth scoffed. "I have not heard that name before. You must be a nameless nobody." He smirked disdainfully. "Heir is mine. You have no chance whatsoever. Be cautious with your ambitions, lest you invite calamity. We are not of the same caliber." The youth's outright declaration that Heir belonged to him caused Long Haochen's fists to clench tightly, but on the side, Shaoqing could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "Zhang Bao, Do not overstep your bounds. When did our Heir become yours? The women of Wuyo Palace will not marry men like you. Zhang Bao, the effeminate youth, remained unperturbed by her outburst. He turned his attention to Heir, a wicked smile playing upon his lips as he remarked, "How could you deny the truth? This was agreed upon during the alliance between our Bai Bao sect and your Wuyo Palace, a promise made by your esteemed elders. I am free to wed any woman from Wuyo Palace. Do you wish to contest that?" As he spoke, his lascivious gaze unabashedly roamed over Shaoqing. Shaoqing, unfazed, scoffed lightly and retorted, "I certainly remember that. But you seem to have forgotten the words of the esteemed elder, that he merely granted you the opportunity to pursue a woman from Wuyo Palace, with a firm stipulation against coercion. Our Heir is no exception. But whether you can win her heart depends solely on your own abilities." Her tone dripped with disdain as she deemed someone of Zhang Bao's caliber unworthy of her admiration. Zhang Bao, undeterred, regarded Heir earnestly. "I am well aware of that. However, I come with a sincere heart, and I trust that Heir will undoubtedly sense my genuine intentions. The saying, where there is a will, there is a way, seems to encapsulate the situation quite aptly, does it not?" Upon hearing this, Shaoqing felt a wave of nausea wash over her, mentally cursing Zhang Bao 100 times. That scoundrel, can't he see? Master Heir harbors no affection for him. And the Grand Elder is vehemently opposed to this union. The only reason she acquiesced is due to his status as the young master of the Bai Bao sect, thus facilitating the use of its resources. A lecherous fiend, a depraved wolf, he gazes at everyone with those lascivious eyes, a pompous buffoon who only resorts to bullying others through his influence. Master Heir would never wed him in this lifetime. Yet, given Zhang Bao's esteemed position, Shaoqing refrained from vocalizing her disdain, instead casting him a fierce glare, her displeasure unmistakable. Throughout, Heir scarcely spared Zhang Bao a glance, stating, "Shaoqing, the auction is about to commence. Let us depart." Shaoqing nodded, shooting Zhang Bao one last scornful look before her gaze lingered on Long Haochen for a moment, then followed Heir out. Long Haochen watched Heir as retreating figure, yearning to call her back, but resisted the impulse. "Wuyo Palace Heir, are you truly my Heir? I must uncover the truth, without fail." Clenching his fists, he silently resolved to pursue clarity, when suddenly Zhang Bao's voice rang out behind him. "Kid, don't dismiss my words lightly. I don't care how you know Heir. If I see you before her again." Humph. Zhang Bao left his threat unfinished, yet its implications were unmistakable. Long Haochen glanced at him with indifference, contemplating. "Do you wish to intimidate me? If she truly is my Heir, and you genuinely intend to take her from me, I shall see who prevails." However, with Heir's identity still uncertain and her disdain for Zhang Bao apparent, Long Haochen opted to avoid conflict with him. Beside him, Xiao Lu urged, "Long Haochen, let us hurry inside. The auction waits for no one." Long Haochen nodded, and the two entered the auction venue. "Oh, this fellow actually has the privilege to attend the auction?" A hint of surprise flickered across Zhang Bao's face. He watched as Long Haochen turned to leave, effortlessly gaining entry to the auction hall without obstruction, a bemused expression forming on his face. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Zhang Bao murmured, "I truly underestimated this nameless rookie. He manages to enter the auction hall. No wonder he dares to vie for women with me." Behind him, a subordinate inquired, "Young master, should I investigate his background, or perhaps teach him a lesson directly?" Given his mid-tier divine king cultivation, dealing with him would be no challenge. Zhang Bao gently shook his head, narrowing his eyes as a calculating glint surfaced, analyzing. At such a young age, possessing this level of cultivation and gaining entry to the auction hall, yet I have never heard of his reputation. He must have some connections. However, he continued, his tone dripping with disdain, he possesses not a single worthy treasure and lacks any attendance. Though his cultivation is decent, it is not particularly high. Even if he has some background, it is hardly significant. Teach him a lesson? Why should I lower myself to deal with such a petty character? I shall defer for now. Zhang Baoman exuded confidence as he shook his head and strolled towards the auction house, muttering to himself as he walked. Even if I gain entry, people are categorized into various tiers. Some are privileged enough to take a seat, while others can only stand out of course. The most significant distinction lies in the fact that some can successfully bid on that coveted treasure. whereas others are utterly unable to afford it. Long Haochen, accompanied by Xiao Liuji, arrived at the entrance of the small space. Xiao Liuji merely exchanged a few words with the guarding sentinel, without even checking the invitation, allowed Long Haochen to enter. From the outside, the small space appeared to be merely dozens of in size, but upon entering, one would discover it to be an expansive area measuring a full 1,000 in circumference. Over the past month, the Yunzhong auction house had transformed this small space, erecting a high platform, laying down a plush red carpet, and arranging seats meticulously. Each seat was accompanied by a small table adorned with tea, pastries, fruits, and delicacies, alongside nameplates designating each position, all within a remarkably spacious environment. After all, the attendees were the high-ranking members of various clans. Even at an auction, hospitality could not afford to falter. Without needing to count, Long Haochen was aware that there were a total of 2,000 seats, as Xiao Liuji had mentioned this previously. Out of a total of 10,000 attendees, only a mere 2,000 had the privilege of seating. Aside from the elevated platform for the auction, these 2,000 seats occupied the majority of the auction house's space. Long Haochen's gaze drifted to the opposite side of the small space, which, though less than half the area, was designated to accommodate a staggering 8,000 standing individuals. Fortunately, the area was sufficiently vast. 8,000 people standing here would not feel cramped, yet the disparity was undeniably stark. Long Haochen, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, declared Xiao Liuji, having completed his task of escorting Long Haochen. Today was the day of the auction, and as a disciple of the God Emperor Daoju, he had numerous responsibilities to attend to. After bidding farewell to Long Haochen, he turned and departed. After parting ways, Long Haochen casually surveyed his surroundings. The 2,000 seats were nearly filled, with several still vacant. Those occupying the seats naturally exuded a sense of superiority. Having a place to sit was a symbol of status that, in contrast, those without seats, like Long Haochen, either wore expressions of indifference or gazed enviously at the prominent figures, while others scanned the nameplates with reluctance, ensuring their names did not appear among them. Young and lacking significant background or power, Long Haochen possessed the self-awareness not to seek his name among the listings. Instead, he merely took in the sights around him. He observed many individuals with unusual appearances, clearly not of the human race, yet he could not discern their exact origins. Before long, Long Haochen spotted Heir and her maid, Xiaoqing, standing quietly amidst the crowd, their presence strikingly noticeable. Just as he grappled with the decision of whether to approach them, an exceedingly discordant voice echoed from the entrance. "What did you say? I brought my invitation, and you dare tell me there is no seat for me, forcing me to stand during the auction? Out of 2,000 seats, not one is reserved for our Bai Bao sect?" The voice was all too familiar. It belonged to Zhang Bao, the young master of the Bai Bao sect, whom Long Haochen had just encountered. Long Haochen turned his gaze toward the sound and beheld Zhang Bao, whose countenance was grim as he shouted in frustration. The staff member from the auction house stood before him, wearing a pained smile, and began to explain. "Dear guest, please calm your anger. The seating arrangement is indeed as written on the list, and there is nothing I can do. Truly, there is nothing to be done." Zhang Bao was acutely aware of his own standing and the power behind him. On a typical day, if only high-ranking members of the human race were convened for the auction, he would undoubtedly have a place at the table, especially since the Bai Bao sect boasted a peak late-stage divine emperor, who was on the verge of ascending to the status of divine sovereign. However, today, the attendees were the elite from the 100 clans. Those qualified to sit represented at least the level of divine sovereign, while those seated in the front rows even embodied the legendary status beyond that. Zhang Bao was self-aware. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not contend for a position. Yet, as his gaze drifted to the nearby Heir and then to Long Haochen, a faint smile graced his lips. "My dear fellow, let us step aside for a moment to converse." He pulled the staff member to one side, raised his hand, and discreetly slipped an item into the other's palm. "You see, while 2,000 seats have been arranged, not all the high-ranking individuals have arrived, leaving several vacant spots." The staff member examined the object in his hand, and a glimmer of interest flashed in his eyes. However, upon glancing at the seats, he hesitated. Noticing this, Zhang Bao remained unperturbed. He raised his hand, producing a vividly colorful bead, and looked at the staff member, the implication clear. Upon seeing the bead, the staff member's expression shifted slightly. He grasped it tightly and cautiously surveyed the surroundings to ensure no one was watching before whispering. There are indeed numerous vacant spots, but I can only arrange for you to sit in the last row. The more prominent figures occupy the front seats. Only the last row remains inconspicuous. Zhang Bao's demeanor soured slightly. The two treasures he had offered were of considerable value, especially the second bead, which was a unique, secret concoction of the Bai Bao sect, rarely seen outside their circle. To be relegated to the last row in exchange for such treasures? The staff member, noticing Zhang Bao's displeasure, retorted, "Only the last row is available. If you do not wish to take it, then so be it." Zhang Bao gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, the last row it is. But I require 2 seats." The staff member, feeling the weight of the item in his hand, nodded vigorously. "Very well. It's a deal. The 2 seats at the far left of the last row are unoccupied and will be yours." With the agreement reached, both parties were satisfied. The staff member went to remove the nameplates from the back row, while Zhang Bao, wearing a smile, approached Kadakur. "There are seats over here. Let us go and sit." Heir, unaware of Zhang Bao's earlier dealings, looked puzzled and asked, "But there are no seats for us here. Where shall we sit?" Zhang Bao, with an air of mystery, replied, "Do you not know who I, Zhang Bao, am? If I say there are seats, then there are seats. They simply forgot to write them down." As he spoke, the staff member had already removed the nameplates, stating, "Those seats over there are yours. I apologize for the oversight. We were unprepared and did not have the nameplates ready." Having received the benefits from Zhang Bao, the staff member naturally could not afford to be negligent. The necessary formalities still required attention. Since there was a seat available, Heir had no reason not to take it. Although she harbored a dislike for Zhang Bao, the elders of her sect had instructed her that the current development of Wuyo Palace necessitated the assistance of Bai Bao sect, and thus she could not afford to fall out with Zhang Bao. With this thought in mind, she nodded silently. Zhang Bao smiled and nodded in return, yet his overly delicate features and the hint of mischief in his smile only deepened his aversion, prompting her to quickly turn her head aside, while Shaoqing looked at him with evident disdain. Zhang Bao, however, remained unfazed, chuckling softly before turning his gaze to Long Haochen, exchanging a glance that revealed a sneer in his eyes. Long Haochen maintained a calm demeanor, dismissing the encounter, but he was suddenly met with Zhang Bao's soul transmission. "Kid, did you see that? We have the right to sit here, but you do not. This is the difference in status and rank." Long Haochen chose not to respond, for he believed this matter had nothing to do with identity or status. He lifted his gaze to Heir, wishing only to ascertain whether this Heir was indeed the one he knew. At that moment, he noticed Xiao Liuzi hurrying towards him, exclaiming, "Long Haochen, why are you still here? The auction is about to begin. Hurry and take your seat." The mere mention of "take your seat" drew the attention of everyone present, for those with the privilege to sit were undoubtedly significant figures, attracting considerable interest. Long Haochen felt puzzled. "Is there a seat for me? Was that even a question?" Xiao Liuzi pointed towards the front row, and, as Long Haochen followed the direction, he was astonished to see an empty seat in the first row, with a nameplate boldly inscribed with Long Haochen. Beside it, Reina waved at him with a smile. Long Haochen had never considered that he would have a seat, let alone one in the front row, thus he had been oblivious until now. The sudden revelation of his assigned front row seat left him momentarily bewildered. Surely, even ordinary deities would not have the privilege to sit in the front row with the leaders of the various clans in attendance. Occupying a front row seat symbolized not only absolute strength but also status and background. Yet here was Long Haochen, merely a god king, who believed he lacked even the qualification to take a seat, much less in the front row. Seeing Long Haochen lost in thought, Xiao Liuzi urged him, "Quickly take your seat. The auction is starting." Long Haochen nodded. Since a seat had been arranged, he decided to set aside his confusion for the moment. Thus, amidst the gazes of the crowd, he made his way to the front row and settled into his designated seat. Reina chuckled softly and remarked, "No, but things are getting increasingly interesting, and my true self has already gone to investigate." Leaving this avatar with some leisure, what exactly was Reina investigating? Long Haochen was certain it was a matter of great significance, something beyond his imagination, yet he wisely refrained from inquiring further. nodding in acknowledgement before falling silent. The moment he occupied his seat, nearly everyone at the auction turned their attention towards him. Several divine senses swept over him, and when they discovered that Long Haochen was merely at the God-King level, astonishment rippled through the crowd, leading to hushed whispers and speculations about his identity, even causing the prominent figure seated nearby to cast him a few extra glances. Once again, Long Haochen and Rainer were engaged in cheerful conversation, leaving those around them astonished. It was one thing for an ordinary person to be unaware of Rainer's identity, but it was truly remarkable that Long Haochen could converse so easily with such esteemed figures. Indeed, he was no ordinary individual. Those who were aware of Rainer's true status were even more taken aback. How many could boast of such camaraderie? In that moment, Long Haochen's identity became a topic of contemplation for all present. In the last row, standing beside Heir, Shaoqing observed Long Haochen's retreating figure, her enchanting eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Turning to glance at the sect leader, Heir, she noticed that Heir was also fixated on Long Haochen, prompting her to exclaim, "I never anticipated that Long Haochen would be so extraordinary. I initially thought him merely an ordinary person. Yet here he is, seated in the front row." Nearby, Zhang Bao, upon seeing Long Haochen occupying a front row seat, felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had just been slapped. One sat in the front row, while the other lingered at the back. Their statuses were worlds apart. Ironically, the individual in the last row had just boasted about his position to the others. However, a glance at Heir revealed her unwavering attention on Long Haochen, igniting a sense of indignation within Zhang Bao. He turned his gaze back to Long Haochen, his eyes now tinged with resentment. The venue had fallen into a profound silence. A myriad of eyes, 10,000 pairs, along with countless gazes from outside the auction house, converged upon this moment. They were all curious as to why the leaders of the 100 clans had been summoned for what was merely a piece of information. What could this revelation possibly entail? As the God Emperor Dao Ju gradually acclimated to the atmosphere, his steady gaze swept over the crowd before he spoke. This auction will feature only a single piece of information. As previously communicated to all of you, and no sooner had Dao Ju's words resonated than an incongruous voice rang out from the audience. "Humph! You gather us all for a mere piece of information? You must provide us with a satisfactory explanation. If this information does not meet our expectations, do not blame me for dismantling your auction house." The tone was laced with an unmistakable hostility, emanating an extraordinary aura, unmistakably belonging to an individual of a fiery temperament. The very fact that such words were uttered before the auction had even commenced suggested ill intentions. The crowd turned their heads, following the voice to reveal an elderly figure with hair and beard as white as snow, his complexion strikingly pallid. It was evident he was not of the human race, yet it was difficult to discern his exact lineage. Moreover, his presence in the front row radiated a terrifying energy, indicating he was no ordinary deity, but a being far surpassing the status of a divine sovereign. Before such an individual, the God Emperor Dao Ju was merely a modest deity. Faced with the elder's rudeness, he dared not express anger and could only respond with a forced smile, saying, "Rest assured, esteemed elder, we would not dare to summon you all for trivial matters. We will certainly meet your expectations." Dao Ju's repeated use of esteemed elder was an attempt to placate the elder, yet the old man remained unappreciative, sneering, "Whether or not we are satisfied is not for you to determine. Your human race is known for its flamboyance and unreliability. Such matters are not to be taken lightly." Before the assembly of the 100 clans, the elder showed no regard for Dao Ju, nor for the human race, unceremoniously condemning both the Yunsuan auction house and humanity, and on the stage and in the audience. The expressions of the human race turned grim, while individuals from other races stifled their laughter, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. The renowned Dao Ju Shindi found himself at a loss for words, his complexion fluctuating between red and pale, utterly uncertain of how to respond to that moment. It was the enigmatic Lena who broke the silence. Speaking in a low, haunting tone, "Old Wu Chang, whether our human race is ostentatious or trustworthy is not for you to decide. The truth of the matter will be revealed once the news is made public. What we should fear is that you, old ghost, might not have the funds to afford this information. The person referred to as Old Wu Chang by Lena visibly shifted in demeanor, his gaze toward Lena betraying a hint of trepidation. Lena let out a cold snort and addressed Dao Ju. Dao Ju, pay him no mind. Continue with your auction. Simultaneously, he communicated telepathically with Long Haochen, stating, "This old fellow is the ancestor of the White Transformation clan, known as Bai Chong, that he is treacherous and cunning, relishing in underhanded tactics, lacking the grace of a true powerhouse. Behind his back, others refer to him as the Wu Chang scoundrel. Exercise caution upon hearing the name of the White Transformation clan." Long Haochen's expression shifted. It was common knowledge that the White Transformation clan and the human race have historically been at odds. While outright conflict was rare, mutual slander and sabotage were certainly prevalent. The specifics of Bai Chang's formidable cultivation remained uncertain, yet his moniker spoke volumes about his character. Dao Ju's initial words instantly captivated the attention of all present as he continued. As for the unrest, I believe everyone is aware of the reasons, so I shall not elaborate further. This news is directly related to that group of individuals and their forthcoming plans. What? Is it concerning the Dark Court? The turmoil in the Starry Sky Divine Realm had indeed escalated recently, with the Dark Court seemingly poised for action. None could ascertain their next moves. Had your esteemed auction house infiltrated the Dark Court to gain such insights? The significance of this information was apparent, explaining why all the leaders of the 100 clans have been summoned. The audience reacted fervently, eager and restless, clearly intrigued by this revelation. Observing this response, Dao Ju finally revealed a smile, casting a grateful glance at Lena, while secretly appraising Bai Chong, whose expression had grown increasingly grim. This brought him a sense of satisfaction, as he proclaimed, "You are all too kind. While we certainly cannot penetrate the inner workings of the Dark Court, we recently apprehended a high-ranking member of theirs, from whom we forcibly extracted some intelligence regarding their upcoming grand scheme." No sooner had he finished speaking than Bai Chong interjected, his voice icy. "It is the duty of the 100 clans to unite against the Dark Court. If you have acquired knowledge of their next steps, it is your obligation to make this information public, allowing everyone to prepare in advance. Yet, you choose to auction it off. Are you seeking to profit from the turmoil?" His words struck at the heart of the matter, clearly aimed at undermining Dao Ju. Dao Ju turned to Lena, casting a pleading glance for assistance. Their statuses were not on the same level. To his surprise, Lena paid him little heed, instead turning to Long Haochen with a smile, inquiring, "What do you think, Long Haochen?" Long Haochen did not hesitate, rising immediately to say, "What Senior Bai stated is indeed reasonable. In the face of a formidable adversary, we must unite as one." The last speaker, a high-ranking individual seated in the front row, expressed this sentiment, seemingly influenced by the presence of Rainer at that moment. Several others stepped forward to support the Yunzhong auction house, even going so far as to criticize Bai Chong. Bai Chong merely snorted softly, his expression calm and composed, disdainful of engaging in conversation with them. Long Haochen understood that this was a struggle among the higher echelons. Such matters were beyond his purview at this juncture. He wisely chose to remain silent, refraining from speaking as the discussion progressed. Many nodded in agreement, each internally acknowledging the significance of the information being presented. However, another individual interjected, "I would like to inquire, with such a momentous piece of news, should we invest a substantial sum? What if the information proves unreliable or false? Would that not place us in a dire situation?" Dao Ju, the Divine Emperor, smiled, unperturbed by the question, which was merely a reflection of human nature. "Rest assured, I can vouch for the credibility of this news with both the reputation of our Yunzhong auction house and my own life. The source is absolutely reliable, and all present are witnesses." With this assurance, the crowd began to eagerly prepare for bidding. Dao Ju, feeling a sense of relief, declared loudly, "The auction now officially commences. There are no restrictions on the starting bid or the increments. Everyone, please begin to place your bids. I bid 100 million. Just as Dao Ju's words fell, a voice from the back rang out, belonging to Zhang Bao, having auctioned a drop of golden jade essence. Long Haochen still possessed over 400 million gold coins. He certainly was not intimidated by his opponent. As Long Haochen's voice faded, Zhang Bao continued with his bids. 150 million, 180 million, 200 million. The two men were in fierce contention, each promptly countering the other's bid. And in the blink of an eye, the price escalated from 100 million to 200 million. Others remained silent, not due to an inability to bid, but rather a light laughter echoed through the auction hall, a subtle amusement gracing many faces. How childish! Is this truly worth a bid of 100 million? Are they jesting? Ah, never mind. I cannot bring myself to bid in the billions just yet. I shall wait until they have driven the price higher before I make my move. Indeed, let them squabble here. Watching the two news titans clash in their bidding is rather entertaining that we, too, engaged in such antics in our youth. Several old friends had gathered, reminiscing about the years gone by, busy as they had been. While the two bidders were engrossed in their fierce competition, the influential figures were equally engaged in lively conversation. The auction had transformed into a spectacle dominated by just two participants. I bid 400 million. Long Haochen spoke calmly, his demeanor unchanged. Yet this 400 million was all his fortune. Should his opponent continue to raise the stakes, he would find himself devoid of funds. 450 million. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Bao spoke again. Unable to contain his restlessness, he truly did not expect that Long Haochen would audaciously bid such a high price. How much wealth could this young man possibly possess? Yet, Zhang Bao was unwilling to concede defeat. Although the 400 million price took him by surprise, he was far from ready to surrender at such an amount. With a single drop of golden jade essence, Long Haochen had acquired nearly 400 million, subsequently spending 100 million at the auction on various items. Even if Long Haochen arrived with a considerable sum, after bidding 100 million, he likely had very little left. Dao Ju was not difficult to deduce this fact. Continue bidding. I shall grant you a limit of 1 billion, but you must repay me later. Dao Ju suddenly communicated telepathically. Long Haochen stared at Dao Ju, momentarily incredulous, his ears barely processing the words. Dao Ju maintained an expression of composure and conveyed, though I am unaware of the grievances you harbor against that lad from Bai Yue sect. You are nonetheless a valued guest of our auction house, and I have yet to express my gratitude for your assistance earlier. Enough with the pleasantries. Hurry and place your bid. Long Haochen's face displayed gratitude as he nodded earnestly. A limit of 1 billion. What an immense fortune that represented. Piled together, it could form a mountain several hundred zhang high, and if cast into a body of water, it might well fill a lake. With 1 billion divine crystals, one could even establish a formidable force, recruiting numerous experts to serve. However, both Long Haochen and Dao Ju were acutely aware that this 1 billion divine crystals were entirely unnecessary for Long Haochen. The influential figures had yet to make their moves. They represented colossal powers, even the might of entire races, and if they chose to intervene, they could easily summon amounts in the tens or hundreds of billions, if they wished. They could produce even 1,000 billion without hesitation. Yet, Long Haochen could not swallow his pride. Regarding Heir, he absolutely could not show weakness, nor could he concede defeat. Whether or not he could secure the item was secondary. Long Haochen could accept defeat to others, but he could never yield to Zhang Bao. 500 million. With newfound confidence from Dao Ju's support, Long Haochen boldly declared a bid of 500 million, a price substantial enough to secure a drop of golden jade essence. At this elevated bid, the prominent figures were taken aback, engaging in hushed discussions. This young lad is indeed extraordinary. He possesses such wealth in his hands. Could it be that he truly represents a powerful family in this auction? Likely so. Who else could casually produce 500 million without backing? Entrusting such a significant matter to two youngsters. These factions certainly do not regard this information with the seriousness it deserves. That Zhang Bao hails from Bai Yue sect, a small sect with naive members and ample resources. Allowing their youth to squander money does not undermine their profit-making talents. But who is this Long Haochen? Which family does he belong to? For a moment, silence enveloped the group, as the name of Long Haochen was unfamiliar to these influential figures, akin to a stranger emerging from stone. No one knew his origins. Well, if we do not know, we do not know. He is merely a child. 500 million. These two youngsters have nearly reached their limits. Perhaps it is time for us, the old guard, to make our move? They chuckled among themselves, amusement dancing in their eyes. The bidding war between the two young men was merely an appetizer. The true auction would only commence when these high-ranking individuals made their moves. 500 million. The price had now escalated to 500 million. Zhang Bao gazed at the figure of Long Haochen ahead, his teeth clenched in frustration. Although Zhang Bao could continue to raise his bid. Witnessing Long Haochen's composed demeanor, he was convinced that Long Haochen had the resolve to see this through to the end. No, I cannot allow myself to be outdone by this brat. It seems I have no choice but to resort to that. As this thought crossed his mind, a sinister smile crept across Zhang Bao's face. Suddenly, he stood up and addressed Long Haochen, saying, Long Haochen, it appears I have underestimated you. Continuing to bid with divine crystals is not a viable strategy. Dare you to compete with me using something else? Not a viable strategy. Long Haochen scoffed inwardly. You must be running out of money. Before Long Haochen could utter a word, Zhang Bao continued. I offer a drop of golden jade divine elixir. The room fell silent. As he spoke, Zhang Bao produced a small jade vial from a storage ring and placed it before him. He surveyed the astonished faces of the crowd, and upon noticing Long Haochen finally turning to stare at him in disbelief, his sense of triumph swelled, and he proclaimed, Surely everyone is familiar with the golden jade divine elixir. Though some may not be aware, allow me to provide a brief introduction. The golden jade divine elixir is a healing potion of divine emperor grade. Truly a priceless treasure. I heard that a month ago, a single drop was auctioned at Yunzhong auction house for 500 million. Given the rarity of the golden jade divine elixir, acquiring it for that price would undoubtedly require great fortune. The auction hall once again fell into a hushed silence, filled with incredulity. The divine emperor Dao Zhu had anticipated this moment, thinking to himself that this kid indeed possessed golden jade divine elixir. Acknowledging this, Dao Zhu cast a glance at Lena, feeling no inclination to challenge Long Haochen, not even a fleeting thought. If he has it, so be it. The golden jade divine elixir is not something I could easily obtain. Since Long Haochen possesses it, and it appears he has more than just 2 drops, it would be wise to maintain a good rapport with him. Though Long Haochen did not look at Zhang Bao, he could well imagine the expression on the latter's face, one of utter disbelief, akin to seeing a ghost, and surely as repulsive as having swallowed a fly. Zhang Bao had indeed not anticipated that Long Haochen would possess such a treasure as the golden jade divine elixir, let alone produce 2 drops at once. He had not foreseen that the high-ranking old monsters would also be blindsided, never considering that the auction would take such a turn, using the golden jade divine elixir as a bidding item. For any race, beings above the divine sovereign level are rare, found only among the most powerful factions. The divine sovereign represents the pinnacle of strength across various races, their existence a formidable deterrent. The divine emperors, while not weak, are the core strength of a race, with the potential to ascend to divine sovereign at any time. Thus, the golden jade divine elixir, as a healing potion of divine emperor grade, represents another life of the same caliber. It is naturally regarded as a strategic resource, tightly controlled by the higher echelons of various races, which is one of the reasons for its immense rarity and value. These 2 mischievous children have audaciously decided to auction off the precious golden jade nectar. What could they possibly be up to? A high-ranking individual exhibited a slight frown, for even though he possessed but a few precious drops of this elixir, each drop represented the life of a formidable deity within his clan, and parting with even a single drop would cause him great anguish. Auction items using golden jade nectar was more distressing than a death sentence. The thoughts of the others mirrored his sentiments. What should we do? Should we bid using the golden jade nectar or use divine crystals? One person ventured to inquire. Another responded, since both children have placed their bids with golden jade nectar. If we were to switch to divine crystals, we would surely become the laughingstock. Thus, they resolved to use the golden jade nectar. Reluctantly, for the sake of preserving the dignity of the strong, they had no choice but to comply. 2 drops of golden jade nectar. What a lavish display from Long Haochen. However, the maximum they could offer had already been reached, and now it was their turn to bid. Several high-ranking individuals nodded in agreement, though their expressions had grown markedly more somber. The fact that the auction was conducted with golden jade nectar rather than divine crystals required their earnest contemplation. Zhang Bao indeed found himself unable to continue bidding. A single drop of golden jade nectar was his most treasured possession, a life-saving item more precious than any other. He had initially believed this would dissuade Long Haochen, yet was taken aback when Long Haochen bid 2 drops. He even questioned whether Long Haochen could truly produce 2 drops. I bid 3 drops of golden jade nectar, declared a high-ranking individual from the front row, finally diverting attention. Apart from Long Haochen and Zhang Bao, he was the first to place a bid. With the first bid placed, a second soon followed. I bid 4 drops, 0.5 drops, 0.6 drops, 0.10 drops. Each participant was only willing to increase their bids by a single drop of golden jade nectar. None dared to raise their bids more significantly. Each drop represented the life of a deity-level powerhouse, and no one was willing to risk more. Not only did Zhang Bao withdraw from the bidding, but even Long Haochen stepped back. Competing against these high-ranking individuals in terms of wealth was not within Long Haochen's intentions. Furthermore, while he understood the immense value of golden jade nectar, he was unaware of just how extraordinarily rare it truly was. Suddenly, Reina transmitted a thought. Long Haochen, why have you ceased bidding? Long Haochen turned to see Reina smiling at him. Devoid of deceit, he replied, "These influential figures are vying for information. It is hardly my place to intervene. Setting aside whether I could compete or not, even if I were to win, what could I possibly do with it?" Long Haochen's expression shifted slightly. This was indeed a point he had not considered. Previously, he assumed that such vital information would be of little use to him, rather a hot potato. His intention to bid had solely been to assert himself against Zhang Bao. However, if this information was as significant as it appeared, perhaps he should reconsider. Sensing his intrigue, Reina seized the moment. "Though our acquaintance is brief, I can discern that you are someone who reveres strength and yearns to enhance your own power. If that is the case, why not give it a try? Regardless of whether this opportunity can be seized, it is always prudent to attempt rather than let it slip away." The words of Reina were undeniably enticing. However, upon hearing this, Long Haochen felt a surge of caution within, pondering the underlying question. Why would Reina assist me, a mere acquaintance with whom he shares no profound connection? Realizing the implications, Long Haochen asked, "What are your terms?" Reina responded, "Quite simple. You will succeed me as the dragon of the human race, but of course, not at this moment, for you are still far too weak. I can afford to wait for your growth." Long Haochen furrowed his brow. The dragon of the human race? What does that entail? The title sounded formidable, and from Reina's words, Long Haochen deduced that he was indeed the current dragon of the human race. He couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Is this what it means to be the dragon of the human race, spending his time in the mortal realm? Long Haochen's ignorance of the dragon of the human race was not unexpected to Reina, who patiently elucidated, "It is only natural that you are unaware, as this is not a realm you can currently access. The dragon of the human race represents both a status and a responsibility. First and foremost, you must possess sufficient strength, which you currently lack, but I am willing to wait. Secondly, and perhaps most crucially, are qualities of character and disposition. Over the years, I have encountered numerous young prodigies, many of whom surpass you in talent. However, among them, only you possess the qualities that I find satisfactory, and thus, I do not wish to let you go." Reina smiled gently at Long Haochen, further solidifying the latter's belief that Reina had indeed investigated his background. Speaking of status, once you grow powerful, others will naturally respect and fear you. But should you ascend to the role of the dragon of the human race, your stature will rise even higher. For you will stand backed by the entirety of humanity, one of the most formidable races in our cosmic domain. The respect and resources you will garner are beyond imagination, and your role could shape the fate of humanity, possibly even influencing the future of the entire cosmic realm. One must remember, however, that nothing comes without a price. There are no free lunches in this world. Given such privileges, what responsibilities must the dragon of the human race bear? Long Haochen fixed his gaze on Reina, his expression grave as he inquired, "After strengthening my abilities, what must I do? Surely, I won't merely play games in the mortal realm as you do." Reina's smile gradually faded, his eyes growing resolute. "The dragon is the eternal totem of humanity, revered by countless millions, safeguarding our race's prosperity and ensuring favorable conditions. The dragon of the human race embodies this as well. Your duty is to protect humanity, especially in perilous times such as these." Long Haochen nodded. The succinct explanation had illuminated the essence of being the dragon of the human race. Reflecting on Reina's recent busyness, he understood that while Reina could afford leisure during tranquil times, the burden of danger was one that outsiders could hardly comprehend. After finishing his words, Reina gave Long Haochen's shoulder a firm pat. For now, I shall bear the weight, but when the day comes that I can no longer do so, will you be willing to take my place? Long Haochen was deep in thought, while Reina refrained from pressing him. He glanced up at the auction, observing the elderly bidders who were proceeding with deliberation, indicating that no conclusion would be reached anytime soon. There was ample time for Long Haochen to make his decision. At this moment, all I desire is to safeguard my companions, yet I find myself lacking the ability to do so. Long Haochen communicated telepathically, and Reina remained silently attentive, awaiting Long Haochen's stance. Even if I were to gain strength in the future, my sole ambition would be to protect my friends and the entirety of the human race. In my youth, I may have harbored such aspirations, but those thoughts have since faded. This sentiment appeared to convey a refusal. However, Reina's expression remained unchanged as he patiently awaited Long Haochen's next words. Yet, in a world where the nest is overturned, how can one expect the eggs to remain unscathed? The Dark Court brings calamity to the world, and my companions and I would undoubtedly be swept up in its turmoil. Self-preservation is utterly impossible. To protect my allies, I must engage in a relentless struggle against the Dark Court. Even if I do not become a dragon of the human race, I shall exhaust all my efforts to combat the Dark Court. Although he is not yet a dragon of the human race, and whether he will become one in the future remains uncertain, Long Haochen has already felt the essence that belongs to the dragon of the human race, sensing that surge of power. At this moment, he felt himself embodying the dragon of humanity. 25 drops. The price for the news has surged to 25 drops, with Bai Chong being the one to place the bid. 25 drops of golden jade essence, regardless of the wealth that could be garnered from selling it. The mere existence of these treasures could attract numerous skilled individuals willing to serve. Items deemed as vital as life itself by those of the divine emperor level, whose value has transcended the measure of divine crystals. In an instant, all the high-ranking figures ceased their bidding. It was not that they could not afford it, but rather they were deliberating whether this information warranted an increase in their bids. Selling 5 drops of golden jade essence at once to 10 individuals could easily double the investment. Of course, it was Bai Chong who first received the news, maintaining firm control over the initiative by all accounts. It was a surefire profitable venture. As he surveyed the crowd, Bai Chang's gaze suddenly landed on Reina. From the outset, Reina had refrained from making any bids, leaving Bai Chong curious about his intentions. The smile on Bai Chang's face gradually faded, as this old rival had always been a source of considerable vexation for him, causing his expression to fluctuate between light and shadow. Suddenly, Bai Chong let out a cold snort, seizing the opportunity amidst the silence to address Reina loudly. Reina, why do you not place a bid? Could it be that the higher-ups of your human race are already aware of this news and have set a trap to swindle golden jade essence from us? Bai Chong intended to extract information from Reina, knowing that he was not the only silent bidder present. However, his words struck a nerve, prompting the high-ranking figures to turn their attention toward Reina. Awaiting an explanation, Reina scoffed dismissively, retorting, "Why should I be the one to answer such inquiries? Why not ask that young one instead?" As he spoke, Reina gestured toward Dao Ju, the divine emperor. In the presence of these formidable figures, was merely a junior. All eyes shifted to Dao Ju, who remained unperturbed and replied effortlessly, "Rest assured, everyone, the jade slip containing the news has been sealed since it was received. No one has laid eyes upon it. The esteemed individual who provided the information assured us that, apart from Ting, he is the sole bearer of this news, and he guarantees that it will not be passed on to others. His credibility is impeccable, and our auction house holds him in high regard. If you all trust Yunzhong Auction House as well, then feel free to bid. Should any issues arise, we will take full responsibility." The words of Dao Ju Shandi carry a deeper meaning. If you believe in Yunzhong Auction House, then proceed with your bids. If not, as in the case of Bai Chong, you are welcome to abstain from purchase. The senior members nodded in agreement, stating, Yunzhong Auction House is a time-honored establishment, renowned for its integrity, and is indeed trustworthy. Indeed, although this is merely a branch, Dao Ju's apprentice would surely not dare to deceive us. Upon hearing this, Bai Chang's expression darkened, and though he struggled to contain his frustration before the crowd, he glared at Lena with resentment. Meanwhile, Lena appeared unfazed, seated comfortably, inwardly scoffing. Someone informed me. If someone could disclose such information, would I have to toil to investigate? Confirming the uniqueness of the news, the senior members suddenly seemed invigorated, initiating a new round of bidding, which swiftly escalated to 33 drops of golden jade nectar. At that moment, Long Haochen finally resolved to speak up, declaring 40 drops of golden jade nectar. The room erupted in astonishment. All eyes turned to Long Haochen, their faces a tableau of shock. Even Lena looked at him, his expression a mixture of astonishment and pain. Long Haochen had acquired an abundance of golden jade nectar, and its rarity inevitably diminished in his mind. He could not fathom why the powerful would bid drop by drop. Nor did he comprehend the true value of this information. As the bids continued to trickle in, uncertain of how long it would persist, Long Haochen's emotions surged, prompting him to call out a price of 40 drops. Sensing the abrupt shift in atmosphere, he glanced around in confusion, ultimately locking eyes with Lena. I could see that moment. Lena's mouth twitched, his face contorted in discomfort, clearly displaying a pained expression. What was the matter? Was it just a few drops of golden jade nectar? After all, they were the elite of the 100 clans, their fortune substantial. Why such a reaction? He discreetly transmitted a message to Lena, inquiring, "What's wrong? Did I bid too high?" Too high? That seemed unlikely. Whether 40 drops could secure the golden jade nectar remained uncertain. However, the sudden leap in the bid felt akin to casting aside the lives of countless divine emperors, and how could the strong not feel the sting? Golden jade nectar, often regarded as the lifeblood of the races, was indeed precious. Adhering to the principle that ignorance is no excuse, Lena refrained from directing his ire at Long Haochen, forcing a smile as he explained, "Young one, golden jade nectar is exceedingly difficult to come by, and it is incredibly valuable. Spend wisely." Yet his smile was more akin to a grimace, betraying none of the demeanor of a legendary powerhouse, despite having boasted to Long Haochen that he would cover the costs. Upon hearing the actual bid, he looked as though he were a miserly curmudgeon. Could it be that golden jade nectar was truly this precious? Long Haochen, partially enlightened by this exchange, was still puzzled as to why beings surpassing the divine sovereign would place such importance on this divine emperor-grade healing elixir. "I bid 41 drops," a voice, heavy with a subtle pain, echoed in the air. 42 drops, another exclaimed. Bai Chong yearned to counter the bid, yet found his lips weighed down, while internally reassuring himself, "It's all right. There are still profits to be made." The sudden surge in price, coupled with the influx of so many precious Xingyu Hulu, struck a chord of anguish within him. After years of diligent accumulation, as the foremost among the Bai Yue clan, he possessed but a scant 100 drops of Xingyu Hulu. This represented the entirety of their clan's millennia of wealth. Although the Bai Yue clan could not rival the human race, they were nonetheless one of the few prominent clans. However, a mere 100 drops of Xingyu Hulu underscored the rarity of this treasure. His gaze shifted to the silhouette of Long Haochen, his expression darkening once more, now laced with a fierce intensity. 40 drops of Xingyu Hulu. What an extravagant display! To casually mention such a figure, I had indeed underestimated this young man, as well as the reserves of the human race. Lina, you old rascal, is it you who's raising the stakes from behind? After all these years as rivals, do you really think such tricks can elude me? At this thought, Bai Chang's eyes narrowed, a faint smile curving his lips. Since you've delivered this plump lamb right to my doorstep, I shall not hesitate to accept it, to consider myself above engaging with the younger generation. I am not that kind of person. Suppressing the human race, gathering intelligence, and reaping substantial rewards, a deal that offers multiple benefits shall not slip through my fingers. Heh, I am Bai Chong, the Wuchang little man. With his plan set, Bai Chong abruptly composed himself. Abandoning any intent to intervene, he closed his eyes, settling quietly in his seat, awaiting the conclusion of the auction. The ensuing moments, inevitably dull, saw Long Haochen, with Lai Na's assistance, bid without a hint of remorse. Following Lai Na's guidance, each increment was merely 1 drop of Xingyu Hulu, without any hesitation, swiftly surpassing all contenders, until the final price rested at 51 drops. And no one dared to speak further. 50 drops. Most races would struggle to amass such a quantity even when pooling their entire clan's resources. For the formidable Bai Yue clan, it represented half of their reserves. This exorbitant price had exceeded even the most optimistic expectations of the knife absolute divine emperor, who could no longer conceal the delight blooming on his face. With such a remarkable bid, he had ceased to hope for an even higher price. Noticing Lai Na's growing displeasure and the subtle shaking of heads among the upper echelons present, an indication that they were not inclined to continue bidding, he promptly brought the gavel down to finalize the sale. A beautiful woman approached Long Haochen respectfully, bearing a tray upon which rested a small jade slip. Countless gazes converged upon it. To have auctioned off 50 drops of Xingyu tea, Hulu merely to obtain this seemingly insignificant jade slip? To the onlookers, that small slip had transformed into a treasure more precious than the Xingyu tea, Hulu itself, their eyes glimmering with greed, yearning to seize it. Yet, those of high status among the 100 races would never stoop to such a disgraceful act, and the lesser figures lacked the courage to act before such titans, leaving them to merely covet as they watched Long Haochen grasp the jade slip, powerless to do anything but gaze longingly. Upon witnessing this, the pained expression on Lena's face finally subsided, replaced by a smile as he addressed Long Haochen. Long Haochen, do not remain in a daze any longer. Hasten to examine the information contained within. Long Haochen nodded and placed the jade slip against his forehead, gently making contact. The contents of the jade slip did not require visual observation. One could acquire all the information simply by scanning with their spiritual sense. A remarkably convenient method. However, this particular jade slip was evidently unlike the ordinary ones. The instant it touched his forehead, Long Haochen felt a sudden emptiness in his hand, as the jade slip completely vanished, transforming into a surge of power that permeated his being. In that fleeting moment, Long Haochen sensed the emergence of new knowledge within his mind, soon followed by an overwhelming influx of information that caused a dull, throbbing pain in his head, escalating to a near torturous intensity, though thankfully not unbearable. After a considerable duration, the pain gradually subsided, revealing a multitude of information within Long Haochen's consciousness. The vast content was akin to an ocean, or perhaps a tranquil lake. It took him a significant amount of time to distill the primary messages. The information commenced with an introduction to the Dark Court. They were a race of extraterrestrial demons who traverse time and space, arriving in the starry divine domain millions or even billions of years ago, subsequently establishing their residence there. Although there were minor discrepancies, Long Haochen was mostly familiar with these details. This documentation, however, was evidently more comprehensive and reliable. During the era of the starry divine domain, there existed thousands of races with a substantial population, while the extraterrestrial demons numbered only a handful, remaining largely unnoticed by the majority, easily securing a foothold for survival and development within the starry divine domain. Yet, as time elapsed, the extraterrestrial demons gradually flourished, ultimately regarded merely as one among countless races, lacking any significant attention. Nevertheless, the bloodline talents of the extraterrestrial demons were exceptional, with their cultivation abilities and combat prowess vastly surpassing those of the indigenous races of the starry divine domain. Through prolonged development, they emerged as the most formidable race, widening the chasm between themselves and others. Ironically, this situation still failed to capture the attention of the native inhabitants of the starry divine domain. Eventually, as the extraterrestrial demons expanded and their ambitions became apparent, they established an organization known as the Dark Court, demanding half of the territory of the starry divine domain, thereby seeking to share dominion over the realm with its indigenous populace. At this juncture, the natives finally sensed a profound crisis. Realizing the terrifying existence that their adversaries had grown into, compromise was out of the question. Thus, over 20 million years ago, the well-known Dawn War erupted, with both sides agreeing to a battleground of dimensions. The arrogance of the Dark Court exacted a heavy toll, as they ultimately underestimated the hidden strength of the myriad races and the ferocity that could be unleashed in a desperate struggle. In the dimensional battleground, the formidable beings of the starry divine domain united against their formidable foe, successfully annihilating the Dark Court, leaving only a few to escape, albeit at a tremendous cost, with countless strong warriors perishing in a significant reshuffling of power. The heavenly Tao killing list, an unparalleled divine artifact within the cosmos, is a creation birthed by the very fabric of heaven and earth, governed by the principles of the heavenly T manifests countless transformations, harnessing the divine power of the heavenly Tao through slaughter and plunder. The concept of the heavenly Tao killing list is entirely new to Long Haochen, naturally, as it pertains to celestial artifacts. It is beyond his reach, and his ignorance of it is perfectly understandable. Unbothered, Long Haochen continues to peruse the subsequent descriptions. The laws of heaven are constant, yet the heavenly Tao is ever-changing. The heavenly Tao killing list descends upon the world during times of great turmoil. Its emergence invariably heralds widespread chaos and relentless warfare. However, the nature of the heavenly Tao killing list is unpredictable, its form elusive. Within 3 years, it is destined to surface, and concurrently, the celestial token will appear. Influencing the heavenly Tao, the world teeters on the brink of chaos, and conflict is inevitable. No one can remain untouched. No one can stand apart that I end such an era. The only path forward is to diligently enhance one's own strength. But to contend against the heavenly Tao, one must possess tremendous power, divine sovereign, Tao ancestor, domain ancestor. Perhaps even they would falter. With only 3 to 5 years at hand, how much progress can one truly make? Long Haochen considers that even approaching the realm of Divine Emperor is a mere fantasy for him. Divine Emperor, Divine Sovereign, Divine Lord. Each step represents a monumental leap in strength, yet the chasm between them is almost insurmountable. Akin to a celestial divide, the sole solution lies in the celestial token. The information is clear. The heavenly Tao killing list is an evolution of the heavenly Tao. Although shadowy forces may interfere, it will never be under their control to steer the operations of the heavenly Tao killing list. One must obtain the concurrently appearing celestial token. Unfamiliar with the true nature of the heavenly Tao killing list and unaware of the circumstances that may ensue, Long Haochen, desiring not to entrust his fate to others, realizes he must secure the celestial token. This is his only opportunity. Yet as he gazes downward, he feels as if a bucket of cold water has been doused over him. To seize the celestial token, one must ascend to the level of Divine Emperor. Only those of Divine Emperor rank possess the qualifications to contend for it. Only a Divine Emperor within 3 to 5 years. When the celestial token emerges, lacking the strength of a Divine Emperor means forfeiting the chance to strive and struggle. Currently, he is merely at the mid-tier of the Divine King realm, and the peak of the late Divine King seems a distant dream. Even with extraordinary fortunes, reaching the pinnacle of the late Divine King in 3 to 5 years is an unimaginable feat. Moreover, the gap between Divine King and Divine Emperor is a formidable chasm. Ascending to the rank of Divine Emperor within 3 to 5 years, slowly opening his eyes, the disappointment in his heart does not betray his countenance. Observing that the crowd is fixated on him, Long Haochen offers a gentle smile. Choosing silence, this moment, his fists gradually clench, and his gaze grows resolute. And no matter how arduous the journey, if ascending to Divine Emperor is the only chance he has, then he will strive toward that goal with unwavering determination. The onlookers feel an insatiable curiosity, eager to inquire about the nature of his revelations. Many regard Long Haochen with unfriendly eyes, secretly marking his presence, awaiting the opportune moment to devise their plans. Upon the stage, Dao Zhu Xiandi, having auctioned off items at astonishing prices, wore a flushed countenance as he addressed the audience. Esteemed guests, this auction has reached its conclusion. For those who have not secured a bid, do not be disheartened. As a token of appreciation for your efforts, our auction house shall bestow upon all a piece of information. As soon as Dao Zhu Xiandi's words fell, countless gazes converged, eager to discern the nature of this revelation. While this news could not rival the significance of the auction items, some among the crowd were already privy to it. Though not a secret, it was undeniably valuable. Within a span of 5 years, the Dark Horde is certain to launch a full-scale offensive against the myriad clans, and they have already begun surreptitious assaults upon us. What? Such matters are afoot? Murmured some, recalling whispers they had dismissed as mere rumors, now questioning their validity. Indeed, the information was authentic, yet the perpetrator remained unknown. Could it be the Dark Horde? The assembly exhibited a spectrum of reactions. Some had prior knowledge, while others were left in the dark. Even those aware could not ascertain the identity of the instigator. Dao Zhu Shundi nodded gently, affirming, "Indeed, our reliable sources confirm that the Dark Court is behind these actions. Their intent is unmistakable, to deplete the strength of our clans before the impending war." The crowd regarded Dao Zhu Shundi with rapt attention as he continued. "The Dark Court seeks to subdue our clans and stifle our power." With the auction concluded, amidst contemplation and discourse, Dao Zhu Shundi declared, "I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support. The auction has now officially ended. Thank you all for your patronage." As the event came to a close, attendees began to rise. Some made their way to exit, while others directed their gaze toward Long Haochen, who remained seated, unhurried to depart. The avaricious stares fixated upon him did not go unnoticed by Long Haochen. However, his thoughts were far from his own safety. Instead, he pondered his next course of action. Within 3 to 5 years, he aspired to ascend to the status of divine emperor. What means could facilitate this? Pill concoctions. Such resources were essential. Even if they risked destabilizing his foundation, he must hasten his elevation. Yet, relying solely on the power of elixirs would not suffice for advancement within that time frame. Experience was also imperative. But where could he seek it? The treacherous locales of the astral god domain had long been scoured by countless adventurers, yielding only limited rewards, making the decision of where to venture exceedingly difficult. Long Haochen's brow furrowed deeply, a wave of helplessness washing over him. "Very well. I shall proceed one step at a time." Rising to his feet, Long Haochen surveyed his surroundings, and the greedy gazes instantly retracted. His eyes locked with Bai Chang's, who regarded him without a hint of apprehension, a cruel smirk gracing his lips, as if eyeing a piece of meat upon a butcher's block. I end that singular glance. Long Haochen felt entirely ensnared. It was as though no matter how far he fled, he could never escape the clutches of this old adversary. Just as Dao Zhu Shundi finished speaking, Lena interjected, her gaze fixed intently on Bai Chang. "Indeed, this barrier was personally established by me. Should anyone dare to make a move against Long Haochen within the next 10 days, they shall not find me to be merciful." As Rainer spoke, he wielded the power of the LAWTO, the average listener. It might have seemed insignificant, yet those harboring ill intentions towards Long Haochen felt as though their very souls were struck by a heavy blow. Their faces turned as pale as snow, and beads of sweat the size of pearls erupted, soaking their garments as if doused in a bucket of icy water. In a state of alarm, they hastily departed from the auction, contemplating the gravity of daring to confront Long Haochen. Bai Chang, who was under Rainer's unwavering gaze, found himself particularly affected. Despite his formidable strength, he could not escape the shifting colors of his face, his eyes betraying a mixture of astonishment. His gaze shifted from Long Haochen to Rainer, his expression inscrutable, yet his eyes conveyed a complex tapestry of shock, fear, malice, and other emotions. "Rainer, after years apart, your advancement surpasses my expectations. It seems you have taken yet another step forward. Surely, the next step cannot be too far off?" Rainer, who had previously taught him a lesson, responded with a relaxed smile, "Old Ghost Bai, you flatter me. It is but a minor improvement, and I remain far from that level." At this point, Rainer's tone shifted abruptly to one of seriousness. "However, it is sufficient to deal with you. If you wish to gauge how far I remain from that step, feel free to test me." As the two locked eyes, a profound silence enveloped the entire auction. The confrontation between these two extraordinary powerhouses, despite being a mere clash of gazes devoid of any overt pressure, cast an aura of authority over the entire venue. Attendees either hastened their departure or stood frozen in place, too intimidated to utter a sound, the atmosphere thick with tension that was nearly suffocating. Time appeared to stand still, or perhaps it raced by in a blur. After an indeterminate period, Bai Chang suddenly burst into a chilling laugh, his mirth unsettling to hear. He turned his gaze upon Long Haochen and remarked, "Rest assured, we are both beings of Dao ancestor caliber. I have long lost track of whether I have lived for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. How could I possibly lay a hand on a mere divine king like you?" Yet, despite his words, The murderous intent in Long Haochen's eyes was unmistakable, akin to a bloodthirsty beast fixating on its inevitable prey, unwilling to relent. Rather than feeling reassured by Bai Chang's assurances, Long Haochen's heart grew even more apprehensive, his gaze sharpening with vigilance. Bai Chang paid this no mind, declaring, 10 days, with Rainer's protection, effectively the shield of the entire human elite. I doubt anyone would dare to act against you during this time. You are assured safety for these 10 days. However, as Bai Chang continued, his smile twisted into something more sinister. But this protection lasts only for 10 days. After that, you must take care of yourself. The weight of his words, coupled with that penetrating gaze, bore down heavily on Long Haochen. Yet in an instant, Bai Chang's form vanished. Startled, Long Haochen stumbled backward, nearly losing his footing, but Rainer caught him by the wrist, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, the old codger has already departed." Long Haochen nodded gently, feeling a chill wash over him. He wiped his forehead, now slick with fine beads of sweat. Though he could not see his own reflection, he was acutely aware that his complexion had turned quite pale. The oppressive aura emanating from Bai Chang was overwhelmingly formidable. "Follow me," A.S. Rainer spoke. He turned and walked away, with Long Haochen following closely behind. They passed the elevated platform of the auction hall and arrived at a small chamber. Rainer's brow furrowed slightly, and he did not rush to speak, clearly lost in thought and contemplation. After a brief pause, he finally addressed Long Haochen, saying, "Though Bai Chang is an elder of Dao ancestor caliber, he is also the most shameless among them, cunning and malicious. You must exercise utmost caution around him." Long Haochen nodded gravely, his heart growing ever heavier. Observing his expression, Rainer chuckled and remarked, "There is no need for excessive worry. This old rogue is notoriously cowardly. I have already warned him, and he should refrain from taking action against you in the near term. My only concern is that he may resort to underhanded tactics. While he may not seek to kill you, he could certainly create disturbances in your path." Waving his hand dismissively, Rainer continued, "Let us set that aside for now. We have more pressing matters to discuss." That Rainer's demeanor shifted to one of rare seriousness, devoid of jest. Long Haochen quickly straightened his posture, attentively listening as Rainer stated, "The immediate priority for you is to hasten your cultivation. The celestial mechanism token is soon to make its appearance, and to ensure your ability to compete for it, you must elevate your strength to the level of a divine emperor within 3 years." Before Rainer could elaborate further, Long Haochen interjected, furrowing his brow in confusion. "How did you come by the news of the celestial mechanism token?" Realizing he had misspoken, Rainer offered an awkward smile, but refrained from providing an explanation. Nevertheless, Long Haochen deduced that Rainer had acquired the information, albeit the reasons behind Rainer's choice to auction it at the Cloud Auction House and subsequently reclaim it remained a mystery he would not probe further. To ascend to the Divine Emperor rank within 3 years, you must first reach the pinnacle of Divine King late stage, and then you must cross that formidable chasm. The difficulty of this task is something you are already aware of. With your talent, no amount of elixirs could render it remotely feasible. Rainer bluntly addressed the very concern that had been weighing on Long Haochen's mind. Yet at that moment, Long Haochen did not appear anxious. Since Rainer had raised this point, it was evident he possessed a solution. The only viable method, indeed, the sole avenue, was to venture into the Heavenly Emperor's treasury and seek fortune therein. The Heavenly Emperor's treasury? Long Haochen mused, having never encountered such a name before. However, given Rainer's designation of it as the singular hope, he felt compelled to remain vigilant, holding his breath and focusing intently on Rainer, awaiting further elucidation. As Rainer spoke of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, his expression grew more solemn, and a hint of reverence flickered in his eyes. The Heavenly Emperor's treasury, a legendary trove bestowed by the Heavenly Emperor. It is a realm of boundless possibilities. If you can survive there for 3 years, given your innate gifts, you would possess at least an 80% chance of ascending to the Divine Emperor rank. Almost a certainty. Long Haochen astutely seized upon the critical phrase, his brow knitting together in concern as he queried, "Survive for 3 years." "Indeed," Rainer affirmed, nodding. "I cannot divulge much regarding the intricacies of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, but I can assure you that within its confines lies an infinite wealth beyond your imagination. Yet, correspondingly, Opportunities are fraught with peril. The dangers present there are beyond what you have previously encountered, far more treacherous than any perilous grounds you have faced thus far. Nonetheless, if one wishes to become a divine emperor, that place represents the only possibility to, of course. You possess the authority to determine whether the past remains in the past, said Rainer, observing Long Haochen's reaction closely. As he elaborated, Long Haochen's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Upon concluding his explanation, Long Haochen nodded and inquired, "Is that the only possibility? Do I have any reason not to enter? How can I gain entry?" Long Haochen's response brought satisfaction to Rainer, who felt increasingly assured of his decision. "The Heavenly Emperor's treasury is a hidden realm. I shall reveal to you its location and provide you with an item that serves as the key to your entry. What you encounter within, and the trials you face, remain shrouded in uncertainty, entirely dependent on your own capabilities." With that, Rainer produced a jade slip and an ancient bracelet, handing them to Long Haochen. The jade slip is a map and contains additional information regarding the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. The bracelet can be regarded as your key. Time was of the essence, and Long Haochen was loath to delay even a moment longer. He grasped the jade slip and key, eager to set forth to the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. However, before his departure, he had one last request. "Senior Rainer, I bear numerous marks left by others. Some I have managed to erase, but others remain beyond my ability to remove. Could you assist me in eliminating them?" At Long Haochen's plea, Rainer chuckled softly, waving his hand dismissively. "There's no need for that. Countless individuals await you outside. Even if I were to remove those marks, they would simply reapply them." Long Haochen, upon hearing this, could only manage a wry smile and nodded in understanding. Indeed, the removal of the marks was unnecessary. Without further hesitation, he turned and exited the room. After Long Haochen's departure, Rainer gazed in the direction he had gone, his profound eyes seemingly capable of penetrating walls. "Long Haochen, oh Long Haochen, you bear not just your own fate and that of your companions, but the fate of the entire human race. The price paid for you is exceedingly steep." This so-called steep price did not refer to the cost of auctioning information, but rather to that ancient bracelet. The Heavenly Emperor's treasury is no ordinary place. Many are aware of its existence, yet few are able to gain entry, for the price is indeed exorbitant. Keys to the Heavenly Emperor's treasury may occasionally manifest in the world, yet their scarcity is lamentable, their worth comparable to hundreds of drops of golden nectar. Even Rainer, with all his resources, could only unlock this one instance. Just as he contemplated this, Rainer suddenly turned his gaze to the other side, his brow slightly furrowed. In the next moment, a knock echoed through the room. Upon receiving Rainer's acknowledgement, the Blade's sovereign entered, a faint smile gracing his face, tinged with an air of sycophancy. "Master Rainer, what do you think of this service fee?" Rainer snorted, refraining from further comment, and tossed a small jade vial into the Blade Sovereign's arms. "Am I to pay a service fee for my own information? What kind of absurdity is this?" Rainer muttered to himself in frustration. The arrangement to auction this information at the cloud auction had been agreed upon previously, and he could not renege on that promise. The fee of 1/10 was not substantial, yet the information had been acquired through his own efforts, and to ultimately pay for it felt rather inequitable. He could only hope that all of this would prove worthwhile in Rainer's heart. Only this thought lingered. "Long Haochen, oh Long Haochen, I hope to see you again 3 years hence." After Long Haochen departed from the small room, he made his way out of the auction venue. True to expectation, a considerable number of individuals lingered outside, engaged in animated discussions. However, the moment Long Haochen appeared, countless gazes converged upon him, and the volume of conversation swiftly diminished to hushed whispers. Simultaneously, Long Haochen distinctly perceived several new marks appearing on his body, prompting him to reflect on the accuracy of Rainer's conjectures. With these additional marks, he chose to disregard them and continued on his way, treating those around him as if they were non-existent. Taking out the jade slip containing the map, Long Haochen swiftly grasped the purpose behind Rainer's arrangements for the next 10 days. Within this time frame, he was certain to reach the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, and once he was within its confines, the dynamics would shift dramatically. With determination, Long Haochen hastened away. Reaching the Heavenly Emperor's treasury within 10 days posed no significant challenge. Yet he had no time to squander. Some individuals immediately trailed him from a distance, while others, having marked him, opted to observe from afar, awaiting developments. Zhang Bao watched Long Haochen's retreating figure with a smug smirk. Earlier, he had competed against Long Haochen in bidding, causing him considerable embarrassment in front of Heir. He had been contemplating how to teach Long Haochen a lesson after the auction concluded, but now that Long Haochen had attracted the attention of numerous onlookers, Zhang Bao felt an immense sense of satisfaction, dispelling any thoughts of revenge. Zhang Bao had more pressing matters at hand. He had finally encountered Heir outside and intended to seize this opportunity. As he scanned the crowd for Heir, his expression shifted from anticipation to dismay. There stood Heir, exuding an extraordinary aura. Her presence was unmistakable. Although her veil concealed her breathtaking beauty, it could not obscure her eyes, which were clearly fixed on the direction Long Haochen had taken to. In those eyes, Zhang Bao discerned a flicker of concern. The master of the Bai Yue palace, known as a woman devoid of any emotions, had never been one Zhang Bao had imagined would harbor feelings for him. Yet, now, directed towards another man, she revealed a hint of worry that a tumult of emotions surged within Zhang Bao: anger, resentment, and a sense of injustice. Previously, he had held a favorable opinion of Long Haochen, but witnessing Long Haochen's extravagant spending at the auction, he perceived him as no different from the likes of Zhang Bao himself. Now, faced with such a predicament, Long Haochen was merely reaping the consequences of his own actions. Heir simply nodded, her gaze returning to the direction of Long Haochen's departure, her expression returning to an impassive calm, concealing her true thoughts from all. Master, what shall we do next? Should we follow him to see what's afoot? If we can indeed acquire this information, our Bai Yue palace shall no longer need to depend on others or bend to the whims of the Bai Yue. Xiao Qing transmitted through their souls, awaiting Heir's directive. Long Haochen left the auction alone, unaware of the multitude following him from a distance. However, under Reina's protection, none dared to make a move against him. Long Haochen's divine consciousness probed in that direction, yet he did not perceive any exceptionally powerful auras. Only a select few individuals faintly exhibited the cultivation of an early-stage divine emperor, and there were hardly any divine kings among them, which put his mind at ease. However, to his surprise, he spotted Heir among them, standing alone without her maid Xiao Qing or Zhang Bao accompanying her, which piqued Long Haochen's interest. He wondered whether she was merely here to observe the commotion or had come with intentions to confront him. Choosing to disregard them, Long Haochen moved intermittently, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed with both sides maintaining a tense standoff. Some individuals had already abandoned their pursuit or were left behind due to their inability to keep pace. Yet the majority continued to follow. After 3 days of travel, Long Haochen grew somewhat weary and decided to rest in a spacious meadow, tossing a few pills into his mouth to gradually replenish his expended spiritual energy. As Long Haochen halted, those who had been trailing him also paused to recuperate. The more powerful among them fared better, but those of lesser cultivation who had followed with great difficulty lamented their plight. For 3 whole days, they had not been given a moment's respite, and Long Haochen truly pushed himself to the limit. Beside him, a burly man with a thick beard, whose voice boomed like thunder, exclaimed, "Humph, with so many of us trailing behind. He has no bodyguards and no one to protect him. Of course, he must be fleeing for his life. The auction only grants him 10 days of protection, and I am eager to see how far he can run." Possessing peak late-stage divine king cultivation, he was among the few strong individuals in the crowd, and he was determined to seize any treasures that Long Haochen might possess. Their intentions in following Long Haochen were straightforward. They awaited the passage of 10 days, for that would be the moment they would strike. However, some among them scoffed at his remarks with disdainful laughter. As the crowd turned to look, they beheld a young man in resplendent garments, exuding an extraordinary presence, also at peak late-stage divine king cultivation. His imposing aura clearly indicated his origins from a significant power. With a hint of scorn, he remarked, 10 days to make a move? Ha! By then, it may be impossible to act. This young man, known as Lu Jiang, was a disciple of a reclusive divine sovereign, with a father who held the position of elder in a sect. Despite his somewhat renowned reputation, few had truly seen him, and he naturally refrained from revealing his name. Noticing the attention directed towards him, Lu Jiang continued, "Long Haochen is not of any particular family, nor has he aligned himself with any force. Yet he is the first ascended god in tens of thousands of years. What? An ascended god? The crowd gasped in astonishment, their incredulous gazes converging upon him. Even Heir's beautiful eyes reflected shock as Long Haochen's figure suddenly materialized in her mind, leading her to ponder. Could that individual truly be the ascended god? The image of him lingered in her thoughts, gradually becoming more vivid and imposing. Though difficult to believe, upon further reflection, it seemed entirely plausible. The younger generation capable of achieving mid-stage divine king cultivation were all renowned talents, each possessing a modicum of fame, and the origins of the ascended god aptly elucidated this phenomenon. Certainly, it is not inconceivable that he is a prodigious heir secretly nurtured by some formidable force. However, another point to consider is that Long Haochen's lavish spending at the auction, where he bid astronomical sums, can only be attributed to his identity as the ascendant god. For countless millennia, he has been the sole ascendant god, representing the most precious talent resources of various races, supported by the entire human race and the alliance of ascendants. Only such a formidable backing could enable him to offer such significant benefits. The prey that many had been eyeing for days turned out to have such a remarkable background. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Among them stood a seemingly unremarkable young man, dressed plainly, with his cultivation aura unremarkable, yet his skin exceptionally fair. He appeared utterly inconspicuous. Observing the somber faces around him, he revealed a mischievous grin and suddenly spoke. "Are you all afraid? Hee, that's quite normal. After all, he is someone who can spend lavishly, competing with the upper echelons of various races. TSK, the ascendant god, backed by the alliance of ascendants, and a significant talent of the human race. Who among you would dare to act?" This was mere rhetoric. Who would not be intimidated? Though the crowd averted their gazes from him, they inwardly scoffed, for the identity of the ascendant god had always been akin to a legend, instilling a sense of trepidation in all. Noticing their lack of response, the fair-skinned youth remained unfazed and continued. "Oh well, let us disperse. Regardless of the treasures Long Haochen possesses, they are beyond your reach." With a shake of his head and a sigh, he inadvertently roused the crowd. Long Haochen undoubtedly possesses countless treasures, perhaps even far more than previously imagined. Not just that information or the golden jade essence, but perhaps wealth beyond their wildest dreams. Merely at the mid-level of the divine king, yet it is said that the ascendant god is a being of extraordinary power. I, Chin too, am rather inclined to test my mettle. The burly man with a thick beard clenched his fists and spoke in a deep voice. Others around him echoed. Indeed, that is correct. While his mid-level divine king cultivation is commendable, it pales in comparison to top-tier geniuses. Why should he be entitled to such resources while we cannot? If I were to acquire such resources, my cultivation would surely surpass his. Precisely. What if he is the ascendant god? This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. What do we have to fear? Yes, it is true that he bears the mark left by Lord Reina, but there are still 7 days remaining. Once those 7 days pass with so many of us, even if he is the ascendant god, he will certainly not escape our grasp. The crowd's fervor reignited as they once again plotted against Long Haochen. Heir remained silent, yet her gaze drifted toward the fair-skinned youth, who alone noticed the sinister smile playing upon his lips. He suppressed his grin and raised his voice once more. "Let's not be overly optimistic. We only have 7 days. Who knows if Long Haochen will acquire any protection after that? Given his hurried demeanor, he surely has a plan. Thus, we must ensure he is delayed, preventing him from reaching his destination within these 7 days. At that point, will he not be like fish on a chopping block, ripe for our taking? It is easy to speak lightly, but how can you persuade him to stay? He bears the seed mark left by Rainer. Do you dare to take action against him?" One person scoffed. It is naturally impossible to take the initiative against him, but what if Long Haochen wishes to remain? How would that be? The fair-skinned youth maintained his smile, and before the others could retort, he continued, "I happen to have a plan I wonder if you all would be interested in hearing it." No sooner had he finished speaking than someone chimed in. It was the elegantly dressed youth who had spoken earlier. He scrutinized the fair-skinned youth for a moment before saying, "By your appearance, you must belong to the albino clan. Am I correct? Could it be that you are the disciple of the venerable Bai Chong?" Bai Zhanglong? At the auction, Bai Chong, who was referred to as the old ghost of impermanence by Rainer, had shown no hesitation in revealing his animosity. Thus, the identity of this individual was not difficult to deduce. The disciples of an unparalleled powerhouse, coupled with their notoriety, elicited immediate awe and trepidation from the crowd, both due to his background and the widespread reputation of his master. As Bai Zhanglong's gaze fell upon the elegantly dressed youth and his companions. They all nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The matter at hand was not confidential. Individuals of certain status could easily uncover it. They were already aware of Long Haochen's identity as the ascending deity, making it impossible for them to remain ignorant of such news. Through their esteemed elders, the disciples of these prominent families had long acquired all information regarding Long Haochen, including the very portrait used during the search for him. However, what significance did this hold? Significance. Indeed, it held great significance. Among those ascending deities who had yet to be located, there was one named Heir, who was Long Haochen's wife prior to his ascension and the person he cherished most. If we were to possess information regarding Heir, do you think Long Haochen would not choose to stay? The burly man with a bushy beard, Chun Tu, was the first to speak. His expression won a skepticism. This plan is too transparent. Since Long Haochen is the ascending deity, he certainly is no fool. He would see through such an obvious scheme to buy time and would never believe it. The elegantly dressed man nodded, expressing his agreement with Chun Tu. Indeed, this plan is far too apparent. Long Haochen will undoubtedly discern the underlying motives. Let's first hear the specifics of the plan. Immediately, Bai Zhanglong, with a beaming expression, elaborated on the plan, and the crowd eventually nodded, indicating a degree of approval. While this plan might not be sufficient to keep him occupied indefinitely, it could potentially delay him for a while. The ascending deity is likely to possess a haughty disposition. As long as we persist in provoking him with Heir, he will surely take the bait. Lacking a superior plan, we can utilize this to buy some time. And we can devise other strategies later. The others nodded in agreement, their thoughts largely aligned. Meanwhile, Heir furrowed her brow, as the look in Long Haochen's eyes when he called her name led her to believe that this plan could indeed yield results, and quite effective ones at that. Shifting her gaze, she looked toward the direction where Long Haochen was resting, pondering. Long Haochen, for the sake of your Heir, would you truly choose to remain? Upon witnessing the agreement of the crowd with his assertions, Bai Zhanglong remained unconcerned about their belief or disbelief. The smile upon his face grew increasingly sinister and malevolent as he muttered to himself, rest assured, Long Haochen will undoubtedly take the bait. Without a doubt, unbeknownst to him, a vast conspiracy had already begun to encircle him. Meanwhile, Long Haochen, at ease and leisurely restoring his spiritual energy, was calculating the journey and time ahead. I could see this pace. He would be able to reach the Heavenly Emperor's treasury within 7 days. Once inside, for the next 3 years, no one would be able to lay a finger on him. Suddenly, Long Haochen opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on a distant point. His brow furrowed slightly as he noticed that the group trailing him had emerged from the shadows and was now flying towards him. Were they intending to attack? It didn't seem likely. Perhaps they were considering a negotiation. Uncertain of their intentions, and despite the protection of Lena, Long Haochen did not dare to let down his guard. He rose to his feet, watching the approaching group with vigilance. Gentle sweep of his consciousness revealed that there were over 100 individuals before him, of which no fewer than 20 possessed the cultivation of a divine king, with a few even at the pinnacle of that realm. Additionally, several others concealed their auras, making it impossible to discern whether they were extraordinary powerhouses or merely wielders of hidden artifacts. Long Haochen's fingers subtly caressed his storage ring, remaining silent yet poised for action at any moment. Among the group, it was not Bai Zhanglong who stepped forward first, but rather the elegantly dressed youth, Lu Jiang. Mimicking Bai Zhanglong's demeanor, he wore a smile that, while still foreboding, was far more aesthetically pleasing. He greeted Long Haochen as though addressing an old friend. Long Haochen, greetings. It feels as if I am meeting a long-lost companion. Long Haochen regarded him with suspicion, fully aware that the other harbored ill intentions. The more Lu Jiang attempted to ingratiate himself, the more peculiar it seemed. Long Haochen chose not to respond, instead observing him with heightened caution. Yet Lu Jiang, with a broad smile and no immediate intent to act, expressed his desire to depart. "I have no wish to converse with you. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." As Long Haochen turned to walk away, Lu Jiang called out from behind, "Do not be in such a haste. Rest assured, we harbor no malicious intent. We are all of the human race, and with the protection of the Ascenders Alliance and the esteemed Lena at your back, how could we dare to lay a hand on you?" The higher echelons of the human race had once ventured forth with portraits in search of their lost companions, yet they had received no further news. Thus, when the other party claimed to have information regarding his comrades, Long Haochen felt not shock, but overwhelming delight, which he could not conceal. This joyous expression did not escape Lu Jiang's notice, causing a surge of excitement within him. It seems those companions hold significant importance in his heart. Splendid. We can prolong this charade even further. We might even deceive him into relinquishing those treasures. However, after this fleeting joy, Long Haochen swiftly regained his composure. The individuals before him were neither friends nor mere strangers. They were adversaries coveting his information and possessions, compelling him to remain on guard. The information might very well be a fabrication, yet it was not devoid of truth. Even the slightest possibility was one he did not wish to dismiss. With a composed expression devoid of mirth, he stated coolly, "Speak. Who have you discovered, and what are your terms?" Years of tempering have led Long Haochen to grow more than ever before. Even upon discovering news of his companions, though his heart raced with urgency, he managed to maintain his composure. After a fleeting moment of excitement, Long Haochen quickly regained his calm, his voice flat and devoid of emotion, as if the matter were trivial. This stirred a sense of unease within Jiang Lu. Who spoke? That person. Her name is Heir. Heir? Is it truly Heir? The name resonated in his ears, and the familiar figure instantly materialized in his mind. Had they found Heir? The carefree palace master he had just encountered was also named Heir. Was she merely a coincidentally similar individual, not the Heir he sought? Could this Heir possibly be his own? Countless thoughts surged through Long Haochen's mind, and he could no longer restrain his emotions. Stepping forward abruptly, "Do you have news of Heir? The information we have painstakingly gathered cannot be readily shared. Let's first discuss the terms." Long Haochen took a deep breath, fixing his gaze upon the other party's eyes, and said earnestly, "Speak. What are your terms?" "Very simple. Surrender your storage ring." Lu Jiang raised his hand, pointing at the storage ring on Long Haochen's finger. "You wish to learn a Heir, and we desire the treasures you possess. It is a fair exchange, is it not? Rest assured, we are not the sort of rogues who operate outside the law. I have no interest in trivial items. We will take only what we desire, and the remaining elixirs and gemstones shall remain yours. What do you think?" Long Haochen, backed by formidable forces, was not in danger of losing his life, and none present wished to engage him in conflict. As long as they could obtain his treasures, they would avoid a situation of mutual destruction and evade the wrath of the higher echelons of humanity in the Ascendant Alliance. Lu Jiang and the others awaited Long Haochen's response, their gazes collectively fixated on his ring. Inside lay treasures worth dozens of drops of golden jade nectar, coveted by the leaders of various factions, as well as an unknown quantity of other valuable items. The plan was to first acquire treasures from Long Haochen. Then each would compete for their share. This had been agreed upon earlier, yet who would not wish to claim all the riches for themselves? Such wealth was beyond their lifetime's accumulation. One by one, their eyes glistened with greed as they regarded the ring. Only Heir kept her gaze fixed on Long Haochen's face, noting every change of expression. Unbeknownst to her, she had clenched her fists, and even she could not realize that her usually steady heart was now stirred by Long Haochen. She silently urged him, "Long Haochen, please do not agree. Please do not." Simultaneously, she found herself curious about the girl who shared her name, wondering what kind of existence she was to inspire such deep affection in Long Haochen. Surely, she must be a very fortunate woman. Would he be willing to sacrifice everything for her? Long Haochen stared at the ring on his finger, and in that moment, he truly hesitated, contemplating the decision. The entity residing in his mind, Wu Tian, sensed something amiss and quickly admonished, "Long Haochen, do not be foolish. Though you may occasionally exhibit a certain naivete in your daily demeanor, your intelligence is nonetheless quite remarkable. Can you truly not see through this little ruse? Whenever I ponder this, I find it utterly irresistible to react. With ample time spent in the company of Wu Tian, Long Haochen is well aware of his character, and now comprehends the profound agony he endures within. At this moment, he is at a loss for words on how to persuade him. However, after a brief pause, Long Haochen declared, "Rest assured, Senior Wu Tian, I am fully aware of this matter. There are certain things I can relinquish to them, yet there are others that I absolutely cannot part with." Gazing at the ring upon his finger, he caressed it tenderly, as though he were stroking a beloved. Dubbed Forget-Me-Not, how could Long Haochen ever forget her? He recalls the moment he exerted every ounce of his strength to pass the trials and embark upon the path of knighthood. It was on that day he encountered Heir, and from their very first meeting, a bond was forged, culminating in his receipt of this cherished ring. The Forget-Me-Not has always been regarded by Long Haochen as an entity more precious than life itself. How could he ever bestow it upon another? Even the items contained within the storage ring are not to be given away lightly. Monetary wealth holds no significance for Long Haochen. Divine crystals and various treasures, even the most opulent elixirs, pale in comparison to the value of news concerning Heir. However, nestled within is that ancient bracelet, the key to the Celestial Emperor's treasury. The Tianji Ling foretells chaos in 3 years' time, and Long Haochen aspires to safeguard his companions amidst that turmoil. To ascend to the level of Divine Emperor within 3 years, he must gain access to the Celestial Emperor's treasury. Yet, should he relinquish the storage ring, and they glimpse the jade slip pertaining to the treasury, how could they possibly refrain from seizing the bracelet? Long Haochen recognizes that the bracelet is far more precious than 100 drops of the most exquisite elixirs. This glimmer of hope for the future holds greater significance to Long Haochen than life itself. Even if they truly possessed news of Heir, he would never barter it away. With this realization, Long Haochen's gaze sharpened, and he raised his head to meet the eyes of those before him. His expression resolute. "I shall not part with the ring, regardless of what you offer in exchange, unless it is my life you seek." His words resonated with unwavering certainty, leaving no room for doubt. Lu Jiang, filled with anticipation, felt as though he had just swallowed a fly upon hearing Long Haochen's unequivocal refusal. He fixed his gaze on Long Haochen, his countenance darkening as he queried, "No exchange? Have you truly considered this? Do you not wish to learn of Heir?" Long Haochen replied, "Of course I desire to know, but I will not relinquish the ring to you, that if you genuinely wish to negotiate, propose a different condition. Otherwise, I shall take my leave. I will seek Heir's whereabouts myself." The initiative once again rested firmly in Long Haochen's hands, his demeanor regaining its calm composure. Upon witnessing this, Heir finally felt a sense of relief, exhaling a sigh of relief, only to realize that her palms were damp with perspiration, and she could not help but feel a twinge of regret. What is wrong with me? He is merely an unrelated man. Why do I concern myself so? Heir shook her head, practicing the techniques of the Wuyo Palace, which easily led one to forget emotions, rendering them utterly insensitive. Yet, unbeknownst to her, feelings were quietly taking root within her heart. Lu Jiang found himself at a loss for words, glancing at Long Haochen, unsure of how to proceed, while Long Haochen was already poised to leave. Bai Zhanlong cast a disdainful glance at Lu Jiang, inwardly cursing him as a worthless fool. Left with no choice, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Long Haochen questioned loudly, "Do you believe it or not?" Bai Zhanlong chuckled softly, knowing that Long Haochen had unwittingly stepped into his trap. He remained unperturbed and continued, "Moreover, it seems she has lost her memory, completely unaware of her past, only recalling that her name is Heir, and her temperament is quite stubborn. Oh dear, such a beautiful girl. How pitiful she is." Upon hearing Bai Zhanlong's words, Long Haochen could no longer contain his impatience and urgently exclaimed, "Where is she now? What has happened to her? Tell me at once." Bai Zhanlong replied, "Tell you? On what ground should I? I already said you must exchange the ring for her information, yet you refuse," with a look of disdain crossing his features. He scoffed, "Do not speak as if you truly care for her. I have given you the opportunity to trade your storage ring for news of her. How arduous and unsatisfactory her years have been. If you refuse to barter, then do not pretend to be concerned." Long Haochen was consumed by fury that it was evident that the other party aimed to provoke him, although such tactics did not affect him greatly. The mention of Heir was a trigger he could not ignore. His anger intensified, his complexion darkening to a shade of iron, and an aura of hostility began to emanate from him. After ascending, Long Haochen had engaged in considerable bloodshed, especially after practicing the Zhan Yao Qi Shui technique, which only amplified his murderous intent, instilling a chill in the hearts of those before him. Bai Zhanlong's smile deepened. Nothing had escaped his calculations. Though Long Haochen was a deity of ascension, he too was not beyond Bai Zhanlong's schemes. Long Haochen's anger was palpable, yet Bai Zhanlong sought to stoke the flames further, intending to incite him into action. His gaze fell once more upon Long Haochen, whose expression had turned ashen, finally erupting in wrath. Slowly, Long Haochen drew forth the Hao Yue long sword, his icy gaze fixated on Bai Zhanlong and Lu Jiang, and coldly declared, "Reveal to me all that you know about Ke, completely and unreservedly." "Tell you? On what grounds?" Bai Zhanlong replied mockingly. "Do you intend to strike us?" It was as if he were cautioning Long Haochen, fearful that he might refrain from confrontation, apprehensive that Long Haochen might choose to depart. Long Haochen had no intention of engaging in frivolity. Gripping the Hao Yue long sword tightly, he coldly stated, "Do not think for a moment that I am oblivious. You lack the courage to act against me. Your plan is merely to provoke me into staying." Bai Zhanlong's smile gradually faded. It was only natural for Long Haochen to perceive the truth. A deity of ascension could not possibly be a fool, incapable of understanding the situation. All eyes were fixed upon Long Haochen as he declared, "I shall ask one final time. If you truly possess any news regarding Kaya, then share it with me. That if you are unaware of her whereabouts, inform me of that as well. Do not force my hand." A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Bai Zhanlong's gaze as he scrutinized Long Haochen, inquiring, "Is this a threat? Are you prepared to strike?" To this, a confident smile graced Long Haochen's face, his sword pointing at Bai Zhanlong as he retorted, "You may speak of me as you wish. But why invoke Heir? Do you intend to compel me to act? If so, I shall oblige." Before his words had fully settled, he swung the Hao Yue sword, unleashing a golden beam of sword light nearly 10 feet long, aimed directly at Bai Zhanlong and Lu Jiang. Bai Zhanlong, having anticipated this move, swiftly evaded, whereas Lu Jiang, caught off guard, could only conjure a spiritual shield to withstand the onslaught. This strike was not executed with all of Long Haochen's might. It was merely a manifestation of condensed spiritual energy. Nevertheless, it bore the weight of his fury, and upon collision, the golden sword light shattered the blue spiritual barrier, resulting in a violent explosion that sent shockwaves through the vicinity. The surrounding individuals were caught in the tumult, cries of anguish and shouts of anger resounding in the air. Seizing the initiative, Long Haochen brandished his sword, standing tall and proud, facing 100 adversaries with an unwavering countenance, exuding an aura of resolute authority, reminiscent of a war god. The shift in his presence was stark and profound. His sudden assault took many by surprise, yet it was entirely within Bai Zhanlong's expectations. Long Haochen had unwittingly stepped into Bai Zhanlong's carefully laid trap. In the ensuing chaos, Bai Zhanlong unleashed a radiant beam of sword light, imbued with the formidable might of a deity. This strike was executed with even greater composure, its power surpassing that of the previous attack. However, this time his foes were prepared. Most managed to evade, yet some less skilled individuals were caught unawares, their screams piercing the air as blood splattered, staining the ground crimson. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Even Bai Zhanlong himself, astonished by Long Haochen's sudden display of brutality, which starkly contrasted the information he had on file. Yet this was fortuitous for Bai Zhanlong. A sinister smile lingered on his face as he feigned panic, loudly exclaiming, "Long Haochen has struck first. We cannot remain passive. Let us retaliate." Before he could finish, Long Haochen's booming voice interrupted, "How dare you? Do you intend to disregard the edict of Elder Lena? Why should we cower? You initiated this conflict. Must we simply await our doom without resistance?" Bai Zhanlong, with a voice brimming with conviction, sought to incite the crowd against Long Haochen. The atmosphere was charged with indignation. They had come to seize the treasures possessed by Long Haochen, and now armed with justification, their patience was fraying. Long Haochen denied them the opportunity to act, stating, "Do you not grasp the true nature of this situation? You have shadowed me for 3 days, deliberately provoking me to strike, only to use this as a pretext to retaliate. Oh, you take me for a fool? Lu Jiang, recovering from the earlier attack, shouted back at Long Haochen. This is merely your perspective. You exploit the protection of Lord Lena to deliberately hinder us, seeking to intimidate. A multitude of eyes bore witness to the unfolding scene. Indeed, it was evident that your intentions were far from honorable. We, 100 strong, stand as testament to this, so do not attempt to refute. The chorus of heads nodded in agreement, and the crowd, though not hastily resorting to violence, collectively denounced Long Haochen. One voice alone could never withstand the collective outcry of 100. Under the shadow of the esteemed Reiner, they dared not act against Long Haochen, merely seeking to pressure him. Unperturbed, Long Haochen disdainfully remarked, "You are quite the schemers. The words of 100 surely bear more weight than those of solitary man. Yet, do not forget, I carry the mark bestowed upon me by Lord Reiner. Those of such caliber are adept in the mastery of time and space. With the power of this mark, discerning the sequence of events is but a trivial task for him. He knows precisely what transpired, and we need not elucidate." Long Haochen was uncertain whether Reiner possessed such abilities, but he surmised that it was likely and thus sought to deceive his adversaries. The effect was indeed remarkable. The true extent of a being of Reiner's stature was a mystery to all, even to the likes of Bai Yue, who was aware that Reiner surpassed his own master in strength, making his master no match for him. His words effectively intimidated the assembly, leading to a moment of hesitation among them. With newfound confidence, Long Haochen bellowed, "I kindly request that unrelated onlookers step aside and keep their distance. Blades are unforgiving. Do not let yourselves be caught in the crossfire." With that, his gaze fell upon Bai Yue and Jiang Lu, his smile fading into a mask of barely contained fury as he demanded, "You lot must provide me with an explanation today. What has become of Heir? If you remain silent, do not expect to leave unscathed." As he spoke, the long sword in his grasp radiated a resplendent golden light, and a formidable pressure began to envelop the surroundings. A duality of white and golden luminescence emanated from Long Haochen. The air around him suddenly compressed and shattered, reverberating with a thunderous roar, summoning a true tempest that swept outward. An icy aura began to emanate from Long Haochen, its chill piercing to the bone. Within moments, every blade of grass and tree in his vicinity was encased in a layer of frost, and the pervasive cold enveloped the area. Certain individuals within the crowd, possessing discernment, immediately recognized the technique Long Haochen had invoked and exclaimed, "This is the path of ice, a manifestation of the laws of the Tao, and moreover, it is a domain. Long Haochen has already mastered a domain. He is prepared to get serious." It was not uncommon for beings of divine rank to possess a domain, yet not everyone could attain such a feat. However, the expansive reach of Long Haochen's law-infused power, coupled with the oppressive chill, was palpable to all, instilling a sense of trepidation. Even Bai Yue expression shifted as he perceived the situation. With his profound cultivation, he discerned more than most from the frigid aura. He sensed the divine power concealed within the ice and snow, realizing that Long Haochen's domain encompassed more than a single law. Indeed, he sensed a third aura, and particularly this third one evoked a palpitation upon the instant he felt that power. Yet he could not discern what profound principle it embodied. His gaze gradually narrowed. Truly, the ascended god is remarkable, having already fused 3 principles into his domain, undeniably extraordinary. Bai Yue, a divine emperor, was not only a monarch, but also a supreme being personally tutored by an unparalleled master. His prowess naturally instilled no fear of Long Haochen. However, the crux of the matter, which Long Haochen had firmly grasped, was their trepidation of Lena, which rendered them unwilling to confront Long Haochen directly. Consequently, they could only evade and endure the onslaught as they sought to buy time. The domain had already unfurled, and the longsword in hand was suffused with spiritual energy. Everything was prepared. This was a meticulously prepared battle for Long Haochen, perhaps the most leisurely one yet. The might emanating from Long Haochen grew ever stronger. His mid-level divine king cultivation was inherently formidable, and astonishingly, his aura did not pale in comparison to that of a late-stage divine king, nearing the pinnacle of such power, causing the expressions of those present to shift dramatically. They sensed Long Haochen's overwhelming presence and witnessed him brandishing his longsword. Charging forth, some individuals finally succumbed to fear and cried out, "Long Haochen, do not strike." Those messages were mere fabrications to deceive you. They possess no information regarding Heir. Bai Zhanlong cast a fierce glare at the speaker, revealing the truth could jeopardize Long Haochen's departure. Yet, to his surprise, Long Haochen showed no sign of astonishment nor any intent to halt, calmly stating, "Do you think I am oblivious? Whether you truly possess her information or have fabricated it to ensnare me. You should not speak of Heir in such a manner. I shall never forgive those who dare to insult her." As he spoke, Long Haochen surged into the crowd, his target set firmly on by Zhanlong. The man who had been smiling ominously was indeed the shadowy puppet master, a fact Long Haochen discerned at a glance. With glimmering violet light in his eyes, the true sight of his law-breaking vision pierced through the opponent's authentic cultivation. And Long Haochen inwardly chuckled. "A divine emperor, is it? How fortuitous! I shall see how Long you, a target of divine emperor caliber, can withstand me and gauge the vast chasm between a divine emperor and a divine king. How far can you traverse this formidable divide?" With this thought, Bai Zhanlong harbored no intention of evading and no longer concealed his cultivation. His aura erupted suddenly, revealing his early-stage divine emperor prowess without a trace of concealment. As a pristine, snow-white shield materialized before him. "Come forth, Long Haochen. Let me witness your strength." "Very well," Long Haochen replied, and in the next instant, the resplendent golden Hua longsword clashed with the white shield. To those gathered, the encounter between Long Haochen and Bai Zhanlong represented an absolute confrontation of titans. As these two formidable forces collided with full might, the golden radiance instantly captivated everyone's gaze. Rendering everything else invisible, that a thunderous roar reverberated almost simultaneously, shattering the surrounding space into fragments under the force of the violent collision. The torrent of spiritual energy swept through everything nearby, carrying away countless individuals. While those with weaker cultivation were severely injured, not a single one of the over 100 people present remained unaffected, their anguished cries echoing once more. The surging spiritual energy erupted only once, indicating that the two had clashed but a single time that as the spiritual power and radiance dissipated. The onlookers, regaining their vision, sought the location where the two had just fought, but the figures of the two combatants were nowhere to be seen. The fragmented space resembled tattered window paper, riddled with holes, while Long Haochen and Bai Zhanlong stood at distant sides, each bearing slight traces of battle. Their breaths labored, clearly having expended considerable strength, regardless of the amount of energy consumed. The magnitude of their power was such that none among the gathered could hope to contend with them alone. Bai Zhanlong, a being of divine emperor caliber, was formidable in his own right. Yet Long Haochen, at the mid-stage of divine king cultivation, managed to unleash such overwhelming force even while on the offensive, leaving all in awe. Moreover, it was well understood that this was not the entirety of Long Haochen's capabilities. No one would willingly reveal all their trump cards. Though his breath was slightly strained, a faint smile graced Long Haochen's face as he regarded Bai Zhanlong, inquiring, "How does the assault of a divine king taste?" "It is truly admirable that a divine emperor can withstand my full force without a scratch." Bai Zhanlong remained silent, his gaze fixed on Long Haochen, imbued with an indescribable chill. His reticence was not due to a lack of words, but rather the tumult of blood and chi surging within him, making him feel quite unwell. He feared that speaking might precipitate a violent spurt of blood. Enduring the brunt of his opponent's attack, even with his profound cultivation, was no easy feat upon glancing at the small shield before him. Bai Zhanlong noted that it had absorbed the majority of Long Haochen's assault, showing no signs of shattering, only minor damage. Yet, the sight of this slight impairment deepened the furrow in Bai Zhanlong's brow. This unassuming shield, bestowed personally by the ancestor of impermanence, was a treasure of no extraordinary nature, yet it was certainly not something that could be easily damaged by a divine king. Raising his gaze once more to Long Haochen, Bai Zhanlong's expression grew increasingly solemn. "Long Haochen, it seems you are far more formidable than I had anticipated. You cannot be left unchecked." Regardless of what the future held, Bai Zhanlong knew he could not make a move against him within the next 7 days. However, he also recognized that he could not afford to retreat. He must buy time, ensuring that Long Haochen remained occupied during this critical week. If Long Haochen were to escape to safety within those 7 days, they would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with him thereafter. With his innate gifts as a transcended being, coupled with the intelligence he had acquired and the protection of the human elite, Long Haochen's rise was inevitable. Given time, he would undoubtedly ascend swiftly, and that ascent would surely outpace Bai Zhanlong's own. This thought flickered momentarily in Bai Zhanlong's mind. Quickly solidifying into a resolve, he immediately conveyed a message through his soul to Jiang Lu and the others nearby, urging, quickly as per our previous agreement, let us unite, forming a formation to withstand his onslaught and delay him. Before this escalates further, we should withdraw. At this moment, Lu Jiang had completely abandoned any notion of resistance. His mind was solely occupied with thoughts of retreat. The formidable prowess of Long Haochen filled him with trepidation, prompting him to contemplate the dire consequences he would face should he fail to eliminate Long Haochen. The very thought of such repercussions was beyond his imagination, and he harbored no confidence in being able to subdue Long Haochen. And no matter how he tried, the spirit to fight simply eluded him. Bai Zhanlong disregarded Lu Jiang, his gaze sweeping across the crowd to assess the others. Wherever his eyes fell, no one dared to step forward. One by one, they retreated. Bai Zhanlong quickly discerned that these individuals would not come to his aid. He couldn't even be bothered to send them a message, inwardly cursing. They had all agreed beforehand that if Long Haochen truly made a move, they would unite to form a defense and resist together. Yet, when faced with a moment of truth, they all shrank back. With such a lack of courage, how could they ever hope to obtain the treasures possessed by Long Haochen? Each and every one of them was utterly worthless. Bai Zhanlong seethed inwardly, his mind bubbling with frustration, and he began to contemplate retreating himself. He understood that under the condition of not being able to harm Long Haochen, he could not withstand the latter's offensive for long. He was aware that Long Haochen would not strike him with lethal intent, yet he would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries that would leave him unable to recover within just 7 days. If he could not recover in 7 days, then he would be incapable of taking action against Long Haochen thereafter. All his plans had been obliterated by the overwhelming power exhibited by Long Haochen. He thought to himself, either he must find a few individuals willing to stand alongside him against Long Haochen, relying on the treasures left to him by his master, which would make it entirely feasible to withstand the onslaught. However, if no one was willing to join him, then he would have no choice but to follow suit and retreat for the time being. Bai Zhanlong's mind was filled with schemes as his gaze once again traversed the surrounding 100 individuals, searching for a glimmer of hope, a potential ally among them. Lu Jiang and his companions were certainly not an option. They were filled with dread and hesitation, likely to flee at any moment. Even if he managed to pull them together, they could easily become a liability. Others, though eager to join Bai Zhanlong, were regrettably too weak, incapable of contributing anything and only serving to hinder him. No, this simply wouldn't do. None of them would suffice. As Bai Zhanlong wallowed in frustration, contemplating whether to surrender, his gaze suddenly fell upon a figure, and he found himself unable to look away. He beheld a woman standing at the periphery of the crowd, clad in white garments, who had remained there throughout, not participating in the fray. In fact, Lu Jiang had noticed her earlier during the discussions. She had been veiled, seemingly an outsider, indifferent to the conversations, and standing out amidst the crowd. Though he had been perplexed, Bai Zhanlong assumed the woman was merely an onlooker, not giving it much thought. However, during the recent battle, she had been caught in the aftermath, her veil swept away, revealing her stunningly cold and beautiful visage. Bai Zhanlong, being of distinguished status and well acquainted with the world, was not easily taken aback by her beauty. He gazed at her for a considerable time, until she began to display a look of confusion. Unable to resist, Bai Zhanlong retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring, immersing his consciousness within to examine a particular image. The resemblance was strikingly uncanny, although it is impossible for the portrait to perfectly resemble the visage of a real person. A general confirmation can indeed be made. Having scrutinized the features of the woman depicted in the portrait, Bai Zhanlong, despite the multitude of doubts swirling within him, could not contain his excitement as he exclaimed loudly, "Look everyone, Heir is right there. If we capture Heir, Long Haochen will undoubtedly surrender. His declaration momentarily stunned the crowd. Heir, is she truly here? Could it be? Nevertheless, all eyes, including Long Haochen's, were drawn towards that direction. Fixating on Heir furrowed her brows, a profound sense of peril surging within her, prompting her to instinctively retreat a step. It dawned upon her that she had previously been mistaken for Heir by Long Haochen. Could it be that not only her demeanor and posture mirrored that of Heir, but her very appearance did as well? Heir had witnessed Long Haochen's infatuation, and she understood that all the recent schemes revolved around the name Heir. With a multitude of gazes fixated upon her, she was acutely aware of their intentions. Danger. Unable to restrain herself, Heir took a step back, hurriedly producing a veil to obscure her face. She gazed at the assembled crowd. Her eyes filled with wariness, and spoke in a cold, measured tone. I am not Long Haochen's Heir. I am the mistress of Wuyo Palace. I carry the token of Wuyo Palace. We merely share a resemblance. However, it was too late to conceal her identity. In that fleeting moment, her visage had already been beheld by the multitude. What purpose would an explanation serve now? Particularly for Long Haochen, a mere glance was sufficient for the face before him to align perfectly with that of the person he held most dear in his mind. In an instant, he was struck as if by lightning, standing before Heir in a daze, murmuring her name repeatedly. Heir, is it truly you? The same silhouette, the same sensation, if he had previously doubted his recognition. In this moment, Long Haochen was utterly convinced that the Heir before him was indeed the one he had tirelessly sought. This was his Heir. In that instant, emotions erupted, tears blurring Long Haochen's vision as a torrent of feelings. Years of longing, of yearning, of searching, overwhelmed him. In his eyes and mind, there was nothing but Heir. It was not only Long Haochen who recognized Heir's countenance. Bai Yue was not the sole bearer of her portrait. In that brief moment, they all had sufficient time to behold her features and compare them with the portrait. Indeed, the two were identical. Why had Heir not revealed her identity and remained hidden? The woman had claimed to be the mistress of Wuyo Palace, her demeanor devoid of deceit. Perhaps she was merely an unrelated individual who bore a striking resemblance to Heir. Yet, given their uncanny likeness, and observing Long Haochen's current reaction, this Heir, whether or not she was the true Heir, was nonetheless significant. The gazes of the crowd burned with fervor. Even Jiang Lu and the others, who had previously retreated, now shifted their focus, their eyes filled with desire as they regarded Heir, their intentions unmistakable. Long Haochen enjoyed the protection of Reina, thus we must not act against him. However, Heir lacked such safeguards. If we seize Heir, we need not fear Long Haochen's compliance. Bai Yue, disregarding the need for concealment, urgently cried out, striking at the psychological defenses of the crowd. After all, he dared not lay a hand on Long Haochen. Relying solely on his own strength would be utterly insufficient to forcibly seize Heir from his grasp. Thus, he resorted to further muddying the waters of the situation. Bai Yue's shouts proved effective, and the onlookers, no longer hesitant, simultaneously lunged towards Heir. Their proximity meant they closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Heir was well prepared. Sensing the impending danger, she turned and fled without hesitation, swiftly creating a considerable distance between herself and her pursuers, who numbered in the hundreds. Casting a glance over her shoulder at the relentless pursuers, Heir's brows furrowed deeper, yet she refrained from offering any explanations. She understood that no amount of justification would suffice. Regardless of her true identity as Heir, she could not escape the blame that awaited her today, filling her heart with vexation. Despite possessing the cultivation of a divine king, Heir had only just attained the initial stage of the Shen King level, while the experts around her far surpassed her in strength, and the distance between them was rapidly diminishing. Heir clenched her jaw, saying nothing, merely striving to increase her speed as the gap continued to close. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yue had already appeared a mere few dozen zhang behind her, his sinister, ghastly smile clearly visible to Heir. His raspy, grating voice echoed ominously in her ears. "Little girl, don't run. You cannot escape. Fear not, as long as you surrender willingly. We merely seek to procure something from Long Haochen. We shall not make things difficult for you." There was an almost enchanting quality to his voice, which, upon reaching Heir's ears, instilled a chilling sense of dread, causing her to momentarily lose focus and slow her pace. Fortunately, Heir was a person of resolute mind. In that fleeting instant, clarity returned to her thoughts. Her eyes widened in shock as a withered hand reached out towards her, just as that malevolent hand was about to grasp her. A radiant golden sword suddenly pierced the air, interposing itself between the hand and Heir, and a furious roar erupted into the skies. Those who dare to touch Heir shall be slain. Long Haochen, who had initially stood at the farthest distance from Heir, detected her peril in an instant, in a mere fraction of time. He unleashed a speed that surpassed even Bai Zhanlong's, arriving just in time to rescue Heir as Bai Zhanlong made his move. The collision between the golden sword and the withered hand produced a resounding clang akin to metal striking metal, igniting sparks in the air. The clash of sword and hand yielded no clear victor. However, the sword successfully deflected Bai Zhanlong's grasp, allowing Long Haochen to swiftly embrace Heir, retreating a dozen zhang before they finally landed. With the sword pointed at the throng of hundreds before him, he once again raised his voice, declaring, "Those who dare to touch Heir shall be slain." The word slay, uttered from the lips of Long Haochen, a knight known for his gentle and kind nature, carried an overwhelming aura of lethal intent, for the woman in his arms was the most precious treasure of his life. For Heir, Long Haochen would sacrifice everything. Yet upon hearing his voice, Heir found her body inexplicably relaxing. Ceasing her struggles. Was it due to the dire nature of their situation? It was still due to the presence of Long Haochen that she suddenly felt an exquisite sense of nostalgia. Heir herself was uncertain. Long Haochen remained locked in a standoff against the hundreds before him, and the situation was far from optimistic. If we were to take action against Heir, surely Senior Rainer would not intervene? His tone was laced with confidence. As fortunes shift like the tides, in the blink of an eye, Long Haochen found himself in a precarious position, beset by overwhelming difficulties. Clenching his teeth, Long Haochen remained silent for an extended period, grappling with a harrowing decision. His infatuation with Heir was well known, and upon witnessing this, Heir understood that Long Haochen must possess something of immense significance. Confronted by the throng, it was undoubtedly an arduous task for Long Haochen to ensure Heir's safety. In the face of such dire circumstances, he could not help but beseech the domain ancestor Wu Tian for assistance. Wu Tian, do you have any advice at this moment? At this juncture, what feasible solutions remain? Are you certain this woman is indeed your Heir? For she appears to not recognize you at all. Long Haochen failed to notice Wu Tian's momentary hesitation, which stemmed from an unknown cause. After a brief contemplation, Wu Tian resolutely dismissed, "No, the technique of slaying demons and weeping blood will inevitably claim lives, and far too many at that. Should we resort to murder, they would undoubtedly engage in a relentless struggle against me, rendering the situation even more precarious. This course of action is untenable." However, time was of the essence, and Long Haochen had little opportunity for further contemplation. Lu Jiang and the others began to lose their composure, fearing that delay could lead to unforeseen changes, and shouted, "Since Long Haochen refuses to yield, we cannot be blamed. Let us all attack together and eliminate Heir. Long Haochen, we have no intention of harming you. Should you refuse to step aside, do not hold us accountable for any unintended injuries. Even if this reaches Senior Rainer, we have our justifications." Their declarations were delivered with righteous fervor, as though they truly had no intention of turning their aggression toward Long Haochen. As they spoke, blades and swords were drawn, their gazes fixed intently upon Long Haochen, clearly intent on making a move against him. Long Haochen, teeth clenched, was acutely aware of their intentions. Yet he found himself devoid of alternatives and swiftly removed the necklace from around his neck. In an instant, the necklace transformed into a skeletal armor that enveloped Heir. The armor, while its appearance was noteworthy, emanated an aura of ancient and eerie majesty, making Heir acutely aware that this armor was far from ordinary. Perhaps even more extraordinary than she had anticipated. With the armor now donned upon Heir, Long Haochen felt a sense of relief wash over him. The skeletal armor, forged from Wu Tian's remains, boasted remarkable defensive capabilities. Ensuring Heir would not sustain severe injuries, a knowing smile crept on Long Haochen's lips. However, Just as he had adorned Heir in the armor, a multitude of attacks surged forth. Long Haochen promptly concealed his smile and evaded. As the adversaries launched their assault, Long Haochen could not afford to remain passive. One arm embraced Heir, while his other hand grasped the sword, which he deftly maneuvered. The natural energies of heaven and earth surged in response to Long Haochen's actions, converging into his hand to seize this moment. Other techniques appeared futile, prompting Long Haochen to unleash the burning heaven's three styles. This particular technique, which he had mastered over many years, flowed with effortless precision as he raised his hand, unleashing a beam of white light that sliced through the sky. Bang! The white light surged towards the crowd, only to suddenly collide with an invisible barrier. It is uncertain when it began, but under the auspices of the organization led by Bai Yue, a multitude of individuals, nearly 100, had united, forming a formidable defensive formation. The combined strength of this multitude effortlessly withstood Long Haochen's offensive maneuvers. The clash between attack and shield resonated, reminiscent of the earlier confrontation between Long Haochen and Bai Yue. However, this time, Long Haochen faced an assembly of over 100 individuals. Their collective power easily thwarted his assault, and as the forces of offense and defense collided, spiritual energy surged in all directions. But within moments, the strength of the attack waned, gradually dissipating, while the shield remained resplendent with abundant spiritual energy. How could a solitary assault contend with the might of 100? Additionally, although the Burning Heaven trilogy was executed with remarkable proficiency, such techniques demanded immense energy, leading to a gradual decline in potency in comparison to techniques of the caliber of the demon-slaying blood cry. As Long Haochen's level continued to ascend, he found himself increasingly overwhelmed when facing formidable foes, to the point where he might ultimately abandon their use. After successfully fending off Long Haochen's attack, the multitude seized the opportunity presented by his momentary lapse, simultaneously charging towards him. In an instant, Long Haochen was encircled by the throng, yet they dared not launch a direct assault on him, instead directing their efforts towards Heir. She struggled once more, yearning to extricate herself from Long Haochen's embrace. Having donned the armor he had equipped her with, she wished not to be a burden, but rather to join the fray. In truth, Heir possessed the cultivation of an initial stage divine king. And if she were to confront the enemy alongside Long Haochen, with the adversaries reluctant to act freely, she would likely be able to withstand the onslaught for the time being. Conversely, at present, clad in Long Haochen's armor and cradled in his arms, she could neither exert her strength nor help alleviate his burden. Perceiving the intentions of the maiden in his embrace, Long Haochen showed no inclination to loosen his grip. Instead, he held her even closer, his gentle voice whispering in her ear, "This time, you need not fight. Allow me to bear the battle alone." After raising his sword to parry an attack, he advanced rather than retreating, spiritual energy surging forth to fortify his body as he braved the onslaught of countless blades and strikes, forging a path through the throng while maintaining a safe distance to prevent being ambushed from behind. He lifted his gaze, a serene smile gracing his features, as he continued to speak to Heir. "These years have caused you so much suffering, forcing you to confront battles alone, and I have been powerless to change that." Indeed, he had been powerless. Long Haochen had tirelessly searched for companions, never pausing in his quest, yet he lamented the absence of any news from Heir. Not a single whisper of her whereabouts at Heir found herself at a loss for words. Remaining silent as she listened to Long Haochen's lofty declaration, "Today, you need not fight. Today, let me fight for you." With that proclamation, Long Haochen turned his gaze toward the gathered multitude, unleashing a fierce roar as the realms of eternity and light unfolded once more. The principles of the ice path surged to their utmost limit. Cradling Heir in his arms, Long Haochen felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, as though he had been reborn. Resolute in fighting for Heir, he transformed into an indomitable war god, plunging into the fray to engage the adversaries. However, both parties in the battle were beset by apprehensions. Neither dared to strike lethally against Long Haochen, for their fears of Raynor loomed large, rendering them incapable of delivering a fatal blow, and no amount of discourse could alter this reality. Conversely, Long Haochen himself was equally reluctant to harm them, fearing that such an act might provoke his adversaries into inflicting dire consequences upon Heir. Nevertheless, Long Haochen's concerns were somewhat less pronounced, as the others primarily aimed to delay him, not daring even to inflict serious injury, opting instead for a strategy of collective and passive defense. In contrast, Long Haochen's motivations for battle were considerably stronger, empowering him to wreak havoc upon his foes. Observing Long Haochen, who resembled a deity of war, Bai Yue brow furrowed in deep contemplation. The situation was spiraling into chaos, and a resolution was urgently needed. His thoughts raced, and his gaze sharpened, eventually fixating on Heir, recognizing that all potential breakthroughs hinged upon her. Under the influence of the cold ice avenue, the surrounding temperature plunged, exhaling dense clouds of mist with each breath. Those of lower cultivation struggled to endure the biting cold, trembling uncontrollably. Yet ensconced in Long Haochen's warm embrace, Heir felt no chill. Her body gracefully soared through the air alongside him, her heart brimming with warmth. Heir found herself enchanted by this sensation, irresistibly closing her eyes and surrendering to the tranquility of the moment. However, a sudden wave of intense danger enveloped her heart. She snapped her eyes open, instantly spotting Bai Yue amidst the fray. A sinister smile etched upon his face as he fixated upon her. With a flick of his wrist, a glimmer of light emanated from his hand, unmistakably locking onto her. Long Haochen also sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. After all, Bai Yue had targeted Heir and not him. Yet this slight deviation ignited a fierce sense of foreboding within him, compelling his gaze to dart towards Bai Yue. At that moment, it was too late. All Long Haochen could perceive was the fleeting motion of Bai Yue preparing to throw something, as a faint silver light flashed past. Danger! Heir was in peril. Long Haochen's pupils constricted, and in an instant he grasped the severity of the threat. His mind momentarily blanked, yet there was no time for further contemplation. His body instinctively reacted. He pivoted, shielding Heir and intercepting the attack. There was no time to evade. He barely managed to turn a fraction of his body when a sharp pain coursed through his arm. The source of the silver light was indeterminate, yet it swiftly shattered Long Haochen's energy shield and easily penetrated his arm, tearing through flesh and blood, sending waves of excruciating pain racing through his nerves. Long Haochen's complexion paled in an instant. His teeth clenched tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Fortunately, he had succeeded in blocking the attack, preventing any harm from befalling Heir. This thought flickered through his mind. His own injury was inconsequential, for he could not bear the thought of his beloved Heir being harmed. Turning back to glance at Heir, a smile naturally blossomed upon Long Haochen's face. Yet, in that very moment, a sword light, charged with spiritual energy, struck directly at Heir. The chaotic melee had rendered the sword light imprecise, and in his attempt to protect one, Long Haochen had inadvertently endangered the other, as the lethal beam hurtled toward Heir. Moreover, just as Long Haochen's spiritual shield was shattered by the enigmatic assault of Bai Yue, the blinding sword light descended directly upon Heir. Although Wutian skeletal armor mitigated a significant portion of the impact, a considerable force still permeated through the armor, striking Heir in the chest. Caught off guard by the attack, Heir, while not severely harmed due to the armor's buffering effect, nonetheless experienced a wave of discomfort in her chest, suffering a substantial jolt. Her already fair complexion turned pale in an instant, and a trickle of blood escaped the corner of her mouth, staining her veil crimson. Such minor injuries were not grave, and certainly a far cry from the treachery inflicted by Bai Yue. Heir was unfazed by this. Yet upon witnessing the flash of vivid red, Long Haochen's eyes gradually narrowed, an astonishing aura of malevolence erupting within him. His previously pallid visage flushed crimson, then took on a slight purplish hue. Rage contorted his handsome features into a twisted, ghastly expression, rendering him momentarily fearsome. Hundreds of individuals ceased their aggression simultaneously, not out of concern for either Long Haochen or Heir, but because they suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of hostility and a tidal wave of murderous intent emanating from Long Haochen. Was he truly contemplating annihilating them? A singular question surged through the minds of many, as the tacit understanding that neither side would dare to harm the other teetered on the brink of collapse. Even Bai Yue, typically astute and calculating, furrowed his brow, unable to ascertain whether Long Haochen would indeed strike. It was unclear whether the chilling malice stemmed from Long Haochen himself or from the force of the icy laws of the Tao. Yet all felt the atmosphere grow increasingly frigid. Even Bai Zhanlong recoiled slightly, as within this coldness, he keenly detected the scent of blood. Long Haochen's shoulder continued to bleed, the wound stubbornly refusing to heal. Blood trickled down his arm, pooling in his palm without falling to the ground. His eyes, seemingly tinted with blood, swept slowly over the gathered crowd. Those who met his gaze felt a shiver run through their hearts. In the next moment, Long Haochen abruptly raised his hand, his furious roar shattering the very air around him. A thunderous declaration echoing. "Dare to lay a hand on Heir, you shall all perish." With a ferocious bellow, a phantom of a pale red, long sword materialized in his grasp, cleaving through the air towards his adversaries. The crimson light sweeping across the battlefield in an instant. Long Haochen's strike was so sudden that his opponents had no time to defend. Some fled hastily, while others, caught unprepared, were swiftly struck by the pale red sword light. Blood gushing forth at last. The blood did not fall to the ground, but rather soared towards Long Haochen's hand, absorbed by the blood-draining longsword, which darkened rapidly, its hue deepening to a sanguine shade as its power swelled. The previous strike had merely drawn from Long Haochen's own blood, its potency significantly limited and pathetically weak. Now, having absorbed a modicum of blood, the blood-draining sword radiated an even more insatiable thirst, tinting Long Haochen's eyes with a bloody hue as he prepared to unleash a second strike. "Young man, do not act impulsively. These individuals possess formidable cultivation. Should you truly engage them, you would stand no chance. Quickly flee." In the depths of Long Haochen's mind, the voice of the celestial heavens roared, finally rousing him from his stupor. Before him stood a multitude of over 100 individuals, their strengths varying significantly. Yet amongst them were several whose cultivation levels matched or even surpassed his own. The number of those slightly weaker than him was considerable, and in a battle, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. However, it seemed both sides had reached a tacit understanding. Continuing the fight would only lead to a deadly confrontation, resulting in Long Haochen's demise and the inevitable pursuit of these assassins by Reyna. Thus, both parties hesitated, their aggression momentarily abated. As the days swiftly passed, 7 in total, filled with myriad trials and tribulations. Those who had been pursuing Long Haochen were astonished to discover that he had not taken flight towards any bustling metropolises, but rather ventured into increasingly desolate wildernesses. Their hearts brimmed with confusion. Protecting Heir behind him, Long Haochen faced the throng with a countenance as placid as water, though the blood coursing through his veins surged with restlessness. According to the map's indications, the entrance to the Heavenly Emperor's treasury lay within the forest below. Arriving here on the final day, the weight upon his heart had lessened significantly. The bracelet had already begun to react, and Long Haochen was poised to activate it and unlock the treasury. Yet he refrained from hastening this action, for he still had matters to attend to. His arm had been pierced by a surprise attack from Bai Zhanlong, and in the days spent on the run, he had not had the opportunity to tend to his wounds, which remained unhealed. Nevertheless, Long Haochen displayed little concern. Rather, it was Heir's injury that lingered in his mind. Though she had since recovered, it had become an indelible worry that demanded vengeance on her behalf. Releasing his grip on Heir, Long Haochen signaled for her to retreat, brandishing his bloodied sword and surveying the crowd as he declared, "Do not lay a finger on Heir. I shall face you myself." His sudden declaration momentarily stunned the assembly, leaving them perplexed as to his true intentions. Did he perhaps realize escape was futile and was now prepared to make a final stand? Bai Zhanlong's brow furrowed once more. His inherently suspicious nature led him to doubt that Long Haochen would so easily relinquish a struggle, yet he could not fathom the other's motives. "Long Haochen, what are you truly scheming?" He mused to himself, his eyes glinting with a fox-like cunning and the ferocity of a predator. Even if Long Haochen sought to flee, he harbored no fear. After all, he was a being of the divine emperor tier. The chasm separating divine emperors and kings was a gap bestowed by the heavens, rooted in the comprehension of spatial laws that in the instant of ascending to divine emperor status. Each individual grasped varying degrees of spatial understanding, and wielding the power of these laws created an insurmountable divide between divine emperors and kings, whether Long Haochen intended to escape or launch a counteroffensive. He was confident in his ability to cope with the situation effortlessly. Seeing Long Haochen halt to confront them, Jiang Lu and the others hesitated as well. However, unlike Bai Long, they did not dwell on such complexities. They merely needed to bide their time for a few more hours, after which Long Haochen would be theirs for the taking. Drawing their weapons, Jiang Lu scoffed, openly revealing their intentions as he said, "Of course, that poses no issue. We bear no grudge against Heir. Our aim has always been you. As long as you are willing to stay, we shall not make things difficult for Heir." Before the words had barely left his mouth, everyone brandished their weapons. What ensued was a thrilling and exhilarating battle. Long Haochen, without a moment's hesitation, brandished his blade and charged into the fray, instantly plunging the scene into chaos. The blood-soaked sword danced fiercely, and in an instant, crimson light swept through the air, transforming the atmosphere into a tempest of blood. Several unfortunate souls, oblivious to Long Haochen's intentions, were cleaved in two by a single strike. Blood morphed into countless crimson lines, soaring towards Long Haochen amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. He had killed. It seemed to dawn upon them that this was a fight for their very lives. A sudden jolt of dread surged through their hearts. Was Long Haochen truly prepared to fight to the death like a cornered beast? Now that the battle had commenced, Long Haochen would not relent. The blade, having tasted blood, gleamed ever more brilliantly, and in a heartbeat, several streaks of blood-red sword light swept across the battlefield. He did not target the more formidable opponents, but rather fixated on those of the weakest cultivation, sweeping his sword through them, resulting in more lives extinguished in an instant. With blood raining from the heavens, the onlookers gritted their teeth, their eyes wide with fury, fixated on Long Haochen. Due to Reina's decree, both sides had maintained a tacit agreement to refrain from lethal force. Yet Long Haochen had shattered this unspoken truce. Was it arrogance that fueled him? But would the others simply await their demise in silence? In an instant, rage transformed into power, and a multitude surged forward, their diverse spiritual energies coalescing in the air, ready to make Long Haochen the target of their wrath. Lu Jiang shouted, "Long Haochen, do not think that Reina's decree prevents us from killing you. Today marks your end." The tension escalated, and it was clear that the facade of civility would be torn asunder. There would be no hope of holding back for even another second. Lu Jiang concealed no intent of hostility. His long sword emanated a greenish aura, poised to strike down upon Long Haochen. Yet at that moment, Long Haochen suddenly began to laugh, waving his hands insistently, signaling for a brief pause. The arrows were drawn. But the crowd was willing to grant him a few seconds to deliver his final words. "I had no intention of fighting you. I merely sought to depart. However, since you have harmed Heir, do not blame me for being merciless." Long Haochen's expression turned grave, his words laced with palpable aggression. Lu Jiang scoffed, "And what of it? Are you begging for mercy? Do you wish for a truce?" No sooner had he spoken than the crowd sensed a shift. Countless premeditated attacks surged forth without hesitation, all aimed at Long Haochen. Yet he remained unfazed, his arm wielding the sword swung with force. And the blood-stained blade was hurled into the throng. The hand that had clutched Heir suddenly opened, revealing a jade bracelet. In that instant, a beam of golden light, thick as several yards, descended from the heavens, enveloping the pair entirely and swiftly drawing them skyward, causing countless attacks to fall aimlessly into the void. Meanwhile, Long Haochen's blood-drenched blade detonated amid the crowd, erupting like a bomb. In that moment, it claimed several more lives. With the starry sky, divine realm is regarded as a celestial domain, undoubtedly replete with various divine wonders. Opulent edifices are commonplace, and even the most ordinary sects strive to construct their sanctuaries with the grandeur of a royal palace. The most formidable sects elevate their training grounds to resemble the ethereal palaces of the heavens, breathtakingly magnificent beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. Although they consider themselves well-traveled, they have never encountered such a splendid spectacle before their eyes. Amidst the ethereal clouds, an endless brilliance of golden light radiates, so dazzling that none dare to gaze directly upon it. Faintly, two towering, pristine jade pillars emerge, supporting an immense gate that seems to reach a height of at least 100 jong. The luminescence emanating from beyond is overwhelmingly brilliant, and though one might catch glimpses of countless intricately carved beams and painted rafters adorning the gate, the golden light obscures any clarity of detail, imposing a majestic and overwhelming aura upon all. Alarmed, Long Haochen seeks to escape, intent on activating the secret realm to find refuge within. Quickly, we must act against him, Lu Jiang shouts, prompting the others to prepare to strike at the secret realm. Yet, only Bai Zhanlong remains motionless, standing in silence. His eyelids twitch, revealing a kaleidoscope of emotions: shock, envy, anger, disbelief at the realization. The Heavenly Emperor's treasury. Is this truly the entrance to the Heavenly Emperor's treasury? Long Haochen, how could you possess the key to the Heavenly Emperor's treasury? He refrains from attacking, fully aware of the unparalleled nature of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. It is not merely a challenge for them. Mere minnows, even his own master, a being surpassing the divine sovereign level, would be incapable of influencing this legendary treasury. As expected, their assaults fail to approach the gates of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. Any attempt merely dissipates upon nearing it. Simultaneously, an immense pressure descends, overwhelming the crowd before they even have a chance to react, forcing them to the ground in prostration. Utterly unable to resist, eye in the sky, a gate opens, the portal to the heavens. Long Haochen and Heir step inside. The moment they cross the threshold, the gate slams shut, and all traces of their presence vanish as if they had never existed. Cradling Heir in his arms, Long Haochen exhales deeply, relief washing over him as the immediate danger has finally passed. For the next 3 years, they will remain within the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, free to cultivate without concern for outside matters. Though the entrance was ablaze with golden light, reminiscent of celestial beings untouched by the mundane world, crossing the threshold feels akin to being ensnared in spatial turbulence, where everything twists and distorts. Long Haochen's entire being seems to contort with the fabric of space, and his wounds appear to tear further with the spatial distortions. This is the chaos of spatial turbulence, a phenomenon he recognizes that it is akin to a spatial conduit leading to another realm deep within the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. Nevertheless, Long Haochen clings tightly to Heir, fearful of losing her and becoming separated once more. Time becomes an abstraction as he loses track of it, until he senses the distortion dissipating entirely. Through his eyelids, he perceives a glow and finally opens his eyes, discovering that he stands within a cave. As I gaze around, I found myself in a cavern towering 3 to 4 zhang high, with a length and width exceeding a dozen zhang each. The cave walls were rugged and uneven, yet no exit could be discerned in the 16 directions above and below. Strangely, although this completely enclosed cavern lacked any light source, it was inexplicably bright, as if bathed in the warm embrace of sunlight, with not a shadow cast beneath my feet. Could this be the treasure vault of the Heavenly Emperor? Long Haochen murmured to himself, still unprepared to scrutinize his surroundings in detail, when he felt the jade figure in his embrace suddenly struggle and break free. Long Haochen bore no ill will. From her previous behavior, it was evident that Heir must have lost her memory for some reason, and he could only wonder what hardships she had endured over the years. His gaze toward Heir was filled with tender affection, yet he noticed her looking around anxiously. Rife with vigilance, he gently reassured her. Do not worry, Heir. This is the treasure vault of the Heavenly Emperor. They lack the key and cannot enter. The treasure vault of the Heavenly Emperor? Heir furrowed her brow slightly. Such a phenomenon was a closely guarded secret, known only to a select few powerful beings. Had it not been for Reina's revelation, Long Haochen would have remained oblivious to its existence, and naturally, Heir had never heard of it either. Observing her confusion, Long Haochen felt no need to conceal the truth. He retrieved a jade slip detailing the treasure vault and handed it to Heir. This contains an introduction to the treasure vault of the Heavenly Emperor. Please take a look. Heir displayed a hesitant expression, glancing between the jade slip and Long Haochen, before finally saying, "Perhaps I resemble your Heir, but I am truly not her." After a brief pause, recalling Long Haochen's desperate actions for her sake, a flicker of reluctance crossed her heart. And she continued, I have been in the Wu Yue Palace since childhood. It was my master who raised me. I am genuinely not your Kai. How could the person who had treated her the best in the world deceive her? Though Long Haochen evoked a strange feeling within her, Heir chose to place her trust in her master over him. By the way, let me show you this. Long Haochen suddenly had a thought. His excitement palpable, he removed a ring from his finger and placed it in the palm of Heir's hand, eagerly inquiring, Do you remember this ring? You gave it to me back then. Heir cradled the ring in her hand, examining it closely. At first glance, it appeared quite unfamiliar, simple, ordinary, and unremarkable. Yet as she continued to observe, a sense of familiarity began to surface, as if something was being evoked in her mind. Though it remained shrouded in a foggy haze, impossible to perceive clearly, that a slight discomfort settled in her head, prompting Heir to furrow her brow. Sensing an opportunity, Long Haochen hastily urged, Think carefully. It was when we first met that you gifted me this ring, which is called Forget-Me-Not. 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 The three words echoed in Heir's mind, refusing to dissipate, compelling her to repeat the name incessantly. Yet, the discomfort in her head intensified. As Long Haochen spoke, the pain in her head grew more acute, and unable to withstand it any longer, Heir clasped her head and cried out, Stop talking! Stop talking! Long Haochen hurriedly closed his mouth, supporting Heir with one hand. Observing her agonized expression, he couldn't help but feel a pang of self-reproach. Yet he became even more convinced that this Heir was indeed his own. With this realization, he decided not to rush the matter of restoring her memories, for Long Haochen possessed ample patience. After a considerable passage of time, the discomfort in his head gradually faded, and Heir's emotions finally stabilized, in a remarkable display of tacit understanding. The two refrained from discussing her lineage any further and instead lifted their gazes to examine the cave around them. Previously, they had merely glanced at it, but this cave was anything but ordinary. That it was only natural, considering the reverence bestowed upon the Heavenly Emperor's treasury by Lina. How could it possibly be a commonplace place? Aside from the absence of an exit and the daylight-like illumination, the most striking feature was the inscriptions etched into the surrounding walls. The two approached to scrutinize them closely. The characters were evidently from ancient times. Long Haochen found them vaguely familiar, having encountered them in several texts before, yet he could not decipher even half of their meanings. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The disparity between man and deity lies not merely in the magnitude of spiritual power or realm, but rather in the Tao, or what one might term the principles. The voice of Wu Tian resonated within Long Haochen's mind. An ancient relic. Having existed for countless millennia, he naturally recognized these characters, articulating them with clarity and without hesitation. However, there were far too many inscriptions on the stone wall, and Wu Tian, disinterested in reciting each one, swiftly scanned them before elucidating their general meanings to Long Haochen. Domain ancestor Wu Tian belonged to an era tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of years ago, and had never heard of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. Surmising it to be a recent phenomenon of the last several millennia, he couldn't help but critique. Indeed, the Heavenly Emperor's treasury holds profound significance. Every phrase uttered is a truth. The distinction between man and deity is never rooted in power or realm, but resides solely in the principles. When the principles accumulate to a certain extent, one can achieve divinity even with insufficient realm. This is a conclusion I have gradually deduced over countless years as domain ancestor, and it has finally been validated. Long Haochen nodded slightly, mentally noting Wu Tian's words. The cultivation of principles was of utmost importance, yet he also remembered that such cultivation required profound cultivation as a foundation. Once one's realm elevated, the comprehension of principles would naturally follow suit. For instance, upon reaching the realm of the Divine Emperor, one could intuitively grasp certain spatial principles, and as one ascended to the realms of divine, sovereign, and beyond, the existence of other principles would become apparent. Young one, do not confuse understanding with the natural insight gained through reaching a realm. They are far from equivalent. The moment of ascension is not insight, but elevation. Wu Tian, perceiving Long Haochen's thoughts, spoke suddenly. Never mind, for you shall comprehend the reasoning behind this at the moment of your ascension to the Divine Emperor. The difference between the two is as vast as heaven and earth. Wu Tian continued, regardless of whether you grasp this or not, remember these words. The cultivation of principles is best undertaken as early as possible. The lower your realm, the more principles you can master, thereby enhancing your strength and potential. The cultivation of principles and the great Tao is the most prosperous path to divinity, and the Heavenly Emperor's treasury serves as the guide leading you down this illustrious road. Long Haochen was reminded of Wu Tian's earlier statement that mastering promotion was not merely an understanding of the laws, but rather an elevation of those laws. In that moment, it felt as though he grasped something profound, yet he remained in a state of partial comprehension. Within the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, despite the multitude of dangers, the potential to harness the power of the laws seemed genuinely promising, if that were indeed the case. Young Long Haochen, you may have stumbled upon a treasure. Nodding in agreement, Long Haochen recognized that the Heavenly Emperor's treasury was highly regarded by Wu Tian, and the number of things that could capture his discerning eye was regrettably scarce. He sensed that he had significant opportunities here, yet the esoteric nature of the laws and the path of enlightenment posed formidable challenges, plunging him into deep contemplation. With his brows slightly furrowed and a hand propping up his chin, he relished the thought that for the next few years he need not worry about external threats. His presence within the Heavenly Emperor's treasury allowed him to relax considerably. His gaze, both intentional and inadvertent, followed Kai as she wandered through the cave, momentarily forgetting the warning from Reina about surviving for 3 years in the treasury. Kai meandered along the stone walls, observing the inscriptions etched upon them. She, of course, could not comprehend the meaning of these characters. She was merely intrigued by the spectacle. Having never heard of the existence of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, she had not had the opportunity to listen to Long Haochen's explanations. Captivated by the extraordinary scenery, she curiously explored the surroundings. Oblivious to Reina's admonition, Kai gazed at the unfamiliar characters, unaware of the countless millennia that had elapsed, each stroke conveying the weight of time and an awe-inspiring power that stirred her heart. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch them. Yet, the moment her fingers made contact, the bright cave was abruptly engulfed in darkness, plunging into an abyss of shadows. Almost simultaneously, the inscriptions on the stone wall began to emit a soft glow, akin to countless lanterns illuminating the void. However, despite the brilliance of these characters, they did little to brighten the cave, and Long Haochen found himself unable to locate Kai amidst the gloom. It was as if he had been thrust into a void. He could feel the solid ground beneath him, yet was deprived of all other sensations. Surrounded by light, he could see nothing, rendering his experience akin to that of existing in an empty space. Fortunately, this peculiar phenomenon was fleeting. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings suddenly illuminated, revealing a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy clouds, a gentle breeze, and the harmonious sounds of birds and beasts. Yet, the sun was conspicuously absent from the sky, and Kai's form seemed to have materialized at his side in an instant. When they finally acknowledged each other's presence, they did not lock eyes, but instead directed their gazes outward, slowly retreating towards one another until their backs met in their eyes. An unmistakable panic flickered. They had no choice but to feel alarmed, for inexplicably, they found themselves in an entirely different realm. Before them lay a breathtaking landscape. It was teeming with formidable beasts, tigers, leopards, jackals, lions, and dogs, their vicious fangs bared in ferocity, accompanied by countless unnamed creatures, numbering well into the thousands. Wu Tian's slightly teasing voice echoed in Long Haochen's mind. The young lady acts swiftly, and I have yet to make my remarks. While the Heavenly Emperor's treasury might be fraught with peril, its ultimate purpose was to hone an individual's skills, providing such a cave as a sanctuary for rest and recovery. Touching the stone tablet signified readiness to confront the dangers that lay within the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. Upon hearing this, Long Haochen's face bore a faint bitter smile that he glanced at Kai beside him, unable to bring himself to scold her, and thus chose to refrain from mentioning the matter altogether. After 7 days of frantic escape, the spiritual energy within Long Haochen had been severely depleted, and he bore several considerable injuries. Had he been able to rest for even a few hours in the cave they had just vacated, it would have greatly alleviated his current predicament. Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that with his arrival, The ferocious beasts, which had previously been lounging, sitting, or playing with their companions, had all turned their attention towards him. The gaze of the wild creatures shifted as one, and they rose to their feet, fixating their predatory stares upon the two uninvited guests. Even without Long Haochen's words, Heir understood that she had caused trouble. In her flustered state, she cast a glance of apology towards him, embodying the very essence of a demure woman. Returning her gaze to the multitude of beasts before them, Long Haochen's expression gradually hardened. In the absence of Heir, he had faced countless dangers, and it was her presence that had fueled his will to survive. Now that he had found her, he had all the more reason to live. Fixing his gaze upon the throng of wild beasts, Long Haochen's determination solidified. He assessed the situation. Despite their numbers, the strength of these creatures was not formidable. The weakest among them barely matched the cultivation of a divine knight, while the strongest were merely on par with a divine general. Confronted with such adversaries, Long Haochen hesitated not for a moment. He summoned the full extent of his mid-divine king cultivation, unleashing a formidable aura intended to intimidate the beasts into retreat. Heir, sensing Long Haochen's intent, similarly exuded her own pressure. Together, the dual forces of their divine king prowess enveloped the skies above, casting a shadow over each beast. In the outside world, the beast's keen instincts would have recognized the vast disparity in strength and prompted them to flee rather than provoke these two immensely powerful beings. However, this was the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, not the outside realm. The moment Long Haochen and Heir unleashed their might, the beasts did not cower in submission. Instead, they displayed no trace of fear if their territory had been insulted. They charged forward without hesitation, a tidal wave of wild creatures surging towards Long Haochen. Were they truly attempting to strike against stone with an egg? Long Haochen's brow furrowed slightly, yet he stood undaunted, brandishing his radiant moon sword that radiated an endless golden light. With a single, decisive slash, several beasts were cleaved in two, their colorful entrails and blood splattering across the sky, rendering the mere beasts no match for him. Nevertheless, for every beast he felled, countless others surged forth in relentless succession, an unending tide. The multitude of creatures, charging from all directions, moved with a swiftness that far surpassed the speed of Long Haochen's strikes. In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed by the overwhelming onslaught of beasts, vanishing from sight. Indeed, it was a veritable tide of beasts. Countless ferocious creatures surged forth like a deluge, and no matter how formidable one might be, there was no means to halt such a relentless wave. The sheer force of their advance was overwhelming, threatening to drown even the most extraordinary of talents in their midst. Countless beasts surged together, surrounding Long Haochen in a tight circle. Yet in that fleeting moment, golden rays of light erupted through the gaps among the ferocious creatures. Ultimately, paper cannot contain a raging fire. These lowly cultivated beasts could not suppress Long Haochen. In the next instant, a thunderous roar emanated from beneath the beasts, and the golden light intensified with the force of the shout. Long Haochen gathered spiritual power amidst the echoes of furious howls, exploding forth with a sudden might that scattered the flood of beasts clinging to him, transforming them into a torrential rain of blood. The surrounding area instantly became a vacuum. The abrupt surge of spiritual energy claimed the lives of hundreds, if not thousands, of beasts. After enduring a relentless assault from the beasts, Long Haochen bore several fresh wounds, additional scars marking his body. However, the body of a divine king was not to be trifled with. The beast's fangs and claws could only breach the skin, inflicting no substantial harm. Weaker creatures merely left white bite marks and saliva upon his solid muscles. Amidst the chaos, he stole a glance at Heir, who stood in the mid-stage of divine king cultivation, having consumed little spiritual power and donned Long Haochen's skeletal armor, rendering her safety momentarily assured. I could see this moment. Heir hovered gracefully in midair, surrounded by dozens of white light blades that circled around her, shredding the attacking beasts into fragments. The sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, so much so that Long Haochen could not ascertain their quantity. With each stroke of his sword, he pondered whether he could truly eradicate them all within 3 years. Did this mean he would be engaged in an unyielding massacre of these beasts for the entirety of that time? Without showcasing some true prowess, he knew he would be at a disadvantage. Long Haochen abruptly withdrew, distancing himself from the fray. His speed far surpassed that of the beasts, allowing him to easily shake them off. However, he did not intend to evade battle. Instead, he halted in the sky after creating some distance. Taking a deep breath, a faint golden light ignited in Long Haochen's eyes, radiating from his entire being, transforming him into a figure of gold, akin to a celestial deity, exuding an aura of majesty beyond that of mortals. Heir could not help but glance in Long Haochen's direction, momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment, tinged with a hint of confusion. Yet, this scene went unnoticed by Long Haochen, who remained focused on the multitude of beasts before him. His expression stern and devoid of any emotion. In the next moment, a thunderous sound reverberated, akin to a clap of thunder splitting the sky. A brilliant light erupted around Long Haochen, dazzling and blinding. Reminiscent of a radiant sun, that a wave of disturbance rippled through the void, suddenly tearing apart, creating a colossal crack that spanned heaven and earth, as if the apocalypse had arrived and a demon god was descending. Nevertheless, the beasts remained undeterred, their gaze fixated solely on Long Haochen, driven by a singular desire to slay him, relentlessly charging toward him with fierce determination. Confronted by the approaching beasts, Long Haochen remained unperturbed, his gaze sharpening. In an instant, countless white threads pierced through the realms. In but a fleeting moment, the area within several miles was inundated with white light, cutting and penetrating the multitude of beasts. The frenzied creatures, still oblivious to the unfolding chaos, continued their reckless charge, only to find their bodies gradually disintegrating into countless fragments as they ran. The sky was consumed by a torrential downpour, yet the rain cascaded in a vivid crimson hue, permeated with a heavy scent of blood. Within a 10-mile radius, all ferocious beasts had been vanquished by this singular strike, including those that had encircled Heir, resulting in a significant alleviation of pressure. In that fleeting moment of slaying countless wild creatures, Long Haochen distinctly sensed a mysterious force seemingly entering his body with the demise of those monsters. He was unaware of the nature of this power or its potential utility, nor did he detect any anomalies within himself. It could be surmised that this power was the benefit derived from hunting beasts within the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, and Heir likely shared in this advantage. Long Haochen felt no urgency. There remained 3 years within the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, and if these forces accumulated sufficiently, their utility would surely manifest in due course. However, it was a delusion to think that this would lead to an easy victory. The duo, standing amidst the heavens, could clearly observe countless beasts hurtling towards them from afar, a formidable and densely packed army of ferocity that sent chills down one's spine. Long Haochen did not harbor any illusions of exterminating all beasts through such means. There were simply too many. Even with the continuous consumption of medicinal pills, the rate of recovery for his spiritual energy could not keep pace with the rate of consumption. Long Haochen had other plans. Heir, come here, he commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. As the torrential blood rain continued to fall, yet had not touched the ground, Long Haochen extended his hand, summoning the deluge of crimson droplets towards himself. He compressed and condensed them, transforming the sanguine rain into a blood-red longsword. Stowing away the Bai Yue's sword, he beckoned the ominous, gory blade into his grasp. The moment the longsword settled into his hand, a torrent of spiritual energy surged into Long Haochen's body, akin to an avalanche, replenishing his energy almost entirely and revitalizing his weary form, while also healing many of his injuries, though the blood of these beasts was diluted by their lower cultivation. Their sheer quantity compensated for the lack of quality. Such an abundance of beastly blood was sufficient to restore the energy he had expended. Indeed, Long Haochen was employing the technique he had learned from Wu Tian, known as the bloodthirsty slash. This was no ordinary skill. It could even be deemed as defying the heavens. With the prowess of bloodthirsty slash, no matter how many adversaries he faced, as long as the blood continued to flow, Long Haochen's spiritual energy would never wane. Although this technique could be somewhat inadequate in one-on-one confrontations with formidable foes, it was perfectly suited for the current predicament. Without this secret technique, Long Haochen would undoubtedly be unable to escape unscathed today. Heir had now arrived at Long Haochen's side, witnessing the countless droplets of blood coalesce into a long sword in his hand. In the next moment, a formidable wave of spiritual energy erupted, and it seemed as though all of Long Haochen's energy was instantly restored. She quickly realized the extraordinary nature of the technique Long Haochen was employing, mistakenly believing Long Haochen wished for her to join him in battle. She was taken aback when he, facing the multitude of beasts, bore eyes that gleamed with a red more intense than that of the monsters themselves, softly instructed, "Heir, simply stand behind me, and when I can no longer hold my ground, you may take your turn." Heir stared at Long Haochen in disbelief, scarcely able to trust her ears. The presence of so many ferocious beasts rendered it an exceedingly arduous task for two individuals, leaving them utterly uncertain of how long they could endure. Yet, astonishingly, Long Haochen intended to confront them alone. Without allowing her the chance to voice her concerns, he suddenly produced a small artifact resembling a cauldron, cradling it in his palm, and, with his back turned to Heir, declared, "The wisdom spirit furnace, a gift you bestowed upon me in the past. In those days I was weak and inconspicuous, yet you treated me with such kindness and protected me. Now that I have acquired strength, allow me to safeguard you." While the wisdom spirit furnace and the essence of life were indeed remarkable, Long Haochen had utilized them several times after ascending to the divine realm, only to find their effects rather lackluster. Although the furnace consumed little spiritual energy, its power was woefully insufficient against formidable foes. It proved to be of little consequence against weaker adversaries. However, whatever means Long Haochen employed sufficed. In truth, it was not solely the wisdom spirit furnace that had begun to lag behind his burgeoning strength. The techniques, skills, and even weapons he previously wielded were gradually becoming inadequate. Long Haochen recognized that in his quest for greater power, it was essential to forge a new version of himself, present. Bolstered by the enhancements of the white-robed divine sovereign, Long Haochen's cultivation far surpassed his former self, and the wisdom and life spirit furnace held great promise against the fierce beasts. Having replenished a significant portion of his spiritual energy by vanquishing demons, he poured his energy into the wisdom spirit furnace, causing a pale azure glow to emanate forth, infused with a vibrant aura of life. With a flick of his wrist, the wisdom spirit furnace soared towards the ground, unleashing a vast expanse of azure mist that swept across the terrain, channeling boundless life force into the earth. The green luminescence intertwined with the verdant grass below, and the myriad beasts, heedless of the nature of this azure haze, fixated their attention solely on Long Haochen and Heir, charging toward them with reckless abandon. With spiritual energy now abundant, Long Haochen stood resolute before the oncoming horde, devoid of fear. Infusing his blood-red longsword with spiritual energy, it instantly glowed with a brilliant crimson sheen as he wielded his sword. Arcs of red light burst forth, reminiscent of celestial blossoms raining down from the heavens, illuminating the sky in a dazzling display. As the number of assailing beasts swelled, the commotion of their battle attracted distant creatures, creating a ripple effect that drew every beast toward Long Haochen's position. The ground trembled with their approach, and even the skies darkened under the weight of their numbers. The scene resembled an apocalyptic scenario, an inescapable calamity. Yet amidst such perilous circumstances, Long Haochen's indomitable fighting spirit shone even brighter. The scarlet glow of his sword dazzlingly illuminated the heavens, blossoming into countless crimson flowers. More blood surged toward Long Haochen, converging into the long sword in his grasp, while any surplus energy was deftly channeled into the wisdom spirit furnace. Though Long Haochen's attacks were formidable, he could not evade every assault from the relentless tide of beasts. Some managed to breach his defenses, drawing perilously close to him and Heir. Realizing he was too preoccupied to respond, Heir raised her hand, and dozens of petite white daggers danced at her fingertips. Soaring through the air, her icy gaze locked upon the approaching beasts, and she awaited the perfect moment to rend them into minuscule fragments. However, Long Haochen proclaimed that there was no need for Heir to intervene. Even if there were fish that slipped through the net, he would not require her assistance to deal with them. The wisdom spirit furnace had already absorbed an ample amount of spiritual energy. and the grass beneath had soaked up enough blood, initiating a frenzied growth. Countless blades of grass, within a mere span of time, surged forth as if 100 years had passed, transforming into vast expanses. Stretching several feet, several zhang, or even dozens of zhang in length, with clusters of grass intertwining to resemble wild beasts, roaring and charging forward. Heir glanced at Long Haochen, feeling increasingly perplexed by this man, and the concept of love between men and women became ever more elusive to her. Yet, she sheathed the dagger in her hand, standing quietly in the sky, observing this man as he battled. Confronting a multitude of ferocious beasts of unknown quantity alone, Long Haochen too was unaware of how long he would need to fight. Beneath him, the corpses of the beasts accumulated, gradually forming a mound of bodies. Long Haochen had no idea how many times he had unleashed his blade energy, nor the height of the mound he stood upon. He only knew that the onslaught of wild beasts showed no signs of abating, compelling him to remain utterly vigilant, wielding his sword with unwavering speed. Given the abundance of spiritual energy, Long Haochen did not hesitate to employ the Burning Heaven Triad several times. Each invocation caused the mound beneath him to surge several zhang higher, with noticeable streams of power flowing into his body. This cycle continued countless times, as the hill beneath him rose repeatedly, forcing him to elevate his stance, yet the ferocious beast before him showed no signs of diminishing. Suddenly, with a surge of power, the Wisdom Spirit Furnace and the Burning Heaven Triad erupted simultaneously, creating a vast vacuum around Long Haochen, granting him a moment to breathe. The sky was devoid of sun or night. Only an endless radiance enveloped him. Long Haochen was oblivious to how long he had been engaged in this slaughter. By his estimation, it must have spanned over a dozen hours, for such a mountain of corpses and sea of blood could not have been wrought otherwise. Yet, as he gazed into the distance, the relentless tide of beasts appeared boundless, and a faint sense of despair began to creep into his heart, causing his arm that gripped the bloodied blade to tremble slightly. Although his spiritual energy remained abundant, and the technique of slaying demons and weeping blood ensured he need not fear depleting his power, the more pressing issue at hand was the exhaustion of his physical strength. The enhancement of his cultivation had been accompanied by improvements to his physique, yet human endurance is ultimately finite. The monotonous repetition of actions drained a considerable amount of his stamina, despite the restorative effects of slaying demons and weeping blood. The replenishment fell short of his expenditure. Long Haochen had long since forgotten the sensation of being brimming with spiritual energy while his physical strength waned, possessing immense power, yet being unable to wield it. A sense of helplessness began to well up within him, yet he was far from despairing, for Heir stood behind him. How could he allow himself to succumb to hopelessness? Thinking of Heir, an inexplicable surge of strength coursed through him, banishing the tremors from his arms, as he lifted his gaze to the oncoming horde of ferocious beasts, once more raising his bloodied sword. A sudden realization jolted him awake, illuminating a profound truth. The Heavenly Emperor's treasury was not his enemy, but rather a repository for honing young talents. Thus, it should not be regarded as an adversary, but rather as an opportunity for growth. However, as Long Haochen gazed upon the relentless tide of beasts before him, he could not help but ponder. Could mere trial not be regarded as a life-and-death struggle? After all, it was indeed a battle of survival. Any hint of negligence on his part would result in being overwhelmed by countless ferocious creatures. Should he find himself exhausted and unable to resist, Long Haochen had no doubt that he would be torn to shreds by these savage beasts. Yet the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, by virtue of being a treasury, must surely be renowned for its treasures. Was this endless wave of beasts perhaps linked to that small, enigmatic force? The brief respite granted by the beasts did not afford Long Haochen much time to recuperate. As the flood of beasts surged once more, unleashing a torrent of chaos, with his long sword raised, he stained the heavens anew with blood. There was no alternative. Heir stood resolutely behind him, and the only path forward was to continue fighting. At that moment, a thunderous roar from the beast horde startled the two. Long Haochen could scarcely discern whether it was the sound of mountains collapsing or the roar of beasts. However, having previously surveyed the surrounding terrain, he knew that for miles there lay an expansive, flat grassland, unobstructed by mountains save for the mountain of corpses and sea of blood beneath his feet, In the next instant, Long Haochen's gaze pierced through the throng of ferocious beasts, catching sight of a colossal creature towering above all. Its appearance was a grotesque amalgamation: a tiger's head, a lion's face, deer antlers, wolf claws, a bear's body, and an ox's tail, an aberration of nature. In terms of height, if it were to rise, this behemoth would nearly match the height of the mountain of corpses at Long Haochen's feet, standing no less than 100 feet tall, exuding a terrifying might. It seemed to have just materialized, though its origin was unknown. It had suddenly appeared from over 100 miles away with a resounding crash, leaving Long Haochen to wonder if that roar had indeed been its call. The giant beast approached Long Haochen's direction at a steady pace, covering over 100 meters in mere seconds. Soon it would be upon him. Surely, this was the true adversary emerging. The beast tide showed no signs of abating. Would defeating it quell the onslaught? Long Haochen questioned the creature's cultivation level, fearing it would be formidable. If slaying it could halt the beast's tide, that would be fortunate. However, if it proved futile, would that not render his efforts in vain? Should he confront it head-on, or take a moment to evade its wrath? Long Haochen weighed the pros and cons in his mind, particularly considering that the beast's tide had claimed countless lives without showing any sign of diminishing. Clenching his teeth, he murmured to himself, "Let's do this. First, we shall take down this colossal beast." The other beasts were not particularly strong. Surely, this giant's cultivation could not be insurmountable. With resolve taking root in his heart, Long Haochen decided to take the initiative and communicated his plan to Heir. Without uttering a word, she silently drew closer, indicating her unwavering support for his decisions. Encouraged by Heir's presence, Long Haochen felt a surge of confidence. If he were to gamble with his life, he must fully commit, for how else could one survive in dire straits? Once more, he unleashed the burning heaven 3 styles, clearing a vast space around him. Seizing the moment, he stowed away the wisdom spirit furnace and, accompanied by Heir, soared skyward, charging towards the colossal beast with unstoppable momentum, like a battering ram breaking through countless barriers. Upon noticing the 2 individuals approaching, the colossal beast appeared to be irked by their presence. He threw back its head and let out a roar that resonated like an avalanche or a tsunami, reverberating across the land and instilling fear across vast territories, truly befitting of its imposing stature. Long Haochen, with relentless strikes and fierce charges, fought his way to the front of the giant creature, seizing the opportunity to gauge its strength. The beast's immense form was surging with an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy, exuding a pressure reminiscent of ancient times. However, to Long Haochen's astonishment, he discerned that the creature possessed merely the cultivation level of a divine commander, despite its gigantic frame and vast reserves of spiritual power, which far surpassed that of an ordinary divine commander. Any typical divine commander would meet a grim fate against such a ferocious beast. Yet, Long Haochen was a divine king, and not just any divine king. Hence, he felt no trepidation in confronting it. The wise spirit furnace was summoned once more, fully activated, and an abundance of flora surged forth to impede the onslaught of countless ferocious beasts. Even Heir joined in to assist, temporarily staving off the advances of other predators, allowing Long Haochen to devote his focus solely to the colossal beast. Unperturbed by the distractions of other creatures, Long Haochen gripped the Bloodblade sword, its aim unwaveringly set upon the giant beast, akin to a meteor streaking across the heavens. The Bloodblade, having tasted the essence of countless ferocious beasts, gleamed a vivid crimson that was almost blinding, its murderous intent palpable and terrifying. Ordinary wild beasts had never feared Long Haochen, let alone this giant creature. As the beast charged towards him, it unleashed another thunderous roar, rising abruptly from the ground. Its massive claws swirled like a tempest, aimed directly at Long Haochen's head. As its claw descended, the beast clearly observed Long Haochen beneath its strike, yet felt no impact on its claw. Bewildered, it remained unaware that Long Haochen had already appeared behind it, and without hesitation, he targeted the creature's neck with the Bloodblade. The sudden turn of events momentarily unsettled Long Haochen, and in that fleeting pause, the beast seized the opportunity. With a paw as thick as several water barrels tied together, it swept across, catching Long Haochen off guard. His body was sent hurtling through the air like a kite caught in a tempest, leaving the blood blade lodged in the beast's neck, though the creature's cultivation level was slightly inferior. Its sheer brute strength was unparalleled, something Long Haochen had rarely encountered in his lifetime, that it felt as if he'd been struck by a massive iron hammer. A momentary disorientation ensued, blood gushing from his nostrils, and his senses dulled. His mind became clouded, a haze enveloping him, rendering him incapable of commanding his body. As he plummeted through the sky, he vaguely sensed himself being cradled in a warm embrace, leading him to lose consciousness entirely. Meanwhile, in the world outside the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, two men of alabaster skin stood in a hall. One was an elderly man with a contemplative demeanor, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed thoughtfully at a painting on the wall. The younger man, standing respectfully behind him with lowered eyes, awaited his master's command. These two were none other than the impermanent old ghost of the White Transformation clan, Bai Chong, and his disciple, the smiling fox Bai Zhanlong. Bai Chong, with his back turned to Bai Zhanlong, spoke, "Is it absolutely necessary to proceed? That Long Haochen possesses an extraordinary identity, especially as he's been brought into the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. To kill him now would be exceedingly sensitive. Should it come to light, those ancient rascals of the human race are far from benevolent. Moreover, the treasury is fraught with peril. Whether that lad can even emerge is debatable. Even if he does, to what level of cultivation would he have attained? A mid-tier deity king, at most, only resembles a late-stage deity king and is incapable of surpassing that threshold. Are you still afraid of not being able to eliminate him?" Bai Chang's back bent even deeper as he replied, "Long Haochen is no ordinary individual. He is truly worthy of being the ascended god that has not been seen in a millennium, possessing an extraordinary demeanor. His chances of surviving within the Heavenly Emperor's treasury are significantly greater than those of others." Bai Chang's brow gradually furrowed, and Bai Zhanlong continued, "If he were to ascend to the rank of Divine Emperor, I would stand no chance against him. Moreover, with his innate talent and the accumulated strength of the human race, his rate of ascension would undoubtedly surpass mine. Furthermore, the Heavenly Emperor's treasury is reputed to be a place that can create infinite possibilities. If Long Haochen truly ascends to the Divine Emperor within, I would have no hope whatsoever." Acknowledging that his own talent pales in comparison to Long Haochen's, that his cultivation speed lags behind, and that he is outmatched in strength at the same level. The most crucial point remains that the Bai Yue clan cannot compete with the wealth and dominance of the human race. Bai Zhanlong laid all these facts bare, dissecting them with remarkable clarity. How could one be deemed a villain when they themselves fail to understand the dynamics between them and their rival? Those self-righteous evildoers often end up as mere figures of ridicule. Bai Chong understood that in such moments, every word spoken by his disciple, Bai Zhanlong, was a result of careful consideration, devoid of any pretense. After a prolonged silence, his expression grew increasingly grave, leaving one to wonder what this uniquely independent prodigy was contemplating and who might be destined for misfortune. After a considerable pause, Bai Chong finally spoke, his tone contemplative. "It is not that I am biased towards you, my sole disciple. I would gladly send you in, for who else possesses the qualifications? However, the cost of entering the Heavenly Emperor's treasury is exorbitant. Even with the full might of our clan, we have only secured this one opportunity. Those ancient and stubborn ones wish to reserve this chance for their own disciples, clinging to it tenaciously. Which gives me a headache." Bai Zhanlong remained silent. He had only Bai Chong as his master, and Bai Chong had only him as a disciple, having been raised by Bai Chong from a young age. Bai Zhanlong was well aware of his master's character and understood the depths of the strength behind the title Unchanging Rogue. He could only trust that Bai Chong would strive to secure whatever opportunities he could for him. Bai Zhanlong quickly grasped the implication and nodded, asking, "Should we humiliate them, or should we simply eliminate them?" Bai Zhanlong, with his superior cultivation, was the pride of the younger generation of the Bai Yue clan, unmatched by his peers. Why complicate matters with humiliation? A cold smirk spread across Bai Chang's lips. "Eliminate them all. Although we, the Bai Yue clan, are not a minor faction, we have no surplus resources to waste on so many useless individuals." A glimmer of clarity flashed in Bai Zhanlong's eyes, and a cold smile crept upon his lips as he nodded in agreement. Bai Chong produced a small, ancient-looking ring, its design strikingly similar to the bracelet owned by Long Haochen. Unmistakably part of the same set. With a gentle motion, he sent the ring flying into Bai Zhanlong's hand, who examined it closely before tightly grasping it in his palm and carefully stowing it away. Having long yearned for the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, Bai Zhanlong harbored personal motives beyond merely slaying Long Haochen. It was also a means to eliminate a formidable future adversary for the Baiwa clan. After the departure of Bai Zhanlong, Bai Chong did not hastily resort to violence. He remained alone in the hall, continuing to gaze at the painting on the wall. The artwork depicted the mundane life of the marketplace. However, upon closer inspection, one could uncover its myriad intricacies. In the lower right corner of the scroll, the characters Wu Chong were inscribed. The pain from his numerous injuries assailed him all at once, particularly in his head, which throbbed with a heavy ache that felt as though it could tear apart. Long Haochen clenched his teeth, his expression contorted in agony, and in a hoarse, fatigued voice, he inquired of Heir, "What transpired earlier? How did we end up here?" Having been struck by a blow, Long Haochen had lost consciousness and was oblivious to the events that followed. Heir explained, "Not long after your sword pierced the neck of the colossal beast, all the ferocious creatures ceased their movements. The giant beast raged alone for a while before collapsing, and then we were transported here. Beyond that, I know nothing." Long Haochen furrowed his brow, but his already pained countenance revealed no noticeable change. He pondered, "My sword merely struck the beast's neck, embedding itself in the bones. It shouldn't have been sufficient to slay it. How could the creature have perished? Could it be that I struck a vital point?" Before Long Haochen could arrive at a conclusion, Yuzu Wutian interjected, his tone unremarkable. It was the blood blade, slaying demons and drawing blood. Enlightenment dawned upon Long Haochen as he comprehended that the blood blade, once embedded in the beast's neck, had been siphoning its blood. Regardless of the creature's massive size, its blood would inevitably be drained by the blade. The beast's powerful claws, despite their strength, could not deftly extricate the diminutive sword, leaving it to await its demise. After much deliberation, the immediate peril had passed. According to the inscriptions on the stone wall, remaining in the cave for the time being was assuredly safe. Long Haochen swallowed several medicinal pills and finally allowed himself to recline at ease. He felt no urgency to recover his injuries or replenish his spiritual energy. The earlier battle had left him utterly exhausted, and all he desired was to rest his weary body. Long Haochen shook his head, muttering that it was of no consequence. Heir, anticipating further discourse, was taken aback when she heard his rhythmic snores, indicating he had already succumbed to slumber. She gazed intently at his sleeping visage, lost in thought. As he drifted into sleep, the pain began to fade, and the tension in Long Haochen's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. The fatigue etched upon Long Haochen's face was profoundly poignant, tugging at the heartstrings. It seemed that in his dreams, he wrestled with nightmares, his expressions fluctuating between sorrow and joy, his lips murmuring indistinctly, though one could discern he was uttering Heir's name. Heir, captivated by the sight of his slumbering face, remained in a trance. Time slipped away unnoticed until she abruptly awoke, realizing she had been staring vacantly at the man's face. Flustered, she hastily turned her head aside, chiding herself. "What is the matter? Could it be that I have developed feelings for this man?" The thought sent her into a greater turmoil, and she quickly defended herself. "No, that is impossible. The cultivation practices of Yue Palace have severed any such desires. No man could ever capture my interest. Yes, this man is simply pitiable, and the woman he ardently pursues shares my name and bears a striking resemblance to me. Moreover, this infatuated man is quite unlike the one my master described, which is why I might have glanced at him a few more times. What I wonder constitutes that vast expanse of emptiness within my mind. I am truly eager to uncover the truth. Moreover, my Yue Palace cannot be deemed a minor sect. Given that Long Haochen is so fervently devoted, and considering the profound connection I share with that woman, why not harness the strength of Yue Palace to assist her in finding her beloved, thus preventing any potential misunderstandings?" As Heir pondered this, she cast another glance at Long Haochen, and a sudden thought surged into her mind, leaving her momentarily flabbergasted. Could there be a man who would one day support me as he does? Today, Heir found her state of mind utterly chaotic. Unable to engage in cultivation, she felt incapable of undertaking any task. The meditative techniques that once aided her in focusing had all lost their efficacy. And after a prolonged bout of inner turmoil, she decided to forego her practice, seeking a corner to lean against the wall and slowly drift into slumber. Days later, within the same cave, the two individuals remained seated on the ground, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, evidently engrossed in their cultivation, that a keen observer would notice a marked difference in their aura compared to a few days prior. Although their realms had yet to advance, and they had not grazed the threshold of breakthrough, progress was undeniably visible. The Heavenly Emperor's treasury, though the whereabouts of its treasures remained a mystery, had already proven worthy of its name through the modest gains achieved in just a few days. Suddenly, the inscriptions on the wall radiated a burst of brilliance, accompanied by a soft humming, jolting the two from their reverie. Yet, the inscriptions only glimmered momentarily before subsiding into silence. Returning to tranquility, they exchanged glances, each unaware of the nature of the occurrence. Having been interrupted in his cultivation, Long Haochen had no desire to continue. He rose, stretched his limbs, and, with a smile, addressed Heir. Heir, shall we venture out today to explore the next level of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury? What do you think? Over the past few days, the inscriptions on the stone wall had all been translated for Long Haochen by Wutian, and he had finally grasped their entirety. Long Haochen reflected on this. He also shared the content of the inscriptions with Heir. However, Wutian had yet to permit Long Haochen to disclose his existence to her, and out of respect for the elder, he refrained from mentioning it. Shall we depart now? Heir inquired, glancing at Long Haochen. In recent days, she had once again donned a veil, obscuring her expression from him, leaving only her clear eyes visible, tinged with a hint of uncertainty. Your injuries have not fully healed. Why not wait a few more days? It is about time, Long Haochen replied, clenching his fists and stretching. His body, while not entirely recovered, had at least regained a semblance of vitality. Once fully healed, he would undoubtedly be more assured in facing the next adversary. Yet Long Haochen also had compelling reasons to venture to the next level promptly. He gazed at the solitary stone tablet. The key to the next tier. I must hasten to enhance my strength. Time is of the essence. Heir remained silent, rising quietly to her feet. She took a few steps to stand behind Long Haochen, observing as he placed a hand upon the stone wall. In an instant, the surrounding scenery transformed, the process entirely imperceptible, as if in a dream. Upon reopening her eyes, the scene before them revealed the familiar sight of blue skies, white clouds, and lush green grass. Though the sun remained hidden from view, it was a familiar tableau. Yet this time, the grassy expanse was devoid of prowling beasts. Instead, it was a boundless sea of gentle green, caressed by a soft breeze that rustled the grass, accompanied by the sweet melodies of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, instilling a sense of peace and serenity. Upon witnessing the breathtaking scenery, Long Haochen's spirits soared, and he remarked, although I am uncertain of the dangers that lie ahead, it is a relief that we are not facing an endless onslaught of monsters. The fatigue would be utterly overwhelming. Heir nodded slightly in agreement. Confronted with the unknown perils that might emerge at any moment, the two remained on guard, soaring through the skies while surveying their surroundings. Yet, apart from the stunning vistas, there was naught else to behold. The Heavenly Emperor's treasury was brimming with treasures, but it undoubtedly harbored its share of dangers as well. There was no need for the duo to be overly suspicious and wait in trepidation. Suddenly, a melodious and resonant cry pierced the heavens in the next instant, they beheld a formidable avian beast resembling a hawk, soaring towards them from the distant sky. That a rough estimation of its wingspan suggested it ranged between 10 to 20 feet. While its strength was uncertain, it was evidently heading straight for Long Haochen and Heir. The pair exchanged no words, merely observing in silence as the hawk-like monster drew closer. Before long, the beast was within a mere 10 feet of them, adorned in a coat of bluish-gray feathers, with a large wingspan and a compact body. Its eyes glinted with a sharpness akin to lightning, and its beak resembled a backward hook. Its lethal talons, previously tucked beneath its abdomen, now glimmered with a bloodthirsty sheen, poised to strike down upon Heir. Long Haochen's expression darkened slightly. and he bellowed, "How dare a mere beast of divine, general rank provoke us?" With that, he took action. He held no regard for drawing his sword against such a lowly foe. With a mere flick of his hand, a beam of golden light shot forth, and the hawk, while maintaining its forward momentum, suddenly split in two, plummeting to the ground. The defeat of this solitary hawk seemed effortless, almost unsettling in its simplicity. What could the Heavenly Emperor's treasury possibly entail? Previously, they had faced a veritable horde of monsters. Yet now they encountered only one, and it was dispatched so easily. What dangers lurked ahead? There was no need for certainty. Logical deduction sufficed to suggest that this forthcoming peril would far exceed the last. Indeed, in the next moment, the horizon darkened as ominous black clouds began to rise, not just in the direction before Long Haochen, but from all sides, as if they were ensnared in a tenfold ambush. A low, rumbling hum resonated ominously from the distance, akin to the distant roll of thunder. An unsettling feeling began to swell within Long Haochen, his eyes shimmering with violet light as he gazed into the distance. Those ominous dark masses were no mere clouds. They were a multitude of hawk-like beasts. They poured forth in overwhelming numbers, obscuring the sky entirely, blocking out every trace of blue. Countless hawks surged from all directions, seemingly devouring the very sky itself, rendering the heavens increasingly dim. Just as one fears, that which is feared has come to pass. The expressions of the two grew significantly grim. Before long, the entire sky would be shrouded by the hawks, and they would be entirely encircled. Long Haochen hastily grasped Heir and directed their descent. If they remained aloft, they would undoubtedly be attacked from every conceivable angle. The hawks possessed far greater agility in the air compared to those terrestrial beasts, making close combat all the more perilous. Long Haochen quickly realized that if they could land on solid ground, although the hawks would have the advantage of height for their assaults, he would be able to focus on confronting a single front, especially with the assistance of the wisdom spirit furnace, thereby significantly alleviating the pressure. Yet, before they could even touch the ground, Long Haochen's gaze fell upon the verdant grass below, his pupils narrowing in sudden alarm. He swiftly grasped his hand, and the two suspended themselves in mid-air. The grass beneath appeared increasingly vibrant, and with a discerning eye, one could observe a palpable distinction. Upon closer inspection, the blades of grass stood rigidly upright, no longer swaying in the breeze, each one pointing defiantly towards the heavens, as sharp as a multitude of swords. Clenching his jaw, Long Haochen beheld countless eagles and falcons finally descending before him. Yet they did not rush to attack. Instead, they coalesced ominously above his head, shrouding the sky in a thick, dark cloud that obliterated all traces of light, as if night had abruptly fallen. Ke, veiled in delicate gauze, revealed no discernible expression, while Long Haochen could only muster a bitter smile. "There's no choice. We shall fight, as we did last time." With the utterance of the word fight, a fierce determination ignited within Long Haochen's eyes, and an overwhelming aura of killing intent radiated from him. Beside him, Heir, too, underwent a transformation. A multitude of pale, sinister daggers materialized around her, her gaze imbued with an inexplicable chill, as if she regarded life itself as mere chaff, dismissing all living beings with contempt. This time, Heir would also engage in battle. After some discourse, Long Haochen realized that only through vanquishing various ferocious beasts could a subtle surge of power flow into his body. While he aimed to protect Heir, he also wished for her to gain some advantage from the conflict. Thus, he encouraged her to unleash her full potential in the fray. Moreover, having experienced the previous battle, he could not afford to underestimate the enemy. Facing them alone posed a significant risk, where a single misstep could lead to utter defeat. Uncertain if it was the call to arms or the palpable killing intent emanating from the duo, a swarm of eagles and falcons surged towards them to eye in the oppressive sky. The cacophony of chaotic birds drowned out all else, while a flicker of light, undiminished by the encroaching darkness, erupted forth amidst the gloom. The bloodbath resumed. Meanwhile, in another realm, a solitary figure confronted millions of adversaries, the skies stained crimson with blood. Time elapsed in an indistinguishable blur. Perhaps it was a dozen hours, or perhaps 20, even if it stretched over several hours. Who could truly ascertain? There were no cycles of day and night, only an unending, soul-crushing slaughter that few could endure. Who would bother to tally the hours in their heart? Heir fared slightly better. Lacking Long Haochen's ability to restore spiritual power, yet with ample medicinal elixirs, she diligently consumed them, gauging the rate of her spiritual recovery and acting within her limits. Although her spiritual energy had already diminished significantly, she persevered, not out of laziness, but because once her energy was depleted, she would become a burden to Long Haochen. Today, as for Long Haochen, the techniques slaying demons and weeping blood operated with fervor, and considerations of spiritual energy were rendered moot. However, during this bout of carnage, the technique's acceleration and operation led to a slightly greater toll on his physical stamina. One must not underestimate this increment. In a battle sustained by sheer will, it could prove fatal. Yet Long Haochen grit his teeth and held on, gradually becoming engrossed in the slaughter, the sensation of fatigue fading into the background. This marked a certain threshold of bodily endurance. But in his fervor for battle, Long Haochen consciously refrained from acknowledging his physical state, merely striving to endure a bit longer, oblivious to such insights that I end this battle. The duration remained elusive until a resounding call heralded its conclusion. The sound was high-pitched and resonant, akin to the ethereal cry of a celestial bird from beyond the heavens. Upon hearing this, Long Haochen experienced a sudden jolt of realization, and an unexpected thrill surged within him. The true master had finally emerged. Should he vanquish this entity, the cycle of slaughter would come to an end, granting him a brief respite. At this moment, Long Haochen found himself filled with a profound sense of anticipation. Despite the aching in his arms, he still felt a reservoir of strength, which he found unsurprising. Although the multitude of hawks and monstrous birds obscured his vision, he could discern the general direction and location of his foe through the avian cries. As time progressed, the bird's call grew increasingly louder, unmistakably drawing nearer. Long Haochen swiftly summoned his strength, gripping the blood blade and the radiant moon-long sword in both hands, unleashing the techniques of blood-crying blade and heavenly flame. Augmented by the very essence of laws, dazzling display of red and white light erupted as myriad colors rippled forth, the surge of spiritual power reaching a fever pitch, following a torrential downpour of blood and feathers. The expanse within several dozen miles lay barren. This singular strike consumed nearly all of Long Haochen's energy. To achieve such an effect without it would render his mid-level god-king prowess an affront to his identity as a divine ascendant. A disservice to the strength he had fought for through life and death over the years. As Long Haochen beheld the results of his full-force attack, a sense of pride swelled within him. The blood blade absorbed the blood, replenishing his spiritual energy while infusing him with a distinctly palpable power, further igniting his aspirations and ambitions. He even felt an indomitable spirit reminiscent of a warrior who had battled for 3 centuries. Letting out a resounding laugh at that moment, the heavens and earth trembled, seemingly awed by either the might of his blade or the exuberance of his laughter. The numerous hawks and fierce birds, halted 10 miles away, lost all inclination to advance. A colossal eagle, its wingspan exceeding 20 zhang, burst through the layers of ominous clouds, illuminating a sliver of dawn as it soared towards the two. Just in time, Long Haochen exclaimed, raising his sword to meet the giant eagle in combat, determined to settle the grievances of this realm. However, his arm was suddenly restrained by Heir. Let me handle this. Long Haochen was taken aback, initially intending to refuse. Yet upon meeting Heir's cold, resolute gaze, an image from their past resurfaced, intertwining their fates once more. Long Haochen steadied his grip on the sword, taking a step back, entrusting this behemoth to Heir while remaining poised for rescue. This scene did not escape Heir's notice. How could she be unaware of Long Haochen's underlying intentions? With a quiet sigh, she thought, I am not merely your Heir. Why should you fight on my behalf? I shall conquer this beast myself. At this thought, the colossal creature was now but 3 to 5 li away, closing in within mere moments. Without further hesitation, Heir launched herself towards the beast, myriad lights shimmering behind her as dozens of silver daggers transformed into streaks of brilliance, converging upon the giant creature with lethal intent. unlike Long Haochen's bold and ferocious approach. Heir's battle was more graceful and enchanting, mesmerizing to behold. Dozens of daggers danced around the colossal bird, weaving through the air in a silver-glinted ballet, occasionally punctuated by flashes of red, a truly splendid spectacle. The figure of Heir transformed into fleeting shadows in the sky, her enchanting grace momentarily captivating Long Haochen, who dares to assert that the eagle is the sovereign of the skies, the colossal eagle. With a mere flutter of its vast wings, can traverse miles of the firmament. As the battle raged on, countless arcs of lightning surged around it like a dark tide, enveloping its form in a delicate layer of azure and violet lightning armor. With a towering stature of over 20 zhang, it exuded an aura of overwhelming grandeur. Yet, no matter how immense its form or how razor-sharp its talons, it could not lay a finger on Heir, who left trails of phantoms in her wake. Effortlessly breaking through the shackles of thunder, the silver glint in her hand cleaved the tempest, inflicting a wound upon the great beast, as the brilliance in her eyes gradually cooled. She prepared to strike decisively. The giant bird's resounding cry did not wane. Rather, it soared to a crescendo. As the sound intensified, a swarm of fierce eagles rapidly circled and surged towards the two, intent on crushing them. Amidst the cacophony of discordant cries, the multitude of eagle-like beasts suddenly transformed into a vast blanket of clouds. In an instant, the sky darkened, morphing into a roiling expanse of storm clouds. Thunder rumbling ominously, dark lightning swirling, followed by a brilliant display of lightning and thunder. The colossal bird, ensconced amidst the electric brilliance, appeared as if entwined by serpentine lightning, resembling a chariot of the thunder god. Long Haochen narrowed his eyes, fixated on the formidable beast, a flicker of uncertainty dancing within. The law of thunder. There exists no such thing as the law of thunder. Rather, it is the law of lightning. Furthermore, it seems to have reached the threshold of comprehension. The law of lightning? Threshold? Comprehension? Long Haochen was engulfed in confusion. Could these terms denote levels within the laws? His understanding of such concepts was scant, and he had never heard of laws being classified in this manner. Thus, he turned to Wu Tian for enlightenment. Senior Wu Tian, do laws indeed possess rankings? Wu Tian scoffed. Whether in cultivation, alchemy, or artifact forging, there are always those eager to categorize and rank them. How could laws be an exception? Surface understanding, threshold, comprehension, subtlety, transformation. At your current stage, having grasped merely a few aspects of the laws, you are far from truly cultivating them. Ignorance is, after all, quite common. Even a beast of lesser cultivation can grasp the laws to the threshold of comprehension, while you barely skim the surface. In that moment, Long Haochen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Wu Tian reassured him, do not dwell too much on this. Beneath the divine emperor, those who comprehend the laws do so purely by fortune. The cultivation of laws truly begins at the level of the divine emperor. I have yet to encounter anyone beneath that realm capable of reaching the threshold of the laws. As for that ferocious beast, let us not forget we are within the heavenly emperor's treasury. Without the might of the laws, how could a mere divine commander-level beast inflict such grievous harm upon you? Comparing yourself to them is but an exercise in futility. That beast has comprehended the law of strength to a similar extent as this great bird's law of lightning, fully entering the threshold. Only then did Long Haochen nod, his expression considerably brightening. The threshold-level law of strength. No wonder the previous beast, despite its divine commander cultivation, unleashed such unparalleled power, nearly striking him down with a single blow. Is the power of the laws truly this formidable? Although I am no longer considered weak within the realm of deities, I nearly met my demise at the hands of a mere divine commander-level beast. Is the power of the foundational laws truly so formidable? Long Haochen, having previously clashed with colossal beasts, is acutely aware of this formidable opponent's prowess. Moreover, having just heard from Wu Tian about the might of the foundational laws, he is deeply concerned for Heir and is prepared to intervene, only to be halted by the intensity of her gaze. Heir's eyes are frigid, yet within that frostiness lies an unwavering resolve akin to ice. Her gaze is fixed firmly upon the massive avian creature before her. This battle is one she intends to face alone. Take care, Long Haochen cautions. Though the giant bird's cultivation is inferior, it has comprehended a potent, thunderous LAWE, exceedingly wary of its attacks. Do not let your guard down. Heir nods slightly. After channeling the thunderous law, the aura of the giant bird remains unchanged, yet the surrounding lightning crackles with an intensity that differs vastly from before, instilling a profound sense of peril. Heir bites her lip, fully aware that Long Haochen had been grievously injured by the previous beast. Yet if not for this, she would not have to confront the giant beast alone, in the face of the overwhelming ferocity of the beasts. Long Haochen possesses the ability to replenish his spiritual energy infinitely with the blood-crying blade, yet Heir lacks such a means and finds herself at a disadvantage. Nonetheless, she is determined to confront the divine commander-level beast leader, even at the cost of her own injuries, for she does not wish to be indebted to Long Haochen. I am not merely your Heir. Why should I accept everything you offer me? These things do not belong to me, she silently declares, her aura shifting as a result. Countless silver daggers swirl around her, dancing and spiraling in the air, and as her aura intensifies, so too does the speed of the silver light. First, it shimmers with brilliance, transforming into delicate silver tassels that flutter around her, rendering her an ethereal fairy. Wu Tian suddenly interjects, his tone laced with surprise. It is remarkable for a person at the Divine King level to grasp the foundational laws to such a degree. Enough to astonish and commend a former domain lord. Long Haochen, this is going to be quite the spectacle. Perhaps you won't even need to intervene. This girl may not be intimidated by it. Just wait and see. Wu Tian has a penchant for leaving his thoughts incomplete, and before Long Haochen can inquire further, he witnesses the giant bird within the roiling clouds unleash a thunderous roar. Countless bolts of lightning descend like torrential rain, enveloping the very space Heir occupies. Danger! Long Haochen's pupils constrict, and he cannot help but raise his voice in warning. Yet Heir's call is drowned out amidst the tempestuous thunder, her eyes widening in alarm. Through normal vision, Heir appears vividly clear, but when employing the eye of breaking law, her figure becomes increasingly indistinct, stretching into countless afterimages, Bai flying at an extraordinary speed along a specific trajectory. Deliberately increasing her passing frequency and dwell time at certain points, she creates this illusion that Heir's comprehension of the speed law is profound, seamlessly integrating elements of illusion, evidently honed through rigorous training to ensure her own safety. Long Haochen slowly nods, his previously anxious heart now at ease. The colossal bird of the sky appeared utterly perplexed by the unfolding events, its cries echoing through the air. Suddenly, a flash of lightning erupted from the dark clouds. Striking directly at Heir, to the naked eye, it seemed as though the lightning had indeed struck her, yet it left no trace, as if she were not a tangible being, but merely an illusion. The piercing gaze of the thunderous avian flickered with confusion, followed by a series of long calls. Countless bolts of lightning surged toward Heir, yet each one passed harmlessly through her form, leaving no effect whatsoever. In that moment, Heir began to advance toward the monstrous bird. Her movements appeared languid, and the relentless lightning effortlessly traversed her body, as if she were non-existent. However, Long Haochen, having pushed his perception of the breaking of laws and illusions to its limits, could barely glimpse some afterimages, yet they remained indistinct. He could not help but reflect on Heir's speed. If he were to face such an opponent, he would surely find himself at a loss. As the giant bird observed Heir drawing nearer, it let out a roar of defiance, yet it realized that its attempts to strike with lightning were futile against this human, with the failure of its electric assaults. The giant bird began to flap its wings, revealing a pair of sharp talons beneath, aimed directly at the slowly approaching Heir. Just as the talons were about to grasp her, his figure suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving the bird to clutch at emptiness. Was it truly merely an illusion? Where had this human gone? Such simple thoughts surged within the giant bird's mind. In the next moment, it felt a chill wash over its body. And then, a woman clad in white appeared before it, presenting only her back as she flew away towards another human in the distance. The bird realized it had been outmaneuvered by this human, and a wave of fury surged within it. compelling it to strike once more. Heir, having dealt the final blow to the giant bird, gracefully soared toward Long Haochen. This time, she was not employing any illusions or laws. Rather, the enemy had been vanquished, allowing her to move with ease. Though the veil obscured her features, it could not conceal her beautiful eyes, which locked onto Long Haochen with a gaze that radiated pride and triumph. As if to assert that she too could slay such a beast. Long Haochen responded with an encouraging smile, extending his thumb in approval. Muchly the surrounding scenery underwent a sudden transformation. The azure sky, fluffy clouds, and verdant fields vanished in an instant, and Long Haochen, alongside Heir, found themselves within a cavern. Time seemed to stand still, devoid of the celestial dance of sun, moon, and stars. And as the days turned into an indeterminate blur, the passage of time became inconsequential. Here, one could either ascend to the exalted rank of a divine emperor or perish in obscurity. Yet Long Haochen was resolute in his decision to remain. With merely over 3 years at his disposal, he felt the urgency of time pressing upon him. Thus, despite his injuries not having healed entirely from his previous recuperation, he had ventured into the next tier with Heir. This time, however, while he was merely fatigued, he bore no severe injuries, and a few days of rest would suffice for complete recovery. Yet, he stubbornly lingered for 4 or 5 days, unwilling to depart easily. Heir, of course, understood that this was due to her presence. Although her own wounds had healed significantly, Long Haochen was patiently waiting for her full recovery. That a sweetness filled her heart, yet it was tinged with discomfort, as she felt increasingly indebted to him. Without regard for his potential objections, she suddenly rushed toward the stone tablet, placing her hand upon it. As the scene shifted once more, the sky blossomed into a canvas of blue adorned with clouds. Accompanied by the melodious chorus of birds, the fragrant bloom of flowers, and the gentle murmur of water, a breathtaking vista unfolded. Long Haochen gazed at Heir, momentarily taken aback, while she, brimming with pride, turned her head defiantly and soared into the sky. He shook his head with a wry smile, a hint of helplessness etched upon his face, and followed her lead. Fortunately, his injuries had completely healed, and through days of recovery and cultivation, he felt a significant enhancement in his prowess and strength. If she wished to be willful, so be it. He would ensure her safety. Unlike the previous expansive grasslands, this world was a vivid tapestry of marvels, towering mountains and flowing waters, lush meadows and dense forests, buzzing bees and dancing butterflies, teeming with myriad life forms, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Such beauty lifted their spirits, yet they remained acutely aware of the lurking dangers. This was the treasury of the Heavenly Emperor, a realm where peril could emerge from any shadow. Recalling their previous encounters, they dismissed any thoughts of approaching nature too closely. Danger lurked at every corner, yet its exact location remained elusive. They lingered in the sky for half a day, surveying their surroundings with utmost caution, attuned to the slightest rustle of leaves. However, a full quarter of an hour passed without any sign of danger, nor did they encounter any anomalies. Everything was eerily tranquil, as if they were not in the treasury of the Heavenly Emperor, but rather in an idyllic utopia. How wonderful it would be to spend a lifetime here together. Long Haochen sighed silently, gazing at the vibrant yet gentle blue of the sky, devoid of the sun. That if this was not the treasury, then where could it be? Together, they looked toward a distant point shrouded in ominous black mist that obscured the sun, leaving them to wonder what lay beyond. Could it be that this time they would not face an unending onslaught, but rather pass through with ease, poised for a confrontation with the ultimate beast? Long Haochen mused to himself. Heir remained noncommittal, offering no response. After an extended period of stillness, the tranquility persisted. They even descended to the ground, wandering through the grass, trees, and beside the gentle stream, yet still found no trace of abnormality. They exchanged glances, grappling with the inexplicable nature of their surroundings, as no other conjecture could elucidate the mystery at hand. Yes, he walked through a forest where the towering trees stood sparse. Long Haochen remarked, "This is rather pleasant. There are no hordes of ferocious beasts. The sensation of being overwhelmed by relentless slaughter to the point of exhaustion and a blank mind is indeed more terrifying than anything else." As he spoke, Memories of his previous battles surged forth, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Dakar nodded in agreement, sharing his aversion to such experiences. Long Haochen gazed at Heir, a smile gracing his lips, before his expression turned serious as he stated. However, each level of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury is more perilous than the last. Given the absence of swarming beasts here, it is certain that other, far more dreadful dangers lurk in the shadows. We must remain vigilant. He spoke. His gaze fell upon a distant area shrouded in swirling black mist, and he furrowed his brow, saying, "This creature seems particularly formidable. I cannot shake off this ominous premonition." Just as he finished speaking, a violent tremor shook the ground beside them, causing trees to topple in droves. In the distance, a towering figure, resembling a small mountain, charged toward them. Danger had indeed arrived. The two swiftly drew their weapons, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. In mere moments, the colossal beast approached, revealing itself to be an enormous wild boar, towering at least 10 meters high, muscular and fierce, its visage utterly terrifying. Much like the beast they had encountered previously, this creature emanated an aura of only the divine commander level, perhaps even slightly weaker than the last two, appearing as if it had just ascended to that rank. However, the two, having learned from their past hardships, dared not underestimate it. The wild boar charged directly at them, but instead of engaging in direct confrontation, they exchanged a glance and simultaneously darted to the sides, evading its attack. They then regrouped and soared toward the edge of the forest. With the wild boar hot on their heels, in the dense woods, where the trees obstructed movement, they aimed to lure the beast into the open ground beyond. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the ground, startling the birds into flight and sending the rabbits scurrying away. Clad in white, with skin paler than snow and emaciated to the point of gauntness, the figure bore a grotesque countenance. Under the sunlight, his pallor became even more ghastly. He was none other than Bai Zhanlong, the sole disciple of Bai Chong, a prodigy of the white-haired clan. Upon arriving at this location, Bai Zhanlong surveyed his surroundings, his keen eyes taking in the vast black mist in the distance and the formidable beasts scattered across the ground. During his flight, he startled a few beasts, which merely roared at him in a token display. Showing no inclination to pursue, Bai Zhanlong understood the situation at this level perfectly, muttering to himself, "In the previous 2 levels, I was met with an overwhelming onslaught of beasts, yet here, it is rather tranquil. Only a few powerful demon beasts remain. If I have not perished here, where exactly have I arrived, and to what level?" Lost in thought, Bai Zhanlong suddenly heard faint sounds echoing from afar, unmistakably the dying cries of some ferocious beast. He hastily glanced over, peering into the distance, where there must lie an exceedingly remote place, the specifics of which were utterly obscured. All he could discern was a stretch of sky suffused with golden, white, and red hues. Bai Zhanlong raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Long Haochen, O Long Haochen, it appears you too have ventured into this 3rd tier and have already commenced your hunt of these monstrous beings." Having just arrived and barely entered the 3rd tier, he had already caught sight of Long Haochen. The smile at the corner of Bai Zhanlong's mouth deepened, his already fearsome visage twisting into an even more grotesque expression. Although the duration of the battle remained unknown, it soon concluded with a piercing wail that resonated throughout the heavens and earth. The victor was evident, and Long Haochen would undoubtedly depart shortly. The vast distance between them dissuaded Bai Zhanlong from pursuing. Instead, he remained in contemplation regarding the matter. The strength gained from the Heavenly Emperor's treasury in the preceding tiers was exceedingly limited, and it was implausible for Long Haochen to ascend to a significantly higher level in such a brief span. Should he then make a move against Long Haochen? Bai Zhanlong, known as the Smiling Fox, was exceptionally astute in strategizing, pondering the situation more profoundly than others. To advance to the next tier, one merely needed to eliminate the strongest lord in each tier. Encountering this one was mere fortune. No one could predict if another opportunity would arise in the future, thus necessitating the elimination of him in this tier, given the perilous nature of the 3rd tier of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. It was unlikely to hinder Long Haochen. If he were to eliminate the lord during Bai Zhanlong's search, one could not ascertain when the next chance would present itself. Therefore, the most prudent strategy was to await the lord's arrival. lying in ambush until Long Haochen appeared, at which point he would strike. Bai Yue, resolute and merciless after arriving at this conclusion, indeed forsook the slaughter of all the colossal beasts and soared towards the distant, shadowy mists. From afar, that place seemed shrouded in darkness. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a black forest atop a high mountain, where trees and underbrush were as dark as ink. The low-lying grass resembled scattered coal cinders, filthy and untidy, seemingly coated with a greasy layer. Bai Yue, donned in white attire and accustomed to cleanliness, wrinkled his brow in reluctance to tread upon such ground. Not only was the grass unseemly, but the trees, towering yet twisted, exuded a faint, ominous black aura that rendered the scene even more sinister. Hovering at the edge of the forest, Bai Yue inhaled deeply, muttering under his breath, such a dense aura of death. This lord surely wields the laws of mortality. What a troublesome predicament. His expression fluctuated between light and shadow, and after considerable deliberation, Bai Yue ultimately resolved to confront this lord. Without further hesitation, he plunged into the pitch-black forest clad in his white garments. Countless birds erupted into chaotic flight, and the surrounding beasts emitted anxious growls and roars, their hearts suddenly aflutter. Simultaneously, Long Haochen and Heir glanced toward a distant location, precisely where the dark clouds loomed. As a subtle wave of pressure unfurled, suggesting a clash was underway, Long Haochen inquired, "Who is battling the Lord? Could it be that others have also entered this realm?" Heir shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. Entering the Heavenly Emperor's treasury demands an exorbitant price. Yet there remains the possibility that others may have already gained access to it. Such matters are inherently unpredictable. However, the thrill that surged through her arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Long Haochen exhaled deeply and remarked, "Based on our previous experiences, whenever a lord is defeated by anyone, others are invariably transported away alongside. Our presence here suggests that the lord has not perished. Perhaps it is not a human after all, but merely some formidable beast that challenged the lord's authority and was subsequently vanquished." In the distance, tranquility had been restored, and the surroundings gradually settled. Long Haochen and Heir did not dwell on these thoughts for long, their gazes once again fixating upon the massive corpse before them. Their excitement barely concealed. The colossal corpse of a ferocious tiger lay at their feet, and with their combined efforts, Long Haochen confronting the enemy head-on, while Heir utilized her speed for flanking attacks. Drawing upon her recent experience of having slain several giant beasts, they swiftly dispatched the formidable creature. Feeling a surge of power coursing through their bodies that, of course, this modest amount of strength alone would not elicit such exuberance in the two. It was rather the sight of the beast's carcass that fueled their delight. "Young one," the voice of Wu Tian echoed in his mind. "The beasts that have attained a profound understanding of the laws are truly extraordinary. This flesh and blood far surpasses that of ordinary beasts. And more importantly, these creatures are mutated beasts, each harboring unique essence within them. Whether utilized for cultivation or auction in the outside world, they are invaluable treasures. Do not squander them." Had it not been for Wu Tian's reminder, Long Haochen might have overlooked this trove of riches. While the immense carcass could not be transported directly, its flesh and spiritual energy were abundant, and its flavor, when roasted, would be quite palatable, serving well to fortify their bodies. The more resilient parts, such as the beast's horns and claws, could easily be severed and would occupy little space, yet they were excellent materials for crafting. Most notably, nestled within the giant beast skull was a fist-sized essence core, the quintessence of the beast, brimming with immense spiritual energy and potential for use as a superior divine crystal in critical moments. Imbued with the power of the laws, its applications were boundless. Were it possible to utilize these cores directly, Long Haochen would be eager to refine them with Heir immediately. Yet, lacking the necessary alchemical materials and tools, and without the skill to refine them, they understood that utilizing the essence cores without proper refinement would be a tremendous waste. The existence of such treasures hinged upon the creator's whims, and their destruction could equally arise from a mere thought. The line between reality and illusion became inconsequential. Long Haochen grasped Wu Tian's words, though discomfort lingered in his heart. The world, governed by the survival of the fittest, was inherently cruel. Yet, did the weak have no recourse against the strong, destined to be mere ants at the mercy of their predators? Before he could ponder further, Heir drew his attention. She had suddenly halted, crouching down to gather a medicinal herb, presenting it to Long Haochen. It was a fine specimen of biluoko, albeit slightly lacking in age, yet vibrant with life and flourishing in growth. An exceptional find, whether as a medicinal catalyst or a commodity for sale, within the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. Not only lurk various ferocious beasts posing a danger, but also countless wild herbs and mineral resources. Considering that they might remain here for 3 years, Long Haochen surmised that the elixirs he possessed would undoubtedly be insufficient. Even if he lacked the skill to concoct pills, having herbs to aid in his recovery would certainly be preferable to having none at all. The herbs were gathered by Heir as the two continued their journey, collecting various medicinal plants along the way, while simultaneously vanquishing any formidable foes they encountered, engaging in cultivation as they traveled. Meanwhile, at the foot of the Haimu forest by Zhang Long, who had intentionally sought to test the third-level lord of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, found himself in a disheveled state, clothing tattered and smeared with grime, yet his countenance betrayed a lingering trepidation. This wretched mouse, despite his divine commander cultivation, bore the powers of both the dark and death laws, proving to be quite a formidable adversary. Thus, he refrained from attacking the Lord and avoided disturbing Long Haochen, quietly lurking in a secluded spot of the mountain's base, concealing his presence and dedicating each day to meditation and cultivation. Gathering his strength, Long Haochen and Heir traversed their path, dispatching countless foes and slaying over a dozen fierce beasts. The accumulation of their power gradually became evident, leading to significant breakthroughs in their law powers. In Wu Tian's words, their law powers had completely transcended the superficial level and were steadily accumulating, slowly mounting an assault on the threshold of entry. In addition to their collective enhancement of law power, they stumbled upon some unexpected surprises. Earlier, in the second level, both Long Haochen and Heir had slain a lord each, and in the instant they defeated their foes, they had succumbed to unconsciousness, failing to notice the changes occurring within their bodies. Thus, they were unaware that upon vanquishing the two colossal beast lords, the seeds of their respective laws had entered their bodies. Long Haochen, having slain the first-level lord who wielded the power law, obtained a fragment of the seed of power law, while Heir, having defeated the second-level lord, acquired the thunder L-A-W the time. Both had fallen into a stupor and noticed nothing amiss. Even upon awakening, the seeds were so minuscule that they remained oblivious to their presence that it was only now, after acquiring an abundance of law power, that they finally discerned the growth of these law seeds. However, the extent of this growth, while noticeable, scarcely approached the superficial level. Nevertheless, being a newly acquired law seed was enough to astonish them. The treasures of heaven and earth truly live up to the illustrious title of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. In a mere span of less than a month, they had experienced such monumental enhancement, and the prospect for their achievements 3 years hence were certainly promising, filling Long Haochen with confidence for the future. Heir, having dispatched the lords of the previous 2 levels, we have both received law seeds within us. What might the third-level lord possess? Could it be yet another law seed? Long Haochen pondered this question, his excitement evident as he inquired of Heir. She merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Speculating on the third level based on their previous experiences, they entertained the possibility of acquiring a new law power, even contemplating that each subsequent level might yield fresh law powers. With this thought, anticipation surged within them, their gazes drawn to the distant expanse shrouded in ominous clouds. That moment, Wu Qian unexpectedly stepped forward to douse the enthusiasm. Youngster, do not be hasty in your ascent. The circumstances ahead remain uncertain. Since the third level offers such advantageous benefits, it is prudent to remain here quietly. Every beast you can slay adds to your worth. Once this opportunity passes, it shall not return. Long Haochen nodded in agreement. After a brief silence, Wu Tian resumed speaking, adopting a grave tone. This level is alarmingly simplistic. I have an ominous premonition. The lord of this realm is undoubtedly formidable. If you are not thoroughly prepared, it is best to refrain from any reckless engagements. And no matter how meticulously Bai Zhanlong may strategize, he is ultimately incomparable to an ancient creature like Wu Tian, who has existed for tens of millions, even billions of years, in terms of vision and experience. Long Haochen heeded Wu Tian's counsel, spending his days alongside Heir, slaying ferocious beasts, while Bai Zhanlong remained at the foot of the Lord's Mountain, refraining from making any rash moves. This prolonged waiting lasted a full half-month. Bai Zhanlong lay in ambush at the mountain peak where the Lord resided, using various restrictions and magical artifacts to conceal his presence, all the while awaiting the right moment, even hesitating to meditate in tranquility. After a tedious half-month, Bai Zhanlong grew restless. As days passed without any signs of battle, he began to speculate whether Long Haochen had perished in the third level. Just as he pondered whether to continue waiting or venture out in search of Long Haochen, two small black dots suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Who else could they be but Long Haochen and Heir? The Heavenly Emperor's treasury is unfathomably vast, and the duo relentlessly slayed giant beasts, moving further away as they eliminated the few monstrous creatures that surrounded them. Yet, the world remains immeasurable. They could not possibly eradicate all the aberrant beasts. Having vanquished countless giants, the pair absorbed an immense amount of power from the laws, elevating their understanding to a superficial level and achieving a significant advancement, hinting at a potential breakthrough into the next tier. At this stage of development, the strength of the third level seemed insufficient, and the benefits gained from slaying beasts had diminished to a negligible degree. The two finally resolved to abandon the third level and progress to the fourth. Long Haochen, you have finally arrived. Bai Zhanlong, spotting Long Haochen in the distance, felt a surge of excitement. After a long wait, the moment had arrived. Today would be your demise. Concealed atop the mountain, Bai Zhanlong had meticulously prepared everything, awaiting the instant Long Haochen drew near to strike him down. Meanwhile, in the sky, Long Haochen and Heir were engaged in quiet conversation, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. However, at that moment, an unexpected twist occurred. Just as Long Haochen was a mere few hundred zhang away from the mountain peak, and Bai Zhanlong was poised to launch his attack, a piercing, chilling sound erupted, freezing all three individuals in their tracks, causing them to halt their actions in sheer terror. A few individuals simultaneously directed their gazes towards the dark thicket atop the mountain, from whence the sound emanated. In the next moment, a shadowy figure abruptly burst forth from the jungle, landing on the ground before the forest. Confronting Long Haochen from a distance, it emitted a shrill cry, its beady eyes fixated intently upon him, its fur bristling as if facing a formidable adversary. Long Haochen and Heir, upon observing the third-tier lord, were taken aback to discover that it was a large rat. Though referred to as a large rat, its length was less than a yard, with a long tail slightly exceeding its body. Completely black as ink, its form was slender. However, the two were undeniably cautious, recognizing that the lord's physical size belied its potency. The enormous rodent exuded a potent aura of law, enveloped in an impenetrable shroud of black mist, clearly wielding the power of the dark laws, and even hinting at mastery over other laws. Its cultivation aura had reached the pinnacle of divine commander level, significantly surpassing the previous two beasts. As a paladin of light, Long Haochen was imbued with radiant power, embodying the laws of light and the domains of eternity and illumination, rendering him a natural adversary to this lord steeped in darkness. The giant rat lord's comprehension of the laws was evidently superior to Long Haochen's, allowing it to sense his presence sooner. Thus, it was not surprising that it detected Long Haochen as he approached its territory. After displaying its dominance for a while, the giant rat lord, evidently irked by Long Haochen's refusal to depart, unleashed a shrill, piercing shriek, which sounded nothing like that of a rat, but rather akin to the wail of a banshee. The cacophony was jarring, imbued with a soul-stirring resonance, containing an insidious assault on the spirit. The two were momentarily unprepared, their minds thrown into disarray by the spiritual onslaught. The harrowing cries showed no sign of abating. And as they were momentarily dazed, a wave of dark mist began to spread from the giant rat lord, encroaching upon Long Haochen and Heir, while another tendril of darkness could be perceived extending in other directions. The soul attack and the encroaching darkness were typical strategies employed by a master of dark laws. The giant rat lord's comprehension of darkness was evidently profound, and its soul power was equally formidable. Caught off guard, the two found themselves ensnared, their spirits ensnared by the psychic assault, unable to extricate themselves. The dark aura, representative of the power of the dark laws, gradually enveloped Long Haochen and Heir, preparing to permeate them thoroughly, rendering them incapable of resisting the giant rat lord's might. Just as peril loomed, a sudden roar erupted from a figure not far from Long Haochen, as if materializing from thin air. The figure leapt forth, a sharp beam of white light shooting towards the giant rat, accompanied by a furious exclamation. "Vile creature, how dare you launch a sneak attack on me? Prepare to meet your demise." The giant rat shifted slightly, evading the white light, which struck the ground beside it, leaving a gash over 2 lengths and 3 inches wide, though its depth remained unknown. The giant rat then turned its gaze towards the newly appeared third individual. Retreating a few steps while emitting a series of low, threatening growls, concealed in the shadows, this third individual was none other than Bai Yue. The prowess of Bai Yue is indeed profound, and having previously tested the waters with the giant rat, he was well prepared and thus remained unscathed by the soul's piercing shrieks. Observing the intense hostility the giant rat lord exhibited towards Long Haochen, he felt a surge of excitement within. He had intended to watch the conflict unfold from a distance, waiting for both sides to weaken each other before seizing the opportunity to eliminate Long Haochen and claim the treasures, subsequently dealing with the beast lord. However, he did not anticipate that his concealment would be detected by the giant rat lord, leading to his identification as an associate of Long Haochen and triggering an indiscriminate assault against him. The Dark Law, one of the most formidable laws, left Bai Yue no room for negligence. Should he succumb entirely to the encroaching black energy, he would inevitably become a meal for the giant rat. With no other choice, he stepped forth, interrupting the giant rat's cries, thus awakening Long Haochen and Heir from their stupor. They quickly realized the black energy coiling around them was rapidly infiltrating their bodies. Long Haochen promptly summoned his spiritual power, unleashing the realms of eternity and radiance, enveloping both himself and Heir in a magnificent golden light that shattered the encroaching darkness into nothingness. Having narrowly escaped the giant rat's ambush, Long Haochen furrowed his brow, and as his gaze fell upon a snow-white figure clad in white before him, his pupils contracted and his brow knitted tightly. "It is you." The dynamics of the battlefield shifted abruptly with the giant rat's assault, establishing a 3-way standoff between the giant rat's faction, Long Haochen and Heir, and Bai Yue, with the atmosphere among the 3 parties becoming exceedingly delicate. Ultimately, one faction would surely survive, marking this day as one of inevitable conflict to the death in the eyes of the giant beast. Although the figure in white possessed slightly greater cultivation, the overwhelming aura of light surrounding Long Haochen evoked a far greater sense of danger. It sensed that Long Haochen harbored something extraordinary, an innate adversary. Conversely, Long Haochen regarded the giant rat lord as formidable yet limited in strength. Moreover, the Radiance Law held significant restraining power over the Dark Law, leaving him with little concern for the giant rat lord. Rather, it was Bai Yue before him, boasting the cultivation of an initial stage divine emperor and being a disciple of the superlative Bai Chong, whose prowess likely far surpassed his own. Even with Heir as assistance, he doubted he could gain the upper hand. From Bai Yue's perspective, Long Haochen, a mere divine king, while impressive in strength and accompanied by another divine king, Zhu Zhenhan, posed no real threat in a one-on-one confrontation due to the stark difference in their cultivation levels. Nevertheless, he had to concede that eliminating Long Haochen would require a significant price, especially with the giant rat lord lurking nearby, its dark and death laws a persistent source of vexation. Should he sustain grave injuries, the giant rat lord would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. It was as if in a game of rock, paper, scissors, with each faction holding mutual reservations, wary of one another, remaining in a tense stalemate. The first to strike would surely disrupt the balance and find themselves at a disadvantage. Thus no one rushed to initiate the conflict. Long Haochen took a deep breath, breaking the silence with the first words. "Bai Yue, I did not expect to see you here as well." Bai Zhanlong pondered for a considerable time, his eyes darting about, before suddenly breaking into a smile and addressing Long Haochen. Long Haochen, the Lord of the Giant Rats possesses both the powers of the Dark and Death laws, making him an exceptionally formidable foe. Individually, none of us stand a chance against him. How about we join forces to defeat him? Long Haochen responded with a cold smirk. Do you truly believe I would trust you? I never anticipated that you would pursue me to this place, and the cost of entering the Heavenly Emperor's treasury is not trivial. The Bai Yue clan seems quite willing to spend. Bai Zhanlong, caught in his deceit, still refused to capitulate, wearing an expression of feigned innocence as he replied, You misunderstand me. Long Haochen, since you have entered, you must know that the cost of accessing the Heavenly Emperor's treasury far exceeds mere dozens of drops of golden jade essence. Its value is immensely greater. After a brief pause, he continued, With the Dark Court lurking, this is the time for our 100 clans to unite. The coming years will undoubtedly sow chaos across the realm, and we must strive to strengthen our powers to survive in such tumultuous times. Long Haochen, we represent the elite of the human and Bai Yue clans, the backbone of the younger generation across the 100 clans. I must apologize for the previous misunderstanding. The Heavenly Emperor's treasury is fraught with danger at every turn, where one might meet their demise at any moment. Now, we must join forces to withstand our foes and survive together within this treasury. Bai Zhanlong spoke with utmost sincerity, each word resonating with conviction, as if every statement sprang from the depths of his heart. Individually, none of his words seemed questionable to Long Haochen. However, as soon as Bai Zhanlong finished speaking, the voice of Wu Tian echoed in Long Haochen's mind, exclaiming, Bah! This scoundrel spins lies with such grandeur. No wonder the once feeble Bai Yue clan, nearly on the brink of extinction, has risen to such heights. Their ranks are filled with such characters. Even Wu Tian found it hard to stomach, and thus Long Haochen was even less inclined to believe Bai Zhanlong's words. He merely grunted in response, choosing not to engage in a rebuttal. Long Haochen felt it futile to argue with such a shameless individual. Collaborating with a character of such moral bankruptcy was akin to courting disaster. Seeing Long Haochen fall silent, Bai Zhanlong's smile widened. Whether Long Haochen believed him or not was of little consequence. He spoke thus to mask his ulterior motives that it matters not, given our previous misunderstandings. Even if you doubt me, I accept it. As for the Lord of the Giant Rats, I shall engage him first, testing the waters. You must come to my aid shortly. With that, Bai Zhanlong truly charged toward the giant rat, raising his hand to reveal a glimmer of silver light that unfurled elegantly in his grasp. With a swift motion, he flicked his wrist, transforming the silver light into a long, gleaming whip, shimmering ominously, a treasure far from ordinary. White Lin whip. This fellow possesses quite impressive treasures, far superior to your trinkets. Wu Qian remarked in astonishment. The White Lin whip is crafted from the sinews and hide of the ancient and extraordinary beast. By it is a rare treasure that even I, in my advanced years, have longed to possess, yet have never managed to acquire. How fortunate this young man is to possess such a marvelous artifact, a treasure that even the domain ancestor, Wu Tian, cannot obtain? Just from this utterance, Long Haochen could discern the exceptional value of the White Lin whip. Observing the battle unfolding nearby, the long whip danced in the air like a vibrant streak of white light, rendering the whip itself nearly invisible, resembling a silken ribbon in the hands of a celestial maiden. With each flourish, the surrounding space erupted in a series of explosive ripples, making his own Heir Long Jian seem utterly inadequate in comparison. Furrowing his brow, he pondered, how can he possess such a formidable treasure? What am I to do? Wu Tian chuckled softly, reassuring him, Fear not, for the true Bai Zhe divine beast far surpasses the domain ancestor, existing on a profoundly deeper level of extraordinary beings. You truly believe it would be so easily acquired? The so-called White Lin whip is typically derived from beasts possessing Bai Zhe's bloodline, and this particular leather whip has evidently endured the passage of time, likely originating from the ancient era. Its inherent spiritual essence has significantly diminished, yet its exquisite material still allows for its use. While powerful, it is worlds apart from the genuine White Lin whip. In the hands of Bai Zhanlong, the long whip formed an impenetrable shield, preventing the massive rat from approaching. The creature could only launch attacks shrouded in black energy. But those dark tendrils were effortlessly dispersed by the whip, failing to harm Bai Zhanlong in the slightest. The massive rat found itself unable to contend with Bai Zhanlong, who, in turn, was equally incapable of overcoming the rat. While maintaining his defensive posture, Bai Zhanlong occasionally struck out at the rat, but the creature's agility allowed it to transform into a thick cloud of black mist, which was quickly scattered, only to coalesce once more into its original form. After a prolonged struggle that lasted half a day, neither side could claim victory, nor could any discernible superiority be established. At this juncture, Bai Zhanlong called out to Long Haochen. Long Haochen, this massive rat wields the power of the dark laws, and I find it difficult to contend with. You possess the laws of light. Come quickly to assist me. I cannot defeat him alone. Not capable of defeating him, it is evident that he is not exerting his full strength. Is it not? Long Haochen was no fool. He had encountered beings of the Divine Emperor level before, that if he truly unleashed his full power, would it not be far more formidable than this? Long Haochen chose not to expose him, and with a flash of golden light, the Hao Yue, Long Jian, manifested in his grasp. The realms of eternity and light opened around him, and he donned golden armor adorned with engravings of angels and divine beings. Radiating an aura of unparalleled sanctity, Heir, I am uncertain of Bai Zhanlong's true intentions, but I shall advance to assist in battle. You must remain cautious here. Yes, you too must take care. After exchanging thoughts with Heir, the golden light surrounding him intensified, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a golden deity as he approached the massive as Long Haochen drew near. An aura of purity emanated from him, which the rat found to be the most repugnant and intolerable scent in existence. Its fur bristled in alarm, perceiving a formidable threat, and the surrounding black energy thickened exponentially, billowing forth like the smoke from a coal-burning chimney. Witnessing this, Bai Zhanlong could not suppress a smirk. Realizing that Long Haochen had unwittingly fallen into his elaborate trap, if invigorated by the presence of Long Haochen, Bai Zhanlong suddenly felt a surge of morale, his spiritual energy fluctuating intensely as he exclaimed, "Let us advance and decisively vanquish this foe." With that, Bai Zhanlong channeled his vast spiritual essence into his long whip, which immediately radiated with vibrant light. Transforming into a formidable staff of unwavering strength, he raised the whip, pointing it skyward, where a colossal shadowy club materialized, its diameter exceeding 10 feet, while its height remained obscured by illusion that in the heat of battle. Bai Zhanlong demonstrated an unwavering seriousness, his eyes devoid of any cunning. They brimmed instead with a fierce resolve and murderous intent. Locking onto the giant rat, he swung down his weapon with such speed that it left no afterimage in its wake. The giant rat, with its mere divine commander-level cultivation, stood no chance of evasion, and was instantly obliterated into an endless cloud of black mist by the forceful strike. That very moment, Long Haochen had also arrived on the scene. There was no need for further tactics. He simply unleashed the domain of eternal radiance, enveloping the black mist in a cascade of resplendent golden light. The clash of light and darkness marked a confrontation between the principles of illumination and shadow, a tempestuous encounter that erupted with a thunderous boom, followed by numerous hissing sounds and anguished cries unmistakably emanating from the giant rat within the murky vapor. The principle of light had a pronounced restraining effect on the giant rat, filling Long Haochen's heart with boundless joy. However, in a mere moment, this radiant power began to wane, prompting Long Haochen to tighten his expression and hastily amplify his output of spiritual energy, causing the golden light to surge forth like a torrential flood toward the black mist. The giant rat within the darkness writhed in increasing agony, emitting a piercing shriek, rather than dissipating in the golden glow. The black mist coalesced into a singular mass, violently breaking free from the golden light and retreating, regaining its original form. Although it had returned to its initial state, the giant rat now appeared severely battered. Under the combined assault of Long Haochen and Bai Zhanlong, it was riddled with numerous wounds, wisps of faint black smoke wafting upwards, some injuries even exposing bone, presenting a pitiful sight that in the face of their united onslaught. Compounded by the restraining effect of Long Haochen's light, the giant rat found itself at a distinct disadvantage. Long Haochen could not help but reflect inwardly. Bai Yue prowess was indeed remarkable. Truly a paragon of the younger generation of the Bai Yue clan, that if they could genuinely collaborate against their enemies, their odds of survival within the Heavenly Emperor's treasury would surely double. Yet, it was evident that cooperation was not destined to be. The injured giant rat, observing the two adversaries before it, gradually narrowed its small eyes. Curling its body tightly, a dense black mist began to swirl within its gaze. Suddenly, the giant rat, which had been crouched low to the ground, rose to its full height, towering over Long Haochen and Bai Yue at a length of nearly 10 feet. A distinctly altered aura emanated from its form. Not only was the giant rat affected, ominous gusts of dark wind swept through the black forest, kicking up dust and debris, producing a haunting sound, as if something extraordinarily formidable were about to emerge. Long Haochen and Bai Yue simultaneously displayed expressions of grave concern. The giant rat had been driven to the brink of desperation, poised to fight with all its might. The two dared not take this lightly. In the next moment, a billowing cloud of black smoke surged forth from the forest. Rushing towards the giant rat, the creature opened its mouth wide, as if to swallow the very essence of the world, inhaling the dark mist with a voracious appetite. As the last traces of black fog were consumed, the giant rat's body began to swell. Its once slender form rapidly expanded, bulging with immense muscle, becoming an imposing figure. Its claws elongated into deadly talons, and its incisors grew alarmingly long, while an overwhelming aura erupted from its being, instantaneously elevating it from the realm of divine commander to the level of divine king. The prowess of the divine king was almost on par with that of Long Haochen, especially given that the giant rat wielded a power of laws far surpassing that of the two men. In a one-on-one confrontation, Long Haochen was uncertain of Bai Yue hidden strengths, but he knew he was no match for the giant rat. It seemed that cooperation was imperative. Bai Yue suddenly remarked without preamble. Long Haochen nodded in agreement. Previously, Bai Yue had harbored ulterior motives and had not exerted his full strength, but now, with the giant rat's abrupt surge in power, he too felt a profound sense of crisis. If he did not join forces with Long Haochen at this moment, he could not guarantee his own survival. Faced with the formidable giant rat, a potential harbinger of death for both, the two must set aside all else and unite their efforts. Let that Heir join the fray. The mistress of Wuyo Palace is, after all, a divine king. With her assistance, we could at least bolster our chances by 10 to 20%, Bai Yue proposed. Long Haochen resolutely shook his head. No, I will not allow her to engage in battle. His rejection was firm, and Bai Yue did not press further. Long Haochen donned his skeletal armor, replacing his golden battle gear, while his long sword seemed incongruous yet accentuated his formidable presence. Bai Yue maintained his grip on the white-scaled whip, yet summoned 4 turtle shell-like treasures that orbited around him, likely serving as defensive artifacts. However, this time, they did not have the opportunity to strike first. In an instant, the giant rat's form vanished, transforming into a shadow that lunged at Long Haochen with astonishing speed. Yet, Long Haochen, with keen perception, managed to glimpse the creature's movement and swiftly swung his sword to parry. The teeth of the rat were exceedingly sharp, with immense power in its jaws. A typical opponent would be instantly pierced and reduced to fragments by a single bite, as the giant rat's teeth made contact with the armor. It paid no heed to the impact. The bodies of ferocious beasts were remarkably sturdy, akin to striking tofu beneath its fangs, and the rat held unwavering confidence in its sole offensive weapon, its teeth. However, upon biting down, the giant rat soon realized the situation was far from what it had anticipated. Its teeth clashed against the skeletal armor, producing a series of grinding sounds, utterly unable to penetrate. The rat continued to exert force, crunching and cracking, its teeth aching from the strain, yet remained powerless against the armor. Sensing the urgency, Bai Yue reacted, his expression darkening as he struck down fiercely. Instantly, the giant rat dissipated into black mist, fleeing in disarray. Long Haochen's complexion appeared somewhat pale. Fortunately, the giant rat had bitten into the skeletal armor, and he had donned the skeletal armor himself. Otherwise, had the giant rat landed such a bite, he would most likely have perished on this spot. The dark mist retreated a short distance before transforming again into the giant rat, its claws brushing against its teeth as it cast a glance at Long Haochen. Its gaze unmistakably filled with resentment. Long Haochen touched the armor before him. Although the skeletal armor remained intact, it bore two faint white marks. The skeletal armor, while not particularly formidable against spiritual attacks, was composed of the bones of a powerful domain lord. It was inconceivable that such a structure could be shattered by a mere god-king-level giant rat. The giant rat's teeth are quite formidable. "Do exercise caution," Long Haochen remarked to Bai Zhanlong. Given their current cooperative relationship, and after having been struck by Zhanlong's whip moments ago, Long Haochen felt compelled to offer a warning. Bai Zhanlong's gaze fell upon Long Haochen's armor, and he nodded, his brow furrowing with increasing gravity as he contemplated the situation further. The failed attack not only yielded no results, but also left his teeth aching. The giant rat refrained from launching a second assault, instead keeping its distance while observing Long Haochen and Bai Zhanlong. "Allow me to take the lead. I will hold it off while you utilize the principles of light to harass and wear it down. Together, we may yet prove to be its match," Bai Zhanlong declared. Long Haochen nodded in agreement. Bai Zhanlong then grasped his long whip in one hand while abruptly raising the other, causing the very fabric of space to shift as he bellowed. Spatial law, spatial constriction, bind. The distinction between a god-king and a god-emperor lies in the mastery of spatial laws. Thus, without hesitation, Bai Zhanlong employed the forces of spatial constriction against the giant rat, which had ascended to the god-king tier. Additionally, techniques such as tearing open spatial rifts to banish others into the chaotic currents of space are feats reserved for absolute powerhouses. The spatial constriction Bai Zhanlong wielded was a form of spatial cage, accessible through a preliminary grasp of spatial laws, underscoring the chasm that separates god-kings from god-emperors. As he confined the giant rat to the ground, Bai Zhanlong did not hesitate. He lashed out with his long whip, striking the giant rat with great force. Bang! As the whip descended, the giant rat once again transformed into an endless black mist, yet this mist was compressed together by the spatial constriction, rendering it unable to escape despite its desperate struggles within the confined space. "Long Haochen, why do you hesitate to strike? What more do you await?" Bai Zhanlong's face turned pale as he exerted all his strength to manipulate the spatial laws against the giant rat's thrashing, clearly finding it quite taxing. With a thunderous roar, Long Haochen surged forward just as Bai Zhanlong spoke. The moment Bai Zhanlong's words fell, a torrent of spiritual energy coalesced into a resplendent golden radiance. The Hao Yue long sword shimmering with brilliant golden light, reminiscent of the sacred flame sword wielded by angels in myth, as it plunged fiercely into the mass of black mist. Bang! It was as though flames had been hurled into a barrel of black powder, igniting and exploding in an instant. Unbeknownst to Long Haochen, a glimmer of cunning danced in Bai Zhanlong's eyes. At the very moment the sword pierced, Bai Zhanlong suddenly withdrew, tearing open a rift in space beside him, and swiftly slipped inside. Boom! With the loss of spatial pressure, the dark mist suddenly exploded, and Long Haochen found himself at the epicenter, caught off guard and unable to evade, causing him to be hurled backward. As the dark mist dispersed, it swiftly reformed, not transforming into a giant rat, but rather coalescing into a mass of black vapor that fled in a panic, vanishing into the surrounding forest in the blink of an eye. Lying on the ground, Long Haochen was enveloped in darkness, his entire body aching and his face etched with a bitter smile. Little did he expect the white-cut wolf's betrayal would occur so swiftly. With such impeccable timing, it was imperative for the two of them to work in unison against the giant rat lord. No one could claim the confidence to defeat it alone. Long Haochen had anticipated that the white-cut wolf would only strike when the giant rat lord was in its death throes, never considering that the moment he engaged the lord, his opponent would act decisively, ensnaring both him and the giant rat lord in one fell swoop. Raising his head, he could clearly see the dark mist retreating into the woods. Likely as injured as he was, if not more so, he then noticed Heir hastening towards him, her veil obscuring her features. Yet from her swift approach and her bright, eager eyes, Long Haochen discerned her urgency. Upon reaching him, Heir promptly assisted Long Haochen into a seated position, her gaze filled with concern as she examined his injuries. though she remained silent. Long Haochen managed a faint smile, albeit somewhat strained. How could he be unaware of his own condition? The injuries were not as grave as they appeared. With the protection of his skeletal armor, the explosion had not inflicted significant harm upon him. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that he had expended all his strength channeling spiritual energy into the dark mist, and the sudden explosion had subjected him to the agonizing backlash of that energy. In the sky, the space trembled once more before being torn apart, and the white-cut wolf, wearing a smile, leisurely emerged from the rift, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded Long Haochen. How does it feel, Long Haochen, to endure the backlash of your own spiritual energy? He inquired with a chuckle. Long Haochen, facing him, struggled to muster a smile, responding, "It feels rather pleasant. I've been on guard against you all along. Yet I still failed to anticipate your move that I truly did not expect you to strike at that moment, ensnaring both me and the giant rat. And aren't you afraid I might ally with the giant rat lord against you?" Long Haochen said, half-jokingly. The white-cut wolf was momentarily taken aback by this, before bursting into hearty laughter. Long Haochen, oh Long Haochen, I must say my admiration for you grows. Even at such a moment, you can still manage a smile and jest with me? Truly deserving of the title of ascended deity, your spirit alone is enough to outshine countless talents across the starry sky, divine realm. The white-cut wolf slowly descended above Long Haochen, yet he did not rush to attack. At that moment, Long Haochen seemed to him merely a piece of meat on a chopping block, life and death resting solely upon his whim. Even if the Lord had fled heavily wounded, where could it escape to in the near future? Everything was within the white-cut wolf's calculations, and he felt supremely confident in this. From a lofty vantage point, Bai Yue gazed down at Long Haochen, an overwhelming sense of grandeur swelling within him. Memories surged forth as he softly remarked, "Another prodigy is destined to fall on my hands. Such remarkable talent, yet unable to continue the path of cultivation. It truly is a pity." He continued, reflecting on his own journey. "Much like my master, while my aptitude for cultivation is commendable, I can hardly be deemed a genius. The disparity between myself and true prodigies is substantial, particularly when compared to the elite among them, where the gap can be likened to a chasm." As he spoke, he shook his head and sighed, seemingly filled with lament for Long Haochen. Yet a gentle smile soon graced his lips as he added, "However, my master imparted to me that in this world, martial prowess is merely a fraction of true strength. Those who possess great power yet lack the wisdom to wield it are not worthy of being called true champions. Much like yourself. While I did not wholeheartedly agree with this sentiment, my journey has led me to adapt, calculating the actions of others as a means of survival, and in doing so, I have come to realize the truth in my master's words. This world is rife with the law of the jungle, where the powerful impose their will without reason. Thus, my schemes cannot be deemed nefarious, but rather they should be recognized as strategies." Once Bai Yue finished speaking, his demeanor returned to one of composure, and he concluded, "I seem to have rambled on a bit. Long Haochen, I offer you one final opportunity. Surrender all that you possess, and I shall grant you and your spouse a swift end, ensuring you both receive a proper burial. Should you refuse to comply, do not blame me for the actions I may take." However, before Heir could engage with Bai Yue, Long Haochen gritted his teeth and slowly rose to his feet. Grasping her arm firmly, he regarded Bai Yue from a distance, his serene smile unwavering. What could possibly elicit such a smile from Long Haochen? Strangely, Bai Yue felt a sudden chill as he beheld Long Haochen's grin. A shiver coursing down his spine at a thought struck him. Could it be that Long Haochen possesses some hidden trump card? How else could he maintain such composure at this critical juncture? Was it all an act? Bai Yue hesitated, uncertainty gnawing at him. If Long Haochen were privy to Bai Yue musings, he might have smiled wryly. He understood his own situation all too well, although he had certain cards to play in a desperate bid for survival. To describe his situation as one of unyielding confidence would be an exaggeration. Ignoring Bai Yue, Long Haochen pulled Heir into his embrace and whispered softly in her ear, "Fear not, Heir. There is no need for you to intervene just yet. Until the moment I fall, I shall fight for you eternally." In that instant, Heir felt as though she had transformed into a different version of herself, truly embodying the essence of Long Haochen's Heir. For reasons unknown, her body relaxed as if responding to an unseen force, and she instinctively grasped Long Haochen's hand. With Heir holding his hand, Long Haochen's gaze grew ever more tender, to the very moment when the two were gazing into each other's eyes with deep affection. An utterly incongruous voice interrupted them. Long Haochen, do not attempt to bluff me. Today, we shall engage in a battle to the death, and see who shall perish here. Long Haochen released Heir's hand and turned his gaze towards Bai Zhanlong. His eyes now devoid of warmth, yet brimming with indomitable fighting spirit. Deep within, Long Haochen felt a complete lack of assurance. One might even say this was the most uncertain battle he had faced since entering the astral divine realm. No one could assist him, and his body was enduring the backlash of spiritual energy, while his opponent's cultivation far surpassed his own, not to mention the many treasures at his disposal. However, this confrontation was markedly different from previous battles. Standing behind him was Heir. This fight determined the fates and lives of both him and Heir. How could he afford to retreat? Since retreat was not an option, he had no choice but to charge forward with unwavering resolve. Long Haochen could only muster every ounce of strength to fight. The Hao Yue longsword was once again grasped firmly in Long Haochen's hand, golden radiance converging around him, enveloping his entire being in the sacred golden flames that eradicated all traces of darkness. In an instant, his spirit surged as if transformed. The resplendent light radiated outward from Long Haochen, enveloping the surrounding area. Law of light, eternal realm of radiance. Activate. The gains he had amassed within the Heavenly Emperor's treasury were finally manifesting at this moment. Earlier, while working together to fend off the enemy, Bai Zhanlong had harbored ill intentions. Yet Long Haochen too had concealed some of his strength, deliberately refraining from revealing his full capabilities. But now, in the throes of a life-and-death struggle, Long Haochen would not hold back. The brilliant golden light enveloped a vast area around him, instantly ensnaring Bai Zhanlong within the domain as well. In the next moment, Long Haochen's brow furrowed slightly as he let out a low growl. Eternal and radiant domain. Eternal confinement. The golden light showed no signs of fluctuation, nor did anything within its brilliance change. Even the grass and trees that had previously swayed with the wind fell into absolute stillness. And Bai Zhanlong in the sky was no exception. After countless enhancement from the powers of the laws, Long Haochen's mastery of these forces had reached an impressive level, successfully binding Bai Zhanlong, whose cultivation was a full tier above his own. Though elated, Long Haochen did not dare to be complacent. Forcibly restraining someone whose strength greatly exceeded his own was no trivial matter, and the spiritual energy within him was depleting at a rapid pace. With the Hao Yue longsword in hand, Long Haochen charged towards Bai Zhanlong, his gaze filled with a chilling intent to kill. Bai Zhanlong, too, was wide-eyed with fury and anxiety, utterly blindsided by the realization that Long Haochen's mastery of the laws had reached such heights. In a moment of carelessness, he had allowed Long Haochen to seize the initiative, trapping him within the eternal radiant domain, rendering him incapable of breaking free in the short term. The most critical issue was that he had never anticipated Long Haochen's ascent to this level. It was entirely beyond his expectations. Bai Zhanlong gritted his teeth as he watched Long Haochen charging towards him with the sword, feeling the looming threat of death. Had Bai Zhanlong not been a divine emperor, or had he not enhanced his mastery of the laws after ascending to that rank within the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, he would undoubtedly have fallen victim to Long Haochen's strike today. The enhancements of recent days have finally begun to yield some results. Bai Zhanlong, expending every ounce of his strength, managed to barely break free from a fragment of the constraining force. With his thin lips parting slightly, he softly uttered a few words. "Spatial cage, bind, spatial cage." In an instant, the surrounding space underwent a dramatic distortion, and Long Haochen distinctly felt something amiss, only to collide with an invisible wall the next moment. Seizing the fleeting opportunity to forcibly shatter his shackles, Bai Zhanlong utilized the spatial cage to imprison Long Haochen in a realm where he could not approach him. Long Haochen found himself suspended in midair, equally helpless, and could only exert all his energy to manipulate the eternal bind, ensuring the opponent remained firmly restrained. What had begun as a life-and-death struggle transformed into a battle of attrition, with both sides vying to see who would falter first. The scene was strikingly surreal. Amidst the golden light, the two were merely a few paces apart, yet neither could advance even an inch closer. Long Haochen placed his hand upon the wall of the spatial cage. Gazing at Bai Zhanlong before him, he chuckled lightly and remarked, "You truly have concealed your power. Earlier, when contending against the giant rat lord, you only employed a fraction of your spatial abilities. Yet to confront me, you have even resorted to the laws of space. Should I feel honored?" Bai Zhanlong, having broken through a modicum of restraint, could now speak with difficulty. He slightly curled the corner of his mouth, forcing a semblance of a smile, and replied, "Humph, well, you criticize me. Are you not the same? I genuinely did not anticipate that a mere divine king like you could comprehend the power of the laws to such an extent. I had heard that before your ascension, you had already mastered domains and domain techniques. I had dismissed it as mere rumor, but perhaps there is truth to it. That strike from Long Haochen had undoubtedly been delivered with all his might. Otherwise, he would not have suffered such a severe backlash of spiritual energy. Though Long Haochen appeared outwardly unfazed, he was in fact laboriously suppressing the agony of the backlash, far more strenuous than it seemed. Long Haochen remained silent, prompting Bai Zhanlong to continue. "Long Haochen, why don't we simply call it a day? It is clear that your reputation as a god of ascension is well-deserved. The likelihood of me slaying you is exceedingly slim. If we persist, the best outcome would be mutual destruction, or worse, annihilation. Shall we cease hostilities here?" Bai Zhanlong's tone and demeanor were strikingly earnest. Long Haochen could not help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. Pointing at him and playfully scolding, "At such a juncture, you still dare to utter such words. Bai Zhanlong, do you take me for a fool?" Bai Zhanlong shook his head solemnly and sighed. "Believe it or not, I genuinely hold this view. Consider it for yourself. We are both unaware of what hidden trump cards we possess. The treasures bestowed by our elders wield immense power, and the potential for mutual destruction is alarmingly high. Let us end this here." Long Haochen shook his head, gestured to the distant Heir, and then addressed Bai Zhanlong. "Regardless of the circumstances, today we must determine a victor. Your existence in this world will deprive me of restful sleep." Bai Zhanlong's expression shifted immediately. His teeth clenched, and by the time he spoke, Heir had already flown to their side. Long Haochen stated, "It seems you have forgotten that we are not alone here." Two individuals faced against a solitary figure. "Heir, I exerted all my strength to confine him, while you moved forward to eliminate him." Upon hearing this, Heir nodded, her multitude of silver-white daggers swirling incessantly around her. At that moment, she cast a glance towards Bai Zhanlong, who appeared increasingly perturbed. His already pale visage now bore a ghastly pallor, rendering him quite unsightly. Surrounded by countless daggers, Heir gradually approached Bai Zhanlong, while Long Haochen exerted his utmost to maintain the eternal confinement, fearful of any mishap befalling Heir. Presently, Bai Zhanlong had only just begun to break free from the confinement, still within Long Haochen's control. Yet he dared not underestimate the situation. Faced with Heir and the myriad of swirling white daggers, he felt as though he was being summoned by the specter of death itself. As Heir drew closer, sensing the impending threat of demise, Bai Zhanlong's expression suddenly hardened. He forcefully activated a certain secret technique, spewing forth a mouthful of fresh blood in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Long Haochen's heart jolted. He could feel the shift in the eternal confinement, though he remained unaware of the specific secret technique Bai Zhanlong had employed. Yet in that fleeting moment, it was evident that Bai Zhanlong had completely broken through the eternal confinement. He shouted loudly, "Heir, danger!" Heir, startled by the sudden turn of events, felt a similar shock within her heart. However, it was too late. Having activated the secret technique, Bai Zhanlong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Fixing his predatory gaze upon Long Haochen and Heir, a bloodthirsty smirk playing upon his lips. "You two have compelled me to sacrifice a portion of my life essence to unleash such a technique. Are you prepared to meet your demise? I shall refine both of you into elixirs and consume you whole that I will extract your very souls, subjecting them to endless torment, ensuring you are never reborn." As his words fell, Bai Zhanlong gripped the white lin whip in his right hand, while his left retrieved an ancient talisman from his storage ring, slapping it onto his body with fervor. Unbeknownst to them, the talisman was a treasure of immense power. Upon its application, Bai Zhanlong's aura surged dramatically, resembling a colossal primordial beast. Each of his movements seemed to resonate with the very laws of nature. Indicating he was no lunge, Long Haochen felt a surge of power potent enough to annihilate the heavens and the earth, capable of vanquishing Bai Zhanlong and rescuing his beloved Heir from his clutches. Without a moment's hesitation, disregarding the confines of the spatial prison, Long Haochen raised both hands, and a grayish luminescence immediately enveloped the surroundings, as if the entire world had been shrouded in a veil of dust. This was not merely an appearance of dust. Everything around seemed fundamentally altered, appearing both hazy and indistinct, as if on the brink of disintegration. That a profound and enigmatic sensation lingered in the hearts of all present. What was this force that could enshroud all existence in such a manner? Bai Zhanlong's movements abruptly ceased, not out of any other reason, but solely due to the overwhelming awe instilled by this mysterious power that had suddenly manifested before him. Evoking an inexplicable reverence within him, Heir was similarly affected, even forgetting her fear for a fleeting moment. In an instant, not only her immediate surroundings, but the entire world appeared to be cloaked in a grayish haze, resembling chaos itself. Her heart, too, became enveloped in this confusion, causing her to momentarily forget her trepidation. Even Wu Tian, in that moment, found himself engulfed in utter astonishment, murmuring to himself, "It is indeed chaos, pure chaos." What a tremendous transformation! The nature of chaos remained elusive, yet it was a force so potent that it could astonish even Wu Tian to such an extent. What, then, was this power, and from whence did it originate? At that moment, Long Haochen had no time to ponder these questions. Those around him were ensnared in various states of bewilderment, while he himself was immersed in an exceedingly profound state. His essence, or rather his soul, found itself adrift within a void, where two orbs of energy, one black and one white, clashed and rubbed against each other before him. This was the law of light and the law of darkness, two absolutely opposing forces, engaging in an unyielding confrontation, continually consuming and extinguishing one another. At that juncture, another pair of flames, one bright and one dark, joined the fray, merging into a single entity that soared between the forces of light and darkness. Astonishingly, the previously conflicting laws suddenly fell silent, gradually blending into one. Bai Zhanlong, seemingly driven mad, soared erratically through the sky, yet the grayish orb of light had already made contact with his body, clinging to him like a parasite, refusing to be shaken off, slowly devouring him. What on earth is this? Long Haochen, what arcane technique are you employing? What manner of fiend is this? In the span of a brief moment, the gray orb had consumed most of Bai Zhanlong, leaving him with only a fraction of his form still airborne, engaging in futile, desperate struggles to escape. Long Haochen, I beg you, spare me. I truly cannot bear this any longer. I implore you, grant me mercy, for I do not wish to die. Bai Zhanlong pleaded once more. Long Haochen's expression remained frigid, devoid of any semblance of sympathy, and he would show no mercy. Coldly regarding Bai Zhanlong, he declared, "It is too late. Now, even I cannot save you." Upon the conclusion of the discourse, amidst the echoes of anguished cries, the white slaughtering wolf vanished entirely, along with the white-scaled whip, which was devoured cleanly by the gray orb of light. In the instant of the wolf's demise, Long Haochen distinctly felt a surge of power coursing through his body. In the next moment, the surrounding scenery abruptly transformed, and the two found themselves within a cavern. "Impudent brat, your fortune is indeed remarkable. Even I did not anticipate that you could comprehend a sliver of chaotic power. Such extraordinary luck is enough to make even me envious." Chaotic. Long Haochen, upon hearing Wu Tian's voice, felt as though he had grasped a lifeline and immediately inquired, "What exactly is this chaotic power? Is it a kind of law?" One could argue it is a law. It would not be incorrect to assert it is not merely a law. Chaos is revered as the progenitor of all things, encompassing the embryonic prototypes of every law. It is the very essence of truth within the cosmos. Although you have only grasped the most minuscule fragment, this tiny seed holds infinite potential for growth in the future. Long Haochen wholeheartedly agreed. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had touched upon the existence of certain profound truths of the universe, particularly the scene during the fusion of laws, which would undoubtedly be etched deeply in his memory. His current cultivation was still too shallow, and his understanding of these principles was limited. However, as he deepens his comprehension of the laws in the future, these experiences would become invaluable treasures of wisdom. With a gentle nod, Long Haochen remarked, "Indeed, although it is merely an exceedingly faint trace, so subtle that I can scarcely perceive its presence within me. I am aware that chaos resides within my body, especially that gray orb of light, which, utilizing chaotic power, effortlessly neutralized everything. The white slaughtering wolf, despite being a formidable opponent in the initial stages of the Divine Emperor realm, was instantaneously vanquished without the slightest chance to retaliate." Suddenly, Wu Qian expressed curiosity. "What, pray tell, is that gray light? I have never heard of such an entity capable of crossing realms to annihilate an opponent. If it could be wielded in battle, would it not guarantee victory in every encounter?" Chaos was an existence that even he had not had the fortune to comprehend, and he had little knowledge of it. Now that Long Haochen had grasped chaos, Wu Tian was naturally eager to inquire further. Long Haochen contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. "No, the chaotic power is currently far too feeble. Its efficacy is exceedingly limited, and the prospect of utilizing it against foes is virtually non-existent. The gray orb of light was not something I conjured. It was merely the portion of chaotic power that I had not absorbed. I thought it a shame to waste it, so I attempted to gather it, and to my astonishment, it possessed such formidable strength." Suddenly, he raised his hand, causing the space before him to twist and contort. Long Haochen then reached out again, and the space crumbled, revealing a rift within the fabric of reality. With a gentle wave of his hand, the rift was smoothed out and vanished from sight. Witnessing this spectacle, Heir's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "The laws of space. Moreover, how is it that Long Haochen could acquire the power of the spatial laws after the death of the white slaughtering wolf?" The two individuals lifted their heads, gazing at the inscriptions upon the surrounding stone walls, scrutinizing the monuments nearby, and surveying the entire cavern, only to find the Heavenly Emperor's treasury increasingly shrouded in mystery. Yet, encountering numerous perils within the third level, had it not been for the giant rat lord's inability to withstand the pressure and ultimately perishing at a critical moment, Long Haochen and Heir would have surely met their demise together in that treacherous place, a thought that now sent shivers down their spines. Within the cavern, they engaged in a period of recuperation, and over the subsequent 3 years, Long Haochen and Heir continued to challenge the successive levels of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, facing various dangers while also reaping diverse rewards. For reasons unknown, during those 3 years, they failed to acquire any additional laws. The power derived from slaying myriad ferocious beasts showed no signs of growth, and the enhancement of their laws became increasingly sluggish and arduous. Perhaps the acquisition of a fragment of chaotic power, a feat defying the heavens, had exhausted all their fortune in one fell swoop, or perhaps the Heavenly Emperor's treasury was inherently such that it would not permit an individual to amass the power of laws indefinitely. Nevertheless, the facts demonstrated that their luck remained fortuitous. Throughout their 3 years in this domain, they encountered countless dangers, yet emerged unscathed each time. They could not help but marvel at the notion that had it not been for their fortune, survival would have been impossible in the course of these life-and-death battles. Their combat skills became increasingly refined, and their synergy grew ever more seamless as time progressed. The spiritual essence within the Heavenly Emperor's treasury thickened, allowing their cultivation pace to accelerate at this juncture. Both had attained late-stage Divine King prowess, with Long Haochen even reaching the pinnacle of late-stage Divine King, on the verge of transcending to the realm of Divine Emperor. In another world, the landscape remained picturesque, adorned with verdant mountains, clear waters, and the melodious chirping of birds. Long Haochen stood proudly in the air, absorbing the forces of heaven and earth as clouds gradually drifted into view. Finally, he had arrived at this juncture. Was he about to cross that great divide? Long Haochen murmured to himself, casting his gaze upon the distant calamity clouds. Above the Divine King lies the comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. a monumental watershed, heralding a journey of defiance against the heavens. For the might of celestial authority is not to be trifled with. Thus, upon ascending to divine emperor, every significant enhancement in cultivation or mastery of forbidden techniques will inevitably summon the heavenly tribulation. Dark clouds rolled ominously from all directions, gathering toward the center, resembling a swarm of crows, churning and fierce, with ominous thunder rumbling, reminiscent of the harrowing encounter Long Haochen had faced upon entering the second level of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, where countless eagles and birds of prey had converged upon him like the present calamity clouds, an experience that sent chills through his spine. Long Haochen, given the current circumstances, these calamity clouds are formidable indeed. The intensity of the calamity clouds is intricately linked to your strength and talent. This serves as both an affirmation of you and a monumental challenge. The voice of Wu Qian intoned gravely. Long Haochen met the surrounding dark clouds with a steadfast gaze, his countenance serious yet devoid of fear. His eyes fell upon a distant figure standing quietly. None other than Heir. A gentle smile graced Long Haochen's lips as he softly spoke to himself. Countless layers and an indeterminate passage of time. Nearly 3 years have elapsed, and having weathered so many dangers, how could we possibly falter at this moment? The ominous clouds gathered from all directions, ultimately converging above Long Haochen's head, plunging the earth into an impenetrable darkness, illuminated only intermittently by flashes of lightning that streaked across the sky. The various ferocious beasts scattered in terror. Who could remain unafraid in the face of such celestial might? Yet, amidst it all, one figure stood tall, confidently pointing his sword towards the heavens. In an instant, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended with ferocious intent, striking directly at him. Faced with this heavenly calamity, Long Haochen felt no fear. The Bai Yue sword in his grasp shone brilliantly, channeling the power of light to counter the force of the lightning. In that moment, a golden radiance illuminated the entire world, as if the night had instantaneously transformed into day. From a distance, Heir watched as the heavens blazed forth with light. The golden glow could not penetrate the veil that shrouded her, yet it accentuated her radiant eyes. Observing the figure standing against the divine wrath, she clenched her fists tightly, her heart unwavering in faith that he could withstand the celestial trial, yet worry gnawed at her nonetheless. After what felt like an eternity, the golden light faded, and the first bolt of lightning ceased its fury. That figure remained steadfast in the sky, unscathed. No sooner had Heir begun to relax than the second bolt of lightning struck down, considerably thicker than the first. Confronted with this second onslaught, Long Haochen remained composed, invoking the laws of darkness. He conjured a massive sphere of black light above his head, and in the next moment, the lightning collided with this dark orb, vanishing into the void without any further response. The second heavenly trial was navigated safely, but the third did not descend immediately. The dark clouds churned ominously, as if gathering strength, but a look of seriousness finally crossed Long Haochen's face as he surveyed the tumultuous sky, weaving the laws of space to erect a protective barrier above him. The third trial passed without incident. Typically, a divine king ascends to divine emperor through 3 trials, and Long Haochen had anticipated that the tribulation would conclude there. However, the skies showed no sign of dissipating. Rather, they coalesced into an even greater force. Long Haochen sighed, shaking his head. I knew it. There would not be merely 3 trials. The fourth is indeed upon us. The voice of the heavens echoed. You should be grateful, lad. Many covet this 4th-tier trial but can never attain it. Do not be ungrateful for what you have received. Though the 4th trial's power exceeded that of the first 3, Long Haochen remained confident in his abilities to endure it. The heavens roared with golden thunder, illuminating the dark clouds with a force unlike any before. Long Haochen understood that only a select few encounter the 4th tier of tribulation, whose might was vastly superior to the previous trials, an undeniable chasm between them, demanding utmost caution. Observing the ominous spectacle, he pondered whether a deluge of lightning would soon rain down. With resolve, Long Haochen drew the Bai Yue sword once more, his form enveloped in radiant gold, in the blink of an eye. A resplendent suit of armor materialized around him, shimmering with intricate engravings of angelic clouds and various motifs, resplendent and majestic. Yet he knew this was merely the beginning. Long Haochen raised his gaze to the heavens, and the impending thunder calamity showed no signs of descending. Instead, it continued to gather momentum, the lightning within the ominous clouds growing increasingly agitated. The longer the delay, the mightier the thunder calamity would become. This was a truth known to all. With a slight furrow of his brow, Long Haochen dared not to underestimate the situation. He summoned various laws, including those of space and light, and the power of multiple laws shimmered in the sky, his domain unfurling in an instant, its might rivaling that of the thunder calamity above AS if provoked by Long Haochen. The dark clouds unleashed a torrential downpour of countless bolts of lightning, engulfing the land like a deluge. Long Haochen's form was utterly submerged in the tempest of thunder calamity. Amidst this storm, he bore the immense pressure of myriad lightning strikes. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his spiritual energy with fervor. Yet he still felt himself on the verge of collapse. Was the fourth layer of thunder calamity truly this formidable? It was likely that an ordinary individual would be incapable of enduring such a trial. Long Haochen uttered with difficulty, yet his eyes bore no trace of fear. His gaze remained calm and resolute. As he gradually adapted to the force of the thunder calamity, he suddenly let out a roar, his entire being erupting with spiritual energy, conjuring a protective shield above him that successfully intercepted the relentless barrage of lightning. Refusing to relent, he pressed on with unwavering vigor. Drawing upon this surge of power, he unleashed an overwhelming force, a golden radiance bursting forth, soaring skyward. In an instant, a golden pillar pierced the heavens, and under Long Haochen's assault, the fourth thunder calamity was shattered into fragments. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing once more the azure sky and fluffy white clouds, with the gentle sun casting its warm light upon the earth. Long Haochen took several deep breaths, for that last strike had nearly exhausted his strength, leaving him with a faint sense of fatigue and soreness throughout his body. Yet, as he examined his arm and then looked up at the blue sky, a proud smile crept upon his face. Over the past 3 years, he had not only enhanced his cultivation, but also his prowess in battle. At this moment, Long Haochen stood as an invincible presence among the divine kings, undoubtedly capable of holding his own even against formidable beings of the divine emperor tier. Just as Long Haochen laughed heartily, exuding an air of exuberance, the radiance in the sky suddenly withdrew, and a thunderous roar, more fierce than before, reverberated through the air. His laughter came to an abrupt halt as he looked up to see that the ominous clouds, which he had just dispersed, had reformed completely, appearing even darker and more foreboding. The golden-purple lightning surged ominously, signaling the arrival of yet another wave of heavenly tribulation. Long Haochen's brow furrowed deeply. This turn of events was entirely unexpected. Unable to contain himself, he muttered in frustration, "How many more must I face? The fifth thunder calamity has emerged." Even Wu Tian's voice was laced with astonishment. "What a remarkable youth you are! You truly defy the heavens. To encounter 5 heavenly thunders while ascending to divine emperor. Such a scenario is something even I have seldom witnessed. Those who face 5 tribulations are undoubtedly extraordinary geniuses." Long Haochen let out a sigh of exasperation. Gazing upwards only to find no remedy in the heavens, he could not help but ponder the sheer might of the fourth tribulation. What formidable power would the fifth tribulation possess? As these thoughts crossed his mind, amidst the rumbling thunder, he discerned a faint echo of thunderclaps. Startled, Long Haochen abruptly lifted his gaze, and to his astonishment, he beheld several lightning dragons swirling and billowing amidst the dark clouds, their bodies radiating an extraordinary brilliance of electric light. His expression shifted dramatically. A tribulation dragon. Could it truly be a tribulation dragon? The emergence of a tribulation dragon in the 5th heavenly tribulation. Was this an omen of his impending demise? Long Haochen nearly roared in defiance at the sky. The tribulation dragon, an entity that should never have manifested during the ascension of a divine king to divine emperor, was akin to the 5th thunderbolt that should likewise have remained absent, wielding an overwhelming force that was undeniably insurmountable. Long Haochen's visage darkened. The voice of Wu Tian interjected, laced with a hint of mockery and a tinge of schadenfreude. Did you truly believe the tribulation would be merciful? This is a magnificent decree of the heavens. Do you truly comprehend your own weight? The tribulation knows you far better than you know yourself. There is no hiding your strength, unless you are pushed into a corner. Revealing your true abilities, do you think the tribulation will simply relent? Long Haochen's eyes fixated on the golden dragon soaring above, drawing strength from the thunderous energy within the dark clouds, its form growing ever more formidable, increasingly resembling a true dragon. Its lengthy body was mostly concealed within the clouds, yet portions occasionally emerged, stretching for miles, leaving one to wonder just how long the lightning dragon truly was upon its body. The outlines of scales and claws could faintly be discerned, a vivid display of life and movement. Would the tribulation relent if he failed to demonstrate his true prowess? Long Haochen's brow gradually unfurled as he observed the roiling tribulation clouds and the undulating lightning dragons, softly declaring, "If you wish to see my true capabilities, then behold." With that, Long Haochen closed his eyes, his demeanor growing increasingly composed. Suddenly, he raised both hands, conjuring two spheres of radiance, one black, the other gold, representing the powers of light and darkness respectively, distilled from the laws of illumination and shadow. Without resorting to any other forces, he employed these two fundamentally opposing powers, a technique he had inadvertently grasped during his 3 years of understanding the laws. In the next moment, Long Haochen appeared to exert tremendous effort, the veins in his arms bulging, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he gradually drew his hands together, forcing together the inherently incompatible forces. Contrary to expectation, the anticipated repulsion and dissolution did not manifest. Instead, the two energies resembled oil and water. Unperturbed, Long Haochen gritted his teeth and continued to press, channeling his spiritual energy into the spheres. Gradually, the light orbs were flattened, and at last he ceased the pressure, guiding the energies to flow and converge. Initially, there was a slight distortion as the yin and yang spheres began to coalesce into a taijutsu, revolving around a central point. Amidst the ominous storm clouds, accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder, a colossal thunder dragon's head suddenly emerged, fixating intently on the figure of Long Haochen below. The thunder dragon was poised to launch an assault. At that moment, Long Haochen remained with his eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger, while the luminous sphere in his grasp spun ever faster, its form becoming increasingly indistinct. Abruptly, a roar erupted from the thunder dragon above, causing its entire body to convulse in response. The dragon's lengthy form twisted and turned within the storm clouds, barreling downwards like a waterfall cascading from the heavens, an overwhelming torrent descending from the celestial river. At last, Long Haochen opened his eyes, coinciding with the cessation of the sphere's rotation in his hands, revealing a bicolored orb of black and white hovering before him. It was difficult to ascertain whether it was predominantly black or white, as it alternated between pure whiteness adorned with flowing black streaks and a dominance of black that left only a smattering of white glimmering amidst the shadows. The fusion of the powers of darkness and light remained ambiguous. Yet the orb emitted no discernible aura, neither of brightness nor of darkness, appearing merely as a trinket. However, in the next moment, Long Haochen cradled the orb with both hands and gently propelled it towards the thunder dragon above. The orb hovered a yard above his head, seemingly intent on confronting the thunder dragon of the fifth heavenly tribulation with this diminutive sphere, scarcely a foot in diameter, in the presence of the immense thunder dragon. The small orb appeared utterly inconspicuous, akin to an ant facing an elephant, a mere insect attempting to shake a tree, or a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The thunder dragon crashed into the tiny orb, as if poised to devour it whole. Yet Long Haochen, standing beneath the orb, bore an expression of serene indifference. In an instant, the titanic thunder dragon collided with the minuscule orb, unleashing a blinding burst of golden light that engulfed the area surrounding Long Haochen, obscuring everything in sight. The seemingly endless length of the thunder dragon appeared boundless, an inexhaustible force surging downward, yet at the point of the luminous explosion, it was entirely thwarted, unable to reach the ground. It remained a mystery whether it was the diminutive orb that shielded him or Long Haochen himself. As the Thunder Dragon's power intensified with each passing moment, the golden light grew ever more resplendent, illuminating the heavens and the earth. The world's beasts trembled in fear, as if the apocalypse had descended, leaving no avenue for escape. After what felt like an eternity, the blinding radiance finally receded, revealing the sky devoid of the Thunder Dragon and the gray light, leaving only a shadowy figure in its wake. The storm clouds had at last dispersed. Under the vast expanse of the azure sky, the sun once again shone brightly, casting its warm glow upon Long Haochen's darkened visage, which bore a look of utter disarray. It was illuminated by a smile of relief. Though the black and white orb had withstood the brunt of the Thunder Dragon's might, it could not entirely shield him, and the residual electric force struck Long Haochen directly. The sensation of being struck by lightning was undeniably excruciating. However, in his struggle against the tribulations, Long Haochen had exhausted all of his spiritual energy, leaving him incapable of sustaining further defenses against the wrath of the heavenly thunder, forcing him to endure the onslaught with his own body. It seemed as though Long Haochen had reached a point of utter helplessness, and witnessing his disheveled state appeared to bring a sense of satisfaction to the heavens. At last, the tribulation dissipated above Long Haochen's head, gradually scattering in all directions until it vanished from sight. In the next moment, a magnificent beam of golden light suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloping Long Haochen entirely within its embrace. The warmth of the golden radiance enveloped his body as torrents of spiritual energy converged from all around. Surging into his being, Long Haochen recognized this as the moment of reaping the rewards of his arduous struggle, devoid of any intention to resist. He merely focused on absorbing the power, quietly attuning himself to the experience. Long Haochen, in this pivotal moment of ascending to the status of Divine Emperor, was also experiencing the laws of the universe. You must seize this opportunity diligently, striving to comprehend as much as possible, particularly the laws of space, for such chances are rare indeed. Wu Qian interjected. Before Long Haochen could respond, he suddenly felt as though a door had been opened in his forehead. In an instant, his soul was drawn out of his corporeal form. He could see his own body and, in the distance, Heir waiting patiently. Yet Long Haochen felt as if his soul were soaring through the skies, completely beyond his control, traversing hundreds and thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, witnessing myriad landscapes. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, Long Haochen perceived everything with clarity, feeling as though the impressions were indelibly etched in his mind. As he slowly opened his eyes, an unprecedented, awe-inspiring aura erupted from his being, causing the very heavens and earth to shift in color, fierce winds to howl, and the clouds above to roll and soar, while a resplendent array of five-colored radiance illuminated the sky that moment. All of his injuries were wholly healed, and the spiritual energy that had been entirely depleted was instantly restored. Long Haochen spread his 5 fingers, gently grasping at the air before him, and witnessed the space before him tear open, revealing 5 distinct fissures. The laws of space had indeed advanced significantly. He could now effortlessly rend the surrounding fabric of reality. And short-distance movement should be even more intuitive. From a distance, Long Haochen gazed at Heir, a smile gracing his lips. Once more he extended his hand again, seizing the space ahead, and it appeared as if he had grasped a curtain, which instantly tore apart. Long Haochen stepped through, and almost simultaneously, the space beside Heir began to twist and contort as his figure emerged from within, smiling at her. "Congratulations on your ascension to Divine Emperor," Heir remarked, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Yet after uttering those words, both fell into a profound silence, unsure of what to convey. However, on a certain day, 3 years prior, this very place had erupted in a bloody battle, culminating in a golden portal opening in the sky, drawing 2 individuals, ensnared in dire straits, into its depths. 3 years elapsed, and none emerged on this day. The scene from that fateful day replayed itself. Amidst the clouds, boundless golden light radiated, as 2 towering pillars and a colossal gate of gold and jade materialized in the sky, piercing the clouds like a divine miracle. The gates slowly opened, and a stream of golden brilliance flowed forth. cascading down to connect heaven and earth. Additionally, two figures gradually emerged from a gate, gently descending to the ground. The man was clad in a pristine white long robe, his stature tall and imposing, with a ruggedly handsome visage that exuded an extraordinary aura in contrast. The woman donned a delicate light blue dress, her face mostly concealed by a veil of sheer white fabric, yet her exquisite beauty was unmistakable, discernible through the subtle contours of her brow and eyes. However, her demeanor was chillingly aloof, making her seem almost unattainable. Having returned to this realm, Long Haochen pondered whether he should first venture to Jiyun City to seek out Lena and inquire further about the Tianjiling, while also expressing his gratitude for the opportunity to enter the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, or if he should instead escort Heir to Yaowang Valley to reunite with Wang Yuanyuan, Sima Xian, and Lin Exine. Surely, upon seeing Heir, they would be overjoyed. He recalled that he had been absent from the Heavenly Emperor's treasury for a full 3 years, without any news, and they must be deeply worried. He resolved to send them a message to assure them of his safety and to share the delightful news of finding Heir. As Long Haochen contemplated this, preparing to take out a communication jade slip, his expression suddenly shifted as he caught sight of a movement in a nearby thicket. Moments later, several figures emerged, encircling him completely. It was apparent that they were not a single faction, but rather representatives of various forces, each brandishing a portrait to compare with the appearances of Long Haochen and Heir, swiftly confirming their identities. Upon recognizing these individuals, Long Haochen furrowed his brow, immediately discerning their purpose. "You are here waiting for me?" he asked, scrutinizing the group of over 10 strangers. They were unfamiliar faces, certainly not adversaries. Each was elegantly attired. Their cultivation levels formidable. Half were divine kings, while the other half were divine emperors, including one of mid-level divine emperor status. Such an assembly was hardly the sort one would encounter in the wilderness for a mere robbery. Recalling events from 3 years prior, Long Haochen's expression darkened as he inquired, "Have you been sent here to wait for me?" The individual with the highest cultivation level burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, Long Haochen, you are not as dull as I thought. We have been waiting for you here for a full 3 years, and our patience has worn thin. If you had not shown yourself soon, we would have departed. Yet, it appears that fate has conspired for our meeting." Another, less magnanimous in spirit, who had endured the 3-year wait with growing frustration, interjected, "Humph, Long Haochen, hand over everything you possess, and we might yet spare your life. This is not the same as before. We have plenty of divine emperor-level experts here, and you would find it exceedingly difficult to escape." A third individual, his voice laced with urgency, insisted, "No, we absolutely cannot let him go. He has slain the young master of our family. Today he must pay for his life." This man's face twisted with resentment, his gaze toward Long Haochen filled with fury. Long Haochen, however, was oblivious to the identity of this young master, the unfortunate soul he had previously vanquished. Noticing the man's mere divine emperor level, he felt little inclination to engage in further dialogue. It seemed that the man's argument resonated with some of the onlookers, who nodded in silent agreement. Yet, the initial speaker, the one of the highest cultivation, quickly interjected, stating, "This will not do. With so many present, if we were to divide the spoils among ourselves, how much could each of us possibly receive? In the gathering, I alone possess the highest cultivation, asserting my claim to half of the treasures on his person. Otherwise, I shall not acquiesce." As soon as this declaration was made, another voice chimed in, insisting, "We are a total of 12 individuals. I demand at least 1/3 of the treasures belonging to Long Haochen. How can it be that the two of you take away the majority, leaving us with merely 1/6? It will be far more equitable for each of us to rely on our fortune. Whoever can seize it shall keep it, given that not all were from the same faction." Before any action was taken against Long Haochen, they began to bicker amongst themselves, escalating into a fierce conflict. Long Haochen, witnessing this, could only smile bitterly and shake his head in resignation. The group, emboldened by their superior cultivation and numbers, appeared to have completely forgotten about Long Haochen and Heir. After all, prior to their arrival, the records clearly indicated that Long Haochen was merely at the mid-stage of the Divine King realm, while Heir had only just ascended to that level. Could they truly advance their powers in the span of 3 years? The very thought seemed ludicrous. The lifespan of a divine king is measured in tens of thousands of years, and it is quite common to seclude oneself for decades in pursuit of a breakthrough, and one ever considered the possibility of their advancement. The arguments grew increasingly heated, threatening to erupt into violence. Long Haochen resolved to take his leave with Heir. Indeed, if you do not act, I shall take the initiative. With that, some individuals unsheathed their weapons, preparing to strike at Long Haochen. Yet instead of panicking, he chuckled lightly and remarked, "Do you possess such confidence that you can vanquish me? On what grounds do you believe this? Long Haochen, do you truly think we are afraid to eliminate you? Even if you are a transcendent deity, a prodigy favored by the human race, do you think we would hesitate? 6 divine emperors and 6 divine kings. Should even one divine emperor at the peak stage join us, we would be more than capable of engaging you. On what basis do you question us?" A broader smile spread across Long Haochen's face as he replied, "Should you wish to kill me, whether it be for vengeance or to seize my treasures, feel free to come forth and test your mettle. I am eager to see if you possess the capability." No sooner had he spoken than the individual clamoring for their family's young master lunged forward, brandishing a long knife. Another, wielding a heavy hammer, followed suit, proclaiming, "Long Haochen, do not be so arrogant. Today, I shall enlighten you on the disparity between divine emperors and divine kings." He was undeniably a novice divine emperor. Though his words aimed to demonstrate superiority, the unrestrained greed in his eyes betrayed his true intentions. Long Haochen's lips curled into a faintly disdainful smile. This first battle after ascending to the divine emperor realm was precisely what he sought, to gauge the extent of his prowess in comparison to ordinary divine emperors. The divine king charging at him was almost beneath his notice. As the adversary approached, Long Haochen raised his hand and, with a swift motion, unleashed a piercing spear of spiritual energy that flew forth with astonishing speed, impaling the divine king and pinning him to a nearby tree, achieving a swift kill in an instant. The divine emperor, witnessing Long Haochen's effortless dispatch of the divine king, felt a jolt of shock surge through him. However, at this moment, he had already rushed to Long Haochen's side, leaving him no choice but to engage. Contemplating the insurmountable chasm between the divine emperor and the divine king, a sense of inexplicable calm washed over him. And a murderous intent once again accumulated upon his face as he brought his hammer down upon Long Haochen's head. It appeared to be an ordinary strike, yet unbeknownst to Long Haochen, he had subtly harnessed the power of spatial laws to confine him to that spot, rendering any attempt at evasion futile. That was only when Long Haochen sought to dodge that he would realize the impossibility of such an action. The man's plan was astutely devised. He swiftly closed the distance to within 3 feet of Long Haochen. Yet astonishingly, Long Haochen showed no inclination to evade. A bloodthirsty smile crept upon the man's lips as he beheld the colossal hammer poised to descend upon Long Haochen's crown. Envisioning the gruesome spectacle of Long Haochen's head exploding beneath his strike. Yet in the next instant he was struck with astonishment, finding himself utterly immobilized, the space around him completely confined. Spatial laws. It was indeed the essence of spatial laws. Long Haochen was, astonishingly, a powerhouse of divine emperor caliber. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. The rumors had clearly stated that Long Haochen had been merely a mid-tier divine king 3 years prior. In the brief span of 3 years, having entered an unknown forbidden realm, he had remarkably ascended to the rank of divine emperor. What manner of secret realm could this be? Had the strength of the ascended deity truly reached such formidable heights? Meanwhile, the individual engaged in battle with Long Haochen was engulfed in profound terror. To ascend to the rank of divine emperor in such a short time was one thing, but the depth of Long Haochen's comprehension of spatial laws was particularly profound. After confining him, a fellow divine emperor, within this spatial domain, he found himself utterly incapable of movement. In the next moment, he witnessed Long Haochen raise his arm, the radiant moon sword shimmering with golden brilliance. A look of sheer horror instantly spread across his face as he hastily implored, "Long Haochen, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please spare my life." Before his words could fully escape his lips, the radiant moon sword had already pierced through his chest. With a swift flick of Long Haochen's wrist, A gaping hole was torn open in the man's chest, shattering him into countless bloody fragments. Even a powerhouse of divine emperor rank fell in a single strike. Yet, Long Haochen's expression bore not the slightest trace of excitement or pride. His opponent had underestimated his strength, failing to exert full force during the attack, and had been caught off guard, leading to this decisive kill. Long Haochen then shifted his gaze to the remaining 10 individuals, 5 divine kings and 5 divine emperors, all of whom regarded him with grave expressions. A hint of satisfaction flickered across Long Haochen's countenance. Such adversaries were precisely what he needed to test his prowess. Having witnessed Long Haochen's might, none dared to act carelessly. The highest ranked among them unwittingly assumed the role of temporary leader. Speaking with furrowed brows, Long Haochen, we have indeed underestimated you, that we never anticipated your growth to such an extent in merely 3 years, or perhaps you were concealing your true strength all along. Had you chosen to remain hidden, we might have spared you. However, an ascended deity is still an ascended deity. With such power and potential, we cannot allow you to escape today. Upon finishing his words, the man abruptly waved his hand, prompting the surrounding crowd to spring into action as if they had received a command. All charging towards Long Haochen, 10 individuals launched their simultaneous assault against him. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming odds, Long Haochen exhibited not a hint of anxiety or fear. Suddenly, an infinite golden radiance emanated from his being, and the realms of eternity and light were instantaneously unveiled. At that moment, as the assailants encroached upon him within the domain, Long Haochen raised his hand, clenched his fist, and softly uttered, "Eternal confinement, spatial prison, activate." In an instant, the movements of the 10 adversaries came to a standstill, frozen mid-air, as if time itself had been suspended. The simultaneous invocation of eternal confinement alongside the spatial laws was not a novel technique. Rather, it was a self-developed amalgamation by Long Haochen, which could be aptly referred to as a combination skill. The fusion of these two forces produced extraordinary effects, reflecting Long Haochen's significant growth in understanding the laws within the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, particularly in the realms of light and space, far surpassing that of his opponents. 5 divine emperors and 5 divine kings were all ensnared by Long Haochen, utterly incapable of movement. Long Haochen did not hasten to eliminate them, nor did he instruct Heir to do so. Instead, he gently caressed the forget-me-not ring with his fingers, and the life and wisdom furnace materialized in his grasp. While healing and cultivating in the cave of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, Long Haochen, feeling a moment of boredom, had attempted to refine exotic elixirs using the wisdom furnace, consuming the blood of various otherworldly beasts. What started as a mere pastime turned out to yield unexpectedly remarkable results. Over the course of 3 years, he expended countless amounts of exotic beast blood and nearly half of his inner elixirs to nurture the wisdom furnace, the final outcome bringing him immense joy. At this moment, Long Haochen produced the wisdom furnace from his hands, without the need for spiritual energy to activate it. A rich, almost ink-green luminosity began to shimmer around the furnace, suffused with a profound essence of life. Supporting the furnace with one hand and channeling his spiritual energy, the ink-green radiance immediately permeated the surroundings. The grassy ground remained UNC, the cacophony of anguished cries, pleas for mercy, and curses reverberated all around. Yet Long Haochen remained oblivious to it all, muttering to himself, "Indeed, augmenting the strength of the laws is the true path to enhancing one's power, and why mastery of the laws far surpasses theirs. Even in the face of overwhelming numbers, I can remain invincible by merely wielding the laws. In my current state, even against an opponent at the pinnacle of the divine emperor realm, I would not necessarily find myself at a disadvantage."